shape of her breasts against me. I traced the outline of her body through her gown with the flat of my hand. From shoulder to back to hips, I slid my hand again and again, driving the line and the softness of her body into my brain. After we had been in this gentle embrace for a while, Naoko touched her lips to my forehead and slipped out of bed. I could see her pale blue gown flash in the darkness like a fish. "Goodbye," she called in a tiny voice. Listening to the rain, I dropped into a gentle sleep. It was still raining the following morning, a fine, almost invisible autumn rain, unlike the previous night's downpour. You knew it was raining only because of the ripples on puddles and the sound of dripping from the eaves. I woke to see a milky white mist enclosing the window, but as the sun rose, a breeze carried the mist away, and the surrounding woods and hills began to emerge. As we had done the day before, the three of us ate breakfast and headed out to service the birdhouse. Naoko and Rieko wore yellow vinyl rain capes with hoods. I put on a sweater and a waterproof windbreaker. The outside air was damp and chilly. The birds, too, seemed to be avoiding the rain, huddled together at the back of the cage. "Gets cold here when it rains, doesn't it?" I said to Rieko. "Now, every time it rains, it'll be a little colder, until it turns to snow," she said. "The clouds from the Sea of Japan dump tons of snow when they pass through here." "What do you do with the birds in winter?" "Bring 'em inside, of course. What are we supposed to do, dig them out of the snow in spring all frozen? We defrost 'em and bring 'em back to life and yell, 'Okay, everybody, come and get it.'" I poked the wire mesh, and the parrot flapped its wings and screamed, "Shithead. Thank you, crazy." "Now, that one I'd like to freeze," Naoko said, with a melancholy look. "I really think I will go crazy if I have to hear that every morning." After cleaning the birdhouse, we went back to the apartment. While I packed my things, the women put their farm gear on. We left the building together and parted a short way beyond the tennis court. They turned right, and I continued straight ahead. We called goodbye to each other, and I promised I would come again. Naoko gave a little smile and disappeared around the corner. I passed a number of people on my way to the gate, all of them wearing the same yellow rain capes that Naoko and Rieko had on, all with hoods up. Colors shone with exceptional clarity in the rain. The ground was a deep black, the pine branches a brilliant green, the people wrapped in yellow looking like special spirits that were allowed to wander over the earth on rainy mornings only. They floated over the earth in silence, carrying farm tools and baskets and some kind of sack. The gatekeeper remembered my name and marked it on the list of visitors when I went out. "I see you're from Tokyo," the old fellow said. "I went there once, just once. They serve great pork." "They do?" I asked, uncertain how to answer him. I didn't like much of what I ate in Tokyo, but the pork was delicious. I guess they've got some special way of raising, eh? I said I didn't know. It was the first time I'd heard of it. "When was that, by the way, when you went to Tokyo?" Let's see," he said, cocking his head. "Was it the time His Majesty the Crown Prince got married? My son was in Tokyo and said I ought to see the place at least once. That time, 1959. "Oh, well then, sure. Pork must have been good in Tokyo back then," I said. "How about these days?" he asked. I wasn't sure, I said, but I hadn't heard anything special about it. This seemed to disappoint him somewhat. He gave every sign of wanting to continue our conversation, but I told him I had to catch a bus and started walking in the direction of the road. Patches of fog remained floating on the road where it skirted the stream, but the breeze carried them over to the steep flanks of a nearby mountain. Every now and then as I walked along I would stop and turn and heave a sigh for no particular reason. I felt almost as if I had come to a planet where the gravity was a little different. Yes, of course, I told myself, feeling sad. I was in the outside world now. Back at the dorm by 4:30, I changed right away and left for the record shop in Shinjuku to put in my hours. I minded the store from 6 o'clock to 10:30 and sold a few records, but mainly I sat there in a daze, watching the incredible variety of people streaming by outside. There were families and couples and drunks and gangsters and lively-looking girls in short skirts and bearded hippies and bar hostesses and some indefinable types. Whenever I put on hard rock, hippies and runaway kids would gather outside to dance and sniff paint thinner or just sit on the ground doing nothing in particular. And when I put on Tony Bennett, they would disappear. Next door was a shop where a middle-aged, sleepy-eyed guy sold adult toys. I couldn't imagine why anyone would want the kind of sex paraphernalia he had there, but he seemed to do a lot of business. In the alley diagonally across from the record store, I saw a drunken student vomiting. In the game center across from us at another angle, the cook from a local eatery was killing his break time with a game of bingo that took cash bets. Beneath the eaves of a shop that had closed for the night, a dark-faced homeless guy was crouching, motionless. A girl with pale pink lipstick, who couldn't have been more than junior high school age, came in and asked me to play the Rolling Stones' Jumpin' Jack Flash. When I found the disc and put it on for her, she started snapping her fingers to the rhythm and shaking her hips as she danced around the shop. Then she asked me for a cigarette. I gave her one of the managers, which she smoked with obvious pleasure, and when the record ended, she left the shop without so much as a thank you. Every 15 minutes or so, I would hear the siren of an ambulance or cop car. 3 drunken company employees in suits and ties came by, laughing at the tops of their voices every time they yelled, "Piece of ass," at a pretty, long-haired girl in a telephone booth. The more I watched, the more mixed up my head became. What the hell was this all about? I wondered. What could it possibly mean? The manager came back from dinner and said to me, "Hey, know what, Watanabe? Night before last, I made it with the boutique chick." For some time now, he had had his eye on the girl who worked in a nearby boutique, and every once in a while he would take a record from the shop as a gift for her. "Good for you," I said to him, whereupon he told me every last detail of his conquest. "If you really wanna make a chick, here's what you gotta do," he began, very pleased with himself. "First, you gotta give her presents. Then you gotta get her drunk. I mean really drunk. Then you just gotta do it. It's easy. See what I mean?" Head mixed up as ever, I boarded the commuter train and went back to my dorm. Closing the curtains, I doused the lights, stretched out in bed, and felt as if Naoko might come crawling in beside me at any moment. With my eyes closed, I could feel the soft swell of her breasts on my chest, hear her whispering to me, and feel the outline of her body in my hands. In the darkness, I returned to that small world of hers. I smelled the meadow grass, heard the rain at night. I thought of her naked, as I had seen her in the moonlight, and pictured her cleaning the birdhouse and caring for the vegetables with that soft, beautiful body of hers wrapped in the yellow rain cape. Clutching my erection, I thought of Naoko until I came. This seemed to clear my brain somewhat, but it didn't help me sleep. I felt exhausted, even desperate for sleep, but it simply refused to cooperate. I got out of bed and stood at the window, my unfocused eyes wandering out toward the flagpole. Without the national flag attached to it, the pole looked like a gigantic white bone thrusting up into the darkness of night. What was Naoko doing now? I wondered. Of course, she must be sleeping, sleeping deeply, wrapped in the darkness of that strange little world of hers. Let her be spared from anguished dreams, I found myself hoping. In PE class the next morning, Thursday, I swam several lengths of the 50-meter pool. The hard exercise cleared my head somewhat and gave me an appetite. After downing a good-sized lunch at a student eatery known for its good-sized lunches, I was headed for the literature department library to do some research when I bumped into Midori Kobayashi. She had someone with her, a petite girl with glasses, but when she spotted me, she approached me alone. "Where you going?" she asked. "Lit library," I said. "Why don't you forget it and come have lunch with me?" "I already ate." "So what? Eat again." We ended up going to a nearby cafe where she had a plate of curry and I had a cup of coffee. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt under a yellow woolen vest with a fish knitted into the design, a narrow gold necklace, and a Disney watch. She seemed to love the curry and drank 3 glasses of water with it. "Where have you been all this time?" Midori asked. "I don't know how many times I called." "Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?" "Nothing special. I just called." "I see." "You see what?" "Nothing, just I see," I said. "Any fires lately?" That was fun, wasn't it? It didn't do much damage, but all that smoke made it kind of like reality. Great stuff. Midori chugged down another glass of water, took a breath, and studied my face for a while. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" she asked. "You've got this spaced-out look. Your eyes aren't focused." "I'm okay," I said. "I just got back from a trip, and I'm kinda tired." "You look like you've just seen a ghost." "I see." "Hey, do you have classes this afternoon?" "German and religion." "Can you skip 'em?" "Not German. I've got a test today." "When's it over?" "2." "Okay. How about going into the city with me after that for some drinks?" "Drinks at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." "For a change, why not? You look so spaced. Come on, go drinking with me and get a little life into you. That's what I want to do, drink with you and get some life into myself. What do you say?" "Okay, let's go," I said with a sigh. "I'll look for you in the lit quad at 2. After German, we caught a bus to Shinjuku and went to an underground bar called Doug behind the Kinokuniya bookstore. We each started with 2 vodka and tonics. "I come here once in a while," she said. "They don't embarrass you about drinking in the afternoon." "Do you drink in the afternoon a lot?" "Sometimes," she said, rattling the ice in her glass. "Sometimes, when the world gets hard to live in, I come here for a vodka and tonic." "Does the world get hard to live in?" "Sometimes," said Midori. "I've got my own special little problems." "Like what?" "Like family, like boyfriends, like irregular periods. Stuff." "So have another drink." "I will." I waved the waiter over and ordered 2 more vodka and tonics. "Remember how, when you came over that Sunday, you kissed me?" Midori asked. "I've been thinking about it. That was nice. Really nice." "That's nice." "That's nice," she mimicked me. "The way you talk is so weird." "It is." Anyhow, I was thinking that time. I was thinking how great it would be if that had been the first time in my life a boy had kissed me. If I could switch around the order of my life, I would absolutely, absolutely make that my first kiss. And then I would live the rest of my life thinking stuff like, "Hey, I wonder whatever happened to that boy named Watanabe I gave my first kiss to on the laundry deck, now that he's 58. Wouldn't that be great?" "Yeah, really," I said, cracking open a pistachio nut. "Hey, what is it with you? Why are you so spaced out? You still haven't answered me." "I probably still haven't completely adapted to the world," I said after giving it some thought. "I don't know. I feel like this isn't the real world. The people, the scene, they just don't seem real to me." Midori rested an elbow on the bar and looked at me. There was something like that in a Jim Morrison song, I'm pretty sure. "People are strange when you're a stranger." "Peace," said Midori. "Peace," I said. "You really ought to go to Uruguay with me," Midori said, still leaning on the bar. Girlfriend, family, school, just dump 'em all. Not a bad idea, I said, laughing. Don't you think it would be wonderful to get rid of everything and everybody and just go someplace where you don't know a soul? Sometimes I feel like doing that. I really, really want to do it sometimes. So like, say you whisk me away somewhere far, far away. I'd make a pile of babies for you as tough as little bulls, and we'd all live happily ever after, rolling on the floor. I laughed and drank down my third vodka and tonic. I guess you don't really want a pile of babies as tough as little bulls yet, said Midori. I'm tremendously interested, I said. I'd like to see what they look like. That's okay, you don't have to want them, said Midori, eating a pistachio. Here I am, drinking in the afternoon, saying whatever pops into my head. I wanna dump everything and run off somewhere. What's the point of going to Uruguay? All they've got there is donkey shit. You may be right. Donkey shit everywhere. Here a shit, there a shit. The whole world is donkey shit. Hey, I can't open this. You take it. Midori handed me a pistachio with an uncracked shell. I struggled with it until I got it open. But oh, gee, what a relief it was last Sunday. Going up to the laundry deck with you, watching the fire, drinking beer, singing songs. I don't know how long it's been since I had such a total sense of relief. People are always trying to force stuff on me. The minute they see me, they start telling me what to do. At least you don't try to force stuff on me. I don't know you well enough to force stuff on you. You mean, if you knew me better, you'd force stuff on me like everybody else. It's possible, I said. That's how people live in the real world, forcing stuff on each other. You wouldn't do that, I can tell. I'm an expert when it comes to forcing stuff and having stuff forced on you. You're just not that type. That's why I can relax with you. Do you have any idea how many people there are in the world who like to force stuff on people and have stuff forced on them? Tons. And then they make a big fuss like, I forced her. You forced me. That's what they like. But I don't like it. I just do it 'cause I have to. What kind of stuff do you force on people? Or do they force on you? Midori put a piece of ice in her mouth and sucked on it for a while. Do you want to get to know me better? She asked. Yeah, kind of. Hey, look, I just asked you, do you want to get to know me better? What the hell kind of answer is that? Yes, Midori, I would like to get to know you better, I said. Really? Yes, really. Even if you had to turn your eyes away from what you saw. Are you that bad? Well, in a way, Midori said with a frown. I want another drink. I called the waiter and ordered a fourth round of drinks. Until they came, Midori cupped her chin in her hand with her elbow on the bar. I kept quiet and listened to the Thelonious Monk playing Honeysuckle Rose. There were 5 or 6 other customers in the place, but we were the only ones drinking alcohol. The rich smell of coffee gave the gloomy interior an intimate atmosphere. Are you free this Sunday? Midori asked. I think I told you before, I'm always free on Sunday, until I go to work at 6. Okay then, this Sunday, will you hang out with me? Sure, I said. I'll pick you up at your dorm Sunday morning. I'm not sure exactly what time, though. Is that okay? Fine, I said. No problem. Now, let me ask you, do you have any idea what I would like to do right now? I can't imagine. Well, first of all, I want to lie down on a big, wide, fluffy bed. I want to get all comfy and drunk and not have any donkey shit anywhere nearby, and I want to have you lying down next to me. And then, little by little, you take my clothes off. Sue, tenderly. The way a mother takes a little child's clothing off. Sue, softly. Eh. And I'm just spacing out and feeling really nice until, all of a sudden, I realize what's happening and I yell at you, "Stop it, Watanabe." And then I say, "I really like you, Watanabe, but I'm seeing someone else. I can't do this. I'm very proper about these things, believe it or not, so please stop. But you don't stop. But I would stop, I said. I know that. Never mind, this is just my fantasy, said Midori. So then you show it to me, your thing, sticking way up. I immediately cover my eyes, of course, but I can't help seeing it for a split second. And I say, stop it, don't do that. I don't want anything so big and hard. It's not so big, just ordinary. Never mind, this is a fantasy. So then you put on this really sad face, and I feel sorry for you and try to comfort you. They're there, poor thing. And you're telling me that's what you want to do now. That's it. Oh, brother. We left the bar after 5 rounds of vodka and tonic. When I tried to pay, Midori slapped my hand and paid with a brand new 10,000 yen bill she took from her purse. It's okay, she said. I just got paid, and I invited you. Of course, if you're a card-carrying fascist and you refuse to let a woman buy you a drink. No, I'm okay. And I didn't let you put it in, either. Because it's so big and hard, I said. Right, said Midori. Because it's so big and hard. A little drunk, Midori missed one step, and we almost fell back down the stairs. The layer of clouds that had darkened the sky before was gone now, and the late afternoon sun poured its gentle light on the city streets. Midori and I strolled those streets for a time. Midori said she wanted to climb a tree, but unfortunately there were no climbable trees in Shinjuku, and the Shinjuku Imperial Gardens were closing. Too bad, said Midori. I love to climb trees. We continued walking and window shopping, and soon the street scene seemed realer to me than it had before. I'm glad I ran into you, I said. I think I'm a little more adapted to the world now. Midori stopped short and peered at me. It's true, she said. Your eyes are much more in focus than they were. See, hanging out with me does you good. No doubt about it, I said. At 5:30, Midori said she had to go home and make dinner. I said I would take a bus back to my dorm, and I saw her as far as the station. Know what I want to do now? Midori asked me as she was leaving. I have absolutely no idea what you could be thinking, I said. I want you and me to be captured by pirates. Then they strip us and press us together face to face, all naked, and wind these ropes around us. Why would they do a thing like that? Perverted pirates, she said. You're the perverted one, I said. So then they lock us in the hold and say, in 1 hour, we're gonna throw you into the sea, so have a good time until then. And so we enjoy ourselves for an hour, rolling all over the place and twisting our bodies. And that's the main thing you want to do now. That's it. Oh, brother, I said, shaking my head. Midori came to pick me up at 9:30 on Sunday morning. I had just awakened and hadn't washed my face yet. Somebody pounded on my door and yelled, Hey, Watanabe, it's a woman. I went down to the lobby to find Midori wearing an incredibly short jeans skirt and sitting there with her legs crossed, yawning. Every guy passing through on his way to breakfast slowed down to stare at her long, slim legs. She did have really nice legs. Am I too early? She asked. I bet you just woke up. Can you give me 15 minutes? I'll wash my face and shave. I don't mind waiting, but all these guys are staring at my legs. What do you expect, coming into a men's dorm in such a short skirt? Of course they're gonna stare at you. Oh well, it's okay. I'm wearing really cute panties today, all pink and frilly and lacy. That just makes it worse, I said with a sigh. I went back to my room and washed and shaved as fast as I could, put on a blue button-down shirt and a grey tweed sports coat, then went back down and hurried Midori out through the dorm gate. I was in a cold sweat. "Tell me, Watanabe," Midori said, looking up at the dorm buildings. "Do all the guys in here masturbate, rub-a-dub-dub?" "Probably," I said. "Do guys think about girls when they do that?" "I guess so. I kinda doubt that anybody thinks about the stock market or verb conjugations or the Suez Canal when they masturbate. Nah, I'm pretty sure just about everybody thinks about girls." "The Suez Canal. For example, I mean. So I guess they think about particular girls, right?" "Shouldn't you be asking your boyfriend about that?" I said. "Why should I have to explain stuff like that to you on a Sunday morning?" "I was just curious," she said. "Besides, he'd get mad if I asked him about stuff like that. He'd say girls aren't supposed to ask all those questions." "A perfectly normal point of view, I'd say. But I want to know. This is pure curiosity. Do guys think about particular girls when they masturbate?" I gave up trying to avoid the question. "Well, I do, at least. I don't know about anybody else." "Have you ever thought about me when you were doing it? Tell me the truth. I won't get mad." "No, I haven't, to tell you the truth," I answered honestly. "Why not? Aren't I attractive enough?" "Oh, you're plenty attractive, all right. You're cute, and sexy outfits look good on you. So why don't you think about me?" "Well, first of all, I think of you as a friend, so I don't want to get you involved in my sexual fantasies. And second, you've got somebody else you're supposed to be thinking about." "That's about the size of it," I said. "You have good manners even when it comes to something like this," Midori said. "That's what I like about you. Still, couldn't you allow me just one brief appearance? I want to be in one of your sexual fantasies or daydreams or whatever you call them. I'm asking you because we're friends. Who else can I ask for something like that? I can't just walk up to anyone and say, 'When you masturbate tonight, will you please think of me for a second?' It's because I think of you as a friend that I'm asking. And I want you to tell me later what it was like. You know, what you did and stuff." I let out a sigh. "You can't put it in, though, 'cause we're just friends. Right? As long as you don't put it in, you can do anything you like, think anything you want." "I don't know. I've never done it with so many restrictions before," I said. "Will you just think about me?" "All right, I'll think about you." "You know, Watanabe, I don't want you to get the wrong impression, that I'm a nymphomaniac or frustrated or a tease or anything. I'm just interested in that stuff. I want to know about it. I grew up surrounded by nothing but girls in a girls' school, you know that. I want to find out what guys are thinking and how their bodies are put together. And not just from pull-out sections in the women's magazines, but in actual case studies." "Case studies," I groaned. "But my boyfriend doesn't like it when I want to know things or try things. He gets mad, calls me a nympho or crazy. He won't even let me give him a blow job. Now, that's one thing I'm dying to study." "Do you hate getting blow jobs?" "No, not really. I don't hate it." "Would you say you like it?" "Yeah, I'd say that. But can we talk about this next time? Here it is, a really nice Sunday morning, and I don't want to ruin it talking about masturbation and blow jobs. Let's talk about something else. Is your boyfriend in the same university with us?" "Nope, he goes to another one, of course. We met in high school during a club activity. I was in a girls' school, and he was in a boys' school, and you know how they do those things, joint concerts and stuff. We got serious after graduation, though." "Hey, Watanabe." "What?" "You only have to do it once. Just think about me, okay?" "Okay, I'll give it a try next time," I said, throwing in the towel. We took a commuter train to Achinamizu. When we transferred at Shinjuku, I bought a thin sandwich at a stand in the station to take the place of the breakfast I hadn't eaten. The coffee I had with it tasted like boiled printer's ink. The Sunday morning trains were filled with couples and with families on outings. A group of boys with baseball bats and matching uniforms scampered around inside the car. Several of the girls on the train had short skirts on, but none as short as Midori's. Midori would yank on hers every now and then to bring it lower. Some of the men stared at her thighs, which made me feel uneasy, but she didn't seem to mind. "Know what I'd like to do right now?" Midori whispered to me when we had been riding for some 10 minutes. "No idea," I said. "But please don't talk about that stuff here. Somebody'll hear you." "Too bad. This one's kind of wild," Midori said with obvious disappointment. "Anyhow, why are we going to Ochinamizu?" "Just come along, you'll see." With all the cram schools around Ochinamizu Station, on Sunday the area was full of junior high and high school kids on their way to practice exams or classes. Midori plunged through the crowds clutching her shoulder bag strap with one hand and my hand with the other. Without warning, she asked me, "Hey, Watanabe, can you explain the difference between the English subjunctive present and the subjunctive past?" "I think I can," I said. "Let me ask you then, what purpose does stuff like that serve in daily life?" "None at all," I said. "It may not serve any concrete purpose, but it does give you some kind of training to help you grasp things in general more systematically." Midori took a moment to give that some serious thought. "You're amazing," she said. "That never occurred to me before. I always thought of things like the subjunctive case and differential calculus and chemical symbols as totally useless. A pain in the neck. So I've always ignored them. Now I have to wonder if my whole life has been a mistake." "You've ignored them?" "Yeah, like for me, they didn't exist. I don't have the slightest idea what sine and cosine mean." "That's incredible. How'd you graduate from high school? How'd you get into college?" "Don't be silly," said Midori. "You don't have to know anything to pass college entrance exams. All you need is a little intuition, and I have great intuition. Choose the correct answer from the following three. I know immediately which one is right. My intuition's not as good as yours, so I have to learn systematic thinking to some extent, like the way a crow collects chunks of glass in a hollow tree. Does it serve some purpose? I wonder. It probably makes it easier to do some kinds of things." "What kinds of things? Give me an example." "Metaphysical thought, say. Mastering several languages." "What good does that do?" "It depends on the person who does it. It serves a purpose for some and not for others, but mainly it's training. Whether it serves a purpose or not is another question, like I said." Said Midori, seemingly impressed. She led me by the hand down the hill. "You know, Watanabe, you're really good at explaining things to people." "I wonder," I said. "It's true. I've asked hundreds of people what good the English subjunctive is, and not one of them gave me a good, clear answer like yours. Not even English teachers. They either got confused or angry or laughed it off. Nobody gave me a decent answer before. If somebody like you had been around when I asked my question and given me a proper explanation, even I might have been interested in the subjunctive." "Damn." I said. "Have you ever read Does Capital?" "Yep, not the whole thing, of course, but parts, like most people." "Did you understand it?" "I understood some parts, not others. You have to acquire the necessary intellectual apparatus to read a book like Does Capital. I think I understand the general idea of Marxism, though." "Do you think a college freshman who hasn't read books like that can understand Does Capital just by reading it?" "That's pretty nearly impossible, I'd say." When I entered the university, I joined a folk music club. I just wanted to sing songs, but the members were a pack of phonies. I get chills just thinking about them. The first thing they tell you when you enter the club is you have to read marks. Prepare page so-and-so to such and such for next time. Somebody lectured on how folk songs have to be deeply involved with society and the radical movement. So what the hell, I went home and tried as hard as I could to read it, but I didn't understand a thing. It was worse than the subjunctive. I gave up after 3 pages. So I went to the next week's meeting like a good little scout and said I had read it, but that I couldn't understand it. From that point on, they treated me like an idiot. I had no critical awareness of the class struggle. They said I was a social cripple. I mean, this was serious. And all because I said I couldn't understand a piece of writing. Don't you think they were terrible? Aha, I said. And their so-called discussions were terrible, too. Everybody would use big words and pretend they knew what was going on. But I would ask questions whenever I didn't understand something. What is this imperialist exploitation stuff you're talking about? Is it connected somehow to the East India Company? Does smashing the educational industrial complex mean we're not supposed to work for a company after we graduate from college? And stuff like that. But nobody was willing to explain anything to me. Far from it, they got mad at me. Can you believe it? Yeah, I can, I said. One guy yelled at me, "You stupid bitch. How do you live like that with nothing in your brain?" Well, that did it as far as I was concerned. I wasn't going to put up with it. Okay, so I'm not so smart. I'm working class. But it's the working class that keeps the world running, and it's the working class that gets exploited. What the hell kind of revolution have you got just tossing out big words that working class people can't understand? What the hell kind of social revolution is that? I mean, I'd like to make the world a better place, too. If somebody's really being exploited, we've got to put a stop to it. That's what I believe, and that's why I ask questions. Am I right, or what? You're right. So that's when it hit me. These guys are a bunch of phonies. All they've got on their minds is impressing the new girls with the big words they're so proud of and sticking their hands up their skirts. And when they're seniors, they cut their hair short and go trooping to work for Mitsubishi or IBM or Fujibank. They marry pretty wives who have never read Marx and have kids they give fancy new names to that are enough to make you puke. Smash what educational industrial complex. Don't make me laugh. And the new members were just as bad. They didn't understand a thing either, but they made believe they did, and they were laughing at me. After the meeting, they told me, "Don't be silly. So what if you don't understand? Just agree with everything they say." Hey, Watanabe, I've got stuff that made me even madder than that. Wanna hear? Sure, why not? Well, one time they called a late-night political meeting, and they told the girls to make 20 rice balls each for midnight snacks. I mean, talk about sex discrimination. I decided to keep quiet for a change, though, and showed up like a good girl with my 20 rice balls, complete with umeboshi inside and nari outside. And what do you think I got for my efforts? Afterward, people complained because my rice balls had only umeboshi inside, and I hadn't brought along anything to go with them. The other girls stuffed theirs with cod roe and salmon, and they included nice, thick slices of fried egg. I got so mad I couldn't talk. Where the hell do these, revolution, mongers get off making a fuss over rice balls? They should be grateful for umeboshi and nari. Think about the children starving in India. I laughed. So then what happened with your club? I quit in June. I was so damn mad, Midori said. Most of these university types are total phonies. They're scared to death somebody's gonna find out they don't know something. They all read the same books and they all throw around the same words, and they get off listening to John Coltrane and seeing Pasolini movies. You call that revolution? Hey, don't ask me. I've never actually seen a revolution. Well, if that's revolution, you can have it. They'd probably shoot me for putting umeboshi in my rice balls. They'd shoot you, too, for understanding the subjunctive. It could happen. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I'm working class. Revolution or no, the working class is going to have to keep scraping by in the same old shitholes. And what is a revolution? It sure as hell isn't just changing the name on City Hall. But those guys don't know that. Those guys with their big words. Tell me, Watanabe, have you ever seen a tax man? Never have. Well, I have, lots of times. They come barging in and acting big. What's this ledger for? Hey, you keep pretty sloppy records. You call this a business expense. I want to see all your receipts right now. Meanwhile, we're crouching in the corner, and when supper time comes, we've got to treat them to sushi deluxe home delivered. Let me tell you, though, my father never once cheated on his taxes. That's just how he is, a real old-fashioned straight arrow. But tell that to the tax man. All he can do is dig and dig and dig and dig. Income's a little low here, don't you think? Well, of course the income's low when you're not making any money. I wanted to scream. Go do this where they've got some money. Do you think the tax man's attitude would change if there was a revolution? Highly doubtful, highly doubtful. That does it for me, then. I'm not going to believe in any damned revolution. Love is all I'm going to believe in. Peace, I said. Peace, said Midori. Say, where are we headed? I asked. The hospital, she said. My father's there. It's my turn to stay with him all day. Your father? I thought he was in Uruguay. That was a lie, said Midori, as if it was nothing at all. He's been screaming about going to Uruguay forever, but he could never do that. He can hardly get himself out of Tokyo. How bad is he? I asked. It's just a matter of time, she said. We moved several paces ahead, without a word. I know what I'm talking about. It's the same thing my mother had, a brain tumor. Can you believe it? It's hardly been 2 years since a brain tumor killed her, and now he's got one. The university hospital corridors were noisy and crowded with weekend visitors and patients who had less serious symptoms, and everywhere hung that special hospital smell, a cloud of disinfectant and visitors' bouquets and urine and mattresses, through which nurses surged back and forth with a dry clattering of heels. Midori's father was in a semi-private room, in the bed nearer the door. Stretched out, he looked like some tiny creature with a fatal wound. He lay on his side, limp, the drooping left arm inert, jabbed with an intravenous needle. He was a skinny little man who gave the impression that he would get only skinnier and littler. A white bandage encircled his head, and his pasty white arms were dotted with the wounds left by injections or intravenous feedings. His half-open eyes stared at a fixed point in space, but the bloodshot spheres twitched in our direction when we entered the room. For some 10 seconds, they stayed focused on us, then drifted back to that fixed point in space. He was going to die soon, you knew when you saw those eyes. There was no sign of life in his flesh, just the barest traces of what had once been a life. His body was like a dilapidated old house from which all furniture and fixtures have been removed and which awaited now only its final demolition. Around the dry lips sprouted clumps of whiskers like so many weeds. So I thought, even after so much of his life force had been lost, a man's beard continued to grow. Midori said hello to the ample-fleshed man in the bed by the window. He nodded and smiled, apparently unable to talk. He coughed a few times, and after sipping some water from a glass by his pillow, he shifted his weight in bed and rolled on his side, turning his gaze out the window. Beyond the window could be seen only a utility pole and some power lines, nothing more, not even a cloud in the sky. "How are you feeling, Daddy?" said Midori, speaking into her father's ear as if testing a microphone. "How are you today?" Her father moved his lips. "Not good," he said, not so much speaking the words as forming them from dried air at the back of his throat. Head, he said. You have a headache? Midori asked. Yeah, he said, seemingly incapable of pronouncing more than a syllable or two at a time. Well, no wonder, she said. You've just had your head cut open. Of course it hurts. Too bad, but try to stand it a little more. This is my friend Watanabe. Glad to meet you, I said. Midori's father opened his lips partway, then closed them again. Midori gestured toward a vinyl stool near the foot of the bed and suggested that I sit. I did as I was told. Midori gave her father a drink of water and asked if he'd like a piece of fruit or some gelled fruit dessert. No, he said, and when Midori insisted that he had to eat something, he said, I ate. A night table stood near the head of the bed, holding a water bottle, a glass, a dish, and a small clock. From a large paper bag under the table, Midori took some fresh pajamas, underwear, and other things, straightened them out, and put them into the locker that stood by the door. Food for the patient lay in the bottom of the bag: 2 grapefruits, fruit jelly, and 3 cucumbers. Cucumbers, what are these doing in here? Midori asked. I can't imagine what my sister was thinking. I told her on the phone exactly what I wanted her to buy, and I'm sure I never mentioned cucumbers. She was supposed to bring kiwifruit. Maybe she misunderstood you, I suggested. Yeah, maybe, but if she had thought about it, she would have realized that cucumbers couldn't be right. I mean, what's a hospital patient supposed to do? Sit in bed chewing on raw cucumbers? Hey, Daddy, want a cucumber? No, said Midori's father. Midori sat by the head of the bed, telling her father bits and pieces of news from home. The TV picture had gone bad, and she'd called the repairman. Their aunt from Takeda had said she would come to visit in a few days. The druggist, Mr. Miyawaki, had fallen off his bike. Stuff like that. Her father responded with grunts. Are you sure you don't want anything to eat? No, her father answered. How about you, Watanabe? Some grapefruit? No, I answered. A few minutes later, Midori took me to the TV room and smoked a cigarette on the sofa. 3 patients in pajamas were also smoking there and watching some kind of political discussion show. Hey, whispered Midori with a twinkle in her eye. That old guy with the crutches has been looking at my legs ever since we came in here. The one with glasses in the blue pajamas. What do you expect, wearing a skirt like that? It's nice, though. I bet they're all bored. It probably does them good. Maybe the excitement helps them get well faster. As long as it doesn't have the opposite effect, I suppose. Midori stared at the smoke rising straight up from her cigarette. You know, she said, my father's not such a bad guy. I get mad at him sometimes because he says terrible things, but deep down he's honest, and he really loved my mother. In his own way, he's lived life with all the intensity he could muster. He's a little weak, maybe, and he has absolutely no head for business, and people don't like him very much, but he's a hell of a lot better than the cheats and liars who go around smoothing things over 'cause they're so slick. I'm as bad as he is about not backing down once I've said something, so we fight a lot, but really, he's not a bad guy. Midori took my hand, as if she were picking up something someone had dropped in the street, and placed it on her lap. Half my hand lay atop the cloth of her skirt, while the other half was touching her thigh. She looked into my eyes for a while. Sorry to bring you to a place like this, she said, but would you mind staying with me a little longer? I'll stay with you all day if you want, I said, until 5. I like spending time with you, and I've got nothing else to do. How do you usually spend your Sundays? Doing laundry, I said, and ironing. I guess you don't want to tell me too much about her, your girlfriend. No, I guess not. It's complicated, and I kind of don't think I could explain it very well. That's okay. You don't have to explain anything. said Midori. "But do you mind if I tell you what I imagine is going on?" "No, go ahead. I suspect anything you'd imagine would have to be interesting." "I think she's a married woman." "You do?" "Yeah, she's 32 or 3, and she's rich and beautiful, and she wears fur coats and Charles Jourdan shoes and silk underwear, and she's hungry for sex, and she likes to do really yucky things. The two of you meet on weekday afternoons and devour each other's bodies. But her husband's home on Sundays, so she can't see you. Am I right?" "Very, very interesting. She has you tie her up and blindfold her and lick every square inch of her body. Then she makes you put weird things inside her, and she gets into these incredible positions like a contortionist, and you take pictures of her with a Polaroid camera." "Sounds like fun." "She's dying for it all the time, so she does everything she can think of, and she thinks about it every day. She's got nothing but free time, so she's always planning. Next time Watanabe comes, we'll do this or we'll do that." You get in bed and she goes crazy, trying all these positions and coming 3 times in every one. And she says to you, "Don't I have a sensational body? You can't be satisfied with young girls anymore. Young girls won't do this for you, will they? Or this. Feel good, but don't come yet." "I, you've been seeing too many porno flicks," I said with a laugh. "You think so? I was kinda worried about that. But I love porno flicks. Take me to one next time, okay?" "Fine," I said. "Next time you're free." "Really? I can hardly wait. Let's go to a real S&M one with whips and like they make the girl pee in front of everybody. That's my favorite." "We'll do it." You know what I like best about porno theaters? I couldn't begin to guess. Whenever a sex scene starts, you can hear this gulp sound when everybody swallows all at once, said Midori. I love that gulp. It's so sweet. Back in the hospital room, Midori aimed a stream of talk at her father again, and he would either grunt in response or say nothing. Around 11, the wife of the man in the other bed came to change her husband's pajamas and peel fruit for him and such. She had a round face and seemed like a nice person, and she and Midori shared a lot of small talk. A nurse showed up with a new intravenous feeding bottle and talked a little while with Midori and the wife before she left. I let my eyes wander around the room and out the window to the power lines. Sparrows would show up every now and then and perch on the lines. Midori talked to her father and wiped the sweat from his brow and let him spit phlegm into a tissue and chatted with the neighbor's wife and the nurse and sent an occasional remark my way and checked the intravenous contraption. The doctor came on rounds at 11:30, so Midori and I stepped outside to wait in the corridor. When he came out, Midori asked him how her father was doing. Well, he's just come out of surgery, and we've got him on painkillers, so, well, he's pretty drained, said the doctor. I'll need another 2 or 3 days to evaluate the results of the operation. If it went well, he'll be okay, and if it didn't, we'll have to make some decisions at that point. You're not going to open his head up again, are you? I really can't say until the time comes, said the doctor. Wow, that's some short skirt you're wearing. Nice, Hal. What do you do on stairways? The doctor asked. Nothing special. I let it all hang out, said Midori. The nurse chuckled behind the doctor. Incredible. You ought to come and let us open your head one of these days to see what's going on in there. Do me a favor and use the elevators while you're in the hospital. I can't afford to have any more patients. I'm way too busy as it is. Soon after the doctor's rounds, it was lunchtime. A nurse pushing a cart loaded with meals was circulating from room to room. Midori's father was given potage, fruit, boiled deboned fish, and vegetables that had been ground into some kind of jelly. Midori turned him on his back and raised him up using the crank at the foot of the bed. She fed him the soup with a spoon. After 5 or 6 swallows, he turned his face aside and said, no more. You've got to eat at least this much, Midori said. Later, he said. You're hopeless. If you don't eat properly, you'll never get your strength back, she said. Don't you have to pee yet? No, he said. Hey, Watanabe, let's go down to the cafeteria. I agreed to go, but in fact I didn't feel much like eating. The cafeteria was crammed with doctors and nurses and visitors. Long lines of chairs and tables filled the huge, windowless underground cavern where every mouth seemed to be eating and talking about sickness. No doubt, the voices echoing and reaching as in a tunnel. Now and then, the PA system would break through the reverberation with calls for a doctor or nurse. While I laid claim to a table, Midori bought 2 set meals and carried them over on an aluminum tray. Croquettes with cream sauce, potato salad, shredded cabbage, boiled vegetables, rice, and miso soup. These were lined up in the tray in the same white plastic dishes they used for patients. I ate about half of mine and left the rest. Midori seemed to enjoy her meal to the last mouthful. "You're not too hungry?" she asked, sipping hot tea. "Not really," I said. "It's the hospital," she said, scanning the cafeteria. "This always happens when people aren't used to the place. The smells, the sounds, the stale air, patients' faces, stress, irritation, disappointment, pain, fatigue, all those things are what do it. They grab you in the stomach and kill your appetite. Once you get used to them, though, they're no problem at all. Plus, you can't really take care of a sick person unless you eat right. It's true. I know what I'm talking about because I've done it with my grandfather, my grandmother, my mother, and now my father. You never know when you're going to have to miss your next meal, so it's important to eat when you can." "I see what you mean," I said. "Relatives come to visit and they eat with me here, and they always leave half their food just like you. And they always say, 'Oh, Midori, it's wonderful you've got such a healthy appetite. I'm too upset to eat.' But get serious. I'm the one who's actually here taking care of the patient. They just have to stop by and show a little sympathy. I'm the one who wipes the shit and takes the phlegm and dries the bodies off. If sympathy was all it took to clean up shit, I'd have 50 times as much sympathy as anybody else. Instead, they see me eating all my food and they give me this look and say, 'Oh, Midori, you've got such a healthy appetite.' What do they think I am? A donkey pulling a cart? They're old enough to know how the world really works, so why are they so stupid? It's easy to talk big, but the important thing is whether or not you clean up the shit. I can be hurt, you know. I can get as exhausted as anybody else. I can feel so bad I want to cry, too. I mean, you try watching a gang of doctors get together and cut open somebody's head when there's no hope of saving them, and stirring things up in there, and doing it again and again, and every time they do it, it makes the person worse and a little bit crazier, and see how you like it. And on top of it, you see your savings go to hell. I don't know if I can keep going to school another 3.5 years, and there's no way my sister can afford a wedding ceremony at this rate. "How many days do you come here in a week?" I asked. "Usually 4, said Midori. "This place claims they offer total nursing care, and the nurses themselves are great, but there's just too much for them to do. Some member of the family has to be around to take up the slack. My sister's watching the store, and I've got my classes. Still, she manages to get here 3 days a week, and I come 4. And we sneak in a little time for a date now and then. Believe me, it's a full schedule. How can you spend time with me if you're so busy?" "I like spending time with you," said Midori, playing with a plastic teacup. "Get out of here for a couple of hours and go take a walk," I said. "I'll take care of your father for a while." "Why?" "You need to get away from the hospital and relax by yourself, not talk to anybody. Just clear your mind out." Midori thought about it for a minute and nodded. You may be right, but do you know what to do, how to take care of him?" "I've been watching. I've pretty much got it. You check the intravenous thing, give him water, wipe the sweat off, and help him spit phlegm. The bedpan's under the bed, and if he gets hungry, I feed him the rest of his lunch. Anything I can't figure out, I'll ask the nurse. I think that should do it, Midori said with a smile. There's just one thing, though. He's starting to get a little funny in the head, so he says weird things once in a while, things that nobody can understand. Don't let it bother you if he does that. I'll be fine, I said. Back in the room, Midori told her father she had some business to take care of, and that I would be watching him while she was out. He seemed to have nothing to say to this. It might have meant nothing to him. He just lay there on his back, staring at the ceiling. If he hadn't been blinking every once in a while, he could have passed for dead. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been drinking, and each time he took a deep breath his nose swelled the slightest bit. Otherwise, he didn't move a muscle, and he made no effort to reply to Midori. I couldn't begin to grasp what he might be thinking or feeling in the murky depths of his consciousness. After Midori left, I thought about trying to speak to her father, but I had no idea what to say to him or how to say it, and so I just kept quiet. Before long, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. I sat on the stool by the head of the bed and studied the occasional twitching of his nose, hoping all the while that he might not die on the spot. How strange it would be, I thought, if this man were to breathe his last with me by his side. After all, I had just met him for the first time in my life, and the only thing binding us together was Midori, a girl I happened to know from my history of drama class. He was not dying, though, just sleeping soundly. Bringing my ear close to his face, I could hear his faint breathing. This allowed me to relax and chat with the wife of the man in the next bed. She talked of nothing but Midori on the assumption that I was her boyfriend. She's really a wonderful girl, she said. She takes wonderful care of her father. She's kind and gentle and sensitive and solid, and on top of all that, she's pretty. You'd better treat her right. Don't ever let her go. You won't find another one like her. I'll treat her right, I said without elaborating. I have a son and daughter at home. He's 17 and she's 21, and neither of them would ever think of coming to the hospital. The minute school lets out, they're off surfing or dating or whatever. They're terrible. They squeeze me for all the pocket money they can get, and then they disappear. At 1:30, the missus left the hospital room to do some shopping. Both men were sound asleep. Gentle afternoon sunlight flooded the room, and I felt as though I might drift off at any moment atop the stool on which I was perched. White and yellow chrysanthemums in a vase on the table by the window announced to people that it was autumn. In the air floated the sweet smell of boiled fish left untouched from lunch. The nurses continued to clip-clop up and down the hall, talking to one another in clear, penetrating voices. They would peek into the room now and then and flash me a smile when they saw that both patients were sleeping. I wished I had something to read, but there were no books or magazines or newspapers in the room, just a calendar on the wall. I thought about Naoko. I thought about her naked, wearing only her beret. I thought about the curve of her waist and the dark shadow of her pubic hair. Why had she shown herself to me like that? Had she been sleepwalking? Or was it just a fantasy of mine? As time went by and that little world receded into the distance, I grew increasingly unsure that the events of that night had actually happened. If I told myself they were real, I believed they were real, and if I told myself they were a fantasy, they seemed like a fantasy. They were too clear and detailed to have been a fantasy, and too whole and beautiful to have been real. Naoko's body in the moonlight. Midori's father suddenly woke and started coughing, which put a stop to my daydreaming. I let him spit his phlegm into a tissue and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. "Would you like some water?" I asked, to which he gave a 4 millimeter nod. I held the small glass water bottle so that he could sip a little bit at a time, dry lips trembling, throat twitching. He drank every bit of the seemingly lukewarm water in the bottle. "Would you like some more?" I asked. He seemed to be trying to speak, so I brought my ear close. "That's enough," he said in a small, dry voice, a voice even smaller and drier than before. "Why don't you eat something? You must be hungry," he answered with a slight nod. As Midori had done, I cranked his bed up and started feeding him, alternating spoonfuls of vegetable jelly and boiled fish. It took an incredibly long time to get through half his food, at which point he gave his head a little shake to signal that he had had enough. The movement was almost imperceptible. It apparently hurt him to make larger movements. "What about the fruit?" I asked him. "No," he said. I wiped the corners of his mouth with a towel and made the bed level again before putting the dishes out in the corridor. "Was that good?" I asked him. "Awful," he answered. "Yeah," I said with a smile. It looked pretty bad. Midori's father could not seem to decide whether to open his eyes further or close them as he lay there silently, staring at me. I wondered if he knew who I was. He seemed more relaxed when alone with me than when Midori was present. He might have been mistaking me for someone else, or at least that was how I preferred to think of it. "Beautiful day out there," I said, perching on the stool and crossing my legs. "It's autumn, Sunday, great weather, and crowded everywhere you go. Relaxing indoors like this is the best thing you can do on such a nice day. It's exhausting to get into those crowds, and the air is bad. I mostly do laundry on Sundays, wash the stuff in the morning, hang it out on the roof of my dorm, take it in before the sun goes down, do a good job of ironing it. I don't mind ironing at all. There's a special satisfaction in making wrinkled things smooth. And I'm pretty good at it too. Of course, I was lousy at it at first. I put creases in everything. After a month of practice, though, I knew what I was doing. So Sunday is my day for laundry and ironing. I couldn't do it today, of course. Too bad. Wasted a perfect laundry day. That's okay, though. I'll wake up early and take care of it tomorrow. Don't worry. I've got nothing else to do on a Sunday. After I do my laundry tomorrow morning and hang it out to dry, I'll go to my 10 o'clock class. It's the one I'm in with Midori, History of Drama. I'm working on Euripides. Are you familiar with Euripides? He was an ancient Greek one of the big three of Greek tragedy along with Aeschylus and Sophocles. He supposedly died when a dog bit him in Macedonia, but not everybody buys this. Anyhow, that's Euripides. I like Sophocles better, but I suppose it's a matter of taste. I really can't say which is better. What marks his plays is the way things get so mixed up the characters are trapped. Do you see what I mean? A bunch of different people appear, and they've all got their own situations and reasons and excuses, and each one is pursuing his or her own brand of justice or happiness. As a result, nobody can do anything, obviously. I mean, it's basically impossible for everybody's justice to prevail or everybody's happiness to triumph, so chaos takes over. And then what do you think happens? Simple, a guard appears in the end and starts directing traffic. You go over there, and you come here, and you get together with her, and you just sit still for a while, like that. He's kind of a fixer, and in the end, everything works out perfectly. They call this Deus ex machina. There's almost always a deus ex machina in Euripides, and that's the point where critical opinion divides over him. But think about it. What if there were a deus ex machina in real life? Everything would be so easy. If you felt stuck or trapped, some god would swing down from up there and solve all your problems. What could be easier than that? Anyhow, that's history of drama. This is more or less the kind of stuff we study at the university. Midori's father said nothing, but he kept his vacant eyes on me the whole time I was talking. Of course, I couldn't tell from those eyes whether he understood anything at all I was saying. "Peace," I said. After all that talk, I felt starved. I had had next to nothing for breakfast and had eaten only half my lunch. Now I was sorry I hadn't done a better job on lunch, but feeling sorry wasn't going to do me any good. I looked in a cabinet for something to eat, but found only a can of nari, some Vicks cough drops, and soy sauce. The paper bag was still there with cucumbers and grapefruit. "I'm going to eat some cucumbers if you don't mind," I said to Midori's father. He didn't answer. I washed 3 cucumbers in the sink and dribbled a little soy sauce into a dish. Then I wrapped a cucumber in nari, dipped it in soy sauce, and gobbled it down. Great," I said to Midori's father. "Fresh, simple, smells like life. Really good cucumbers. A far more sensible food than kiwifruit." I polished off one cucumber and attacked the next. The sick room echoed with the lilt of cucumbers crunching. Only after finishing the second whole cucumber was I ready to take a break. I boiled some water on the gas burner in the hall and made myself some tea. "Would you like something to drink? Water, juice?" I asked Midori's father. "Cucumber," he said. "Great," I said with a smile. "With nari." He gave a little nod. I cranked the bed up again. Then I cut a bite-sized piece of cucumber, wrapped it with a strip of nari, stabbed the combination with a toothpick, dipped it into soy sauce, and delivered it to the patient's waiting mouth. With almost no change of expression, Midori's father crunched down on the piece again and finally swallowed it. "How was that? Good, huh?" "Good," he said. "It's good when food tastes good," I said. "It's kind of like proof you're alive." He ended up eating the entire cucumber. When he had finished it, he wanted water, so I gave him a drink from the bottle. A few minutes later, he said he needed to pee, so I took the urine jar from under the bed and held it by the tip of his penis. Afterward, I emptied the jar into the toilet and washed it out. Then I went back to the sick room and finished my tea. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "My head," he said. "Hurts." "A little," he said with a slight frown. "Well, no wonder, you've just had an operation." "Of course, I've never had one, so I don't know what it's like." "Ticket," he said. "Ticket? What ticket?" "Midori," he said. "Ticket." I had no idea what he was talking about and just kept quiet. He stayed silent for a time, too. Then he seemed to say, "Please." He opened his eyes wide and looked at me hard. I guessed that he was trying to tell me something, but I couldn't begin to imagine what it was. "You know," he said. "Midori. UNO station." He gave a little nod. I tried to summarize what he was getting at. "Ticket, Midori, please, UNO station." But I had no idea what it meant. I assumed his mind was muddled, but compared with before, his eyes now had a terrible clarity. He raised the arm that was free of the intravenous contraption and stretched it toward me. This must have been a major effort for him, the way the hand trembled in midair. I stood and grasped his frail, wrinkled hand. He returned my grasp with what little strength he could muster and said again, "Please." "Don't worry," I said. "I'll take care of the ticket and Midori too." He let his hand drop back on the bed and closed his eyes. Then, with a loud rush of breath, he fell asleep. I checked to make sure he was still alive, then went out to boil more water for tea. As I was sipping the hot liquid, I realized that I had developed a kind of liking for this little man on the verge of death. The wife of the other patient came back a few minutes later and asked if everything was okay. I assured her it was. Her husband, too, was sound asleep, breathing deeply. Midori came back after 3. "I was in the park, spacing out," she said. "I did what you told me, didn't talk to anybody, just let my head go empty." "How was it?" "Thanks, I feel much better. I still have that draggy, tired feeling, but my body feels way lighter than before. I guess I was way more tired than I realized." With her father sound asleep, there was nothing for us to do, so we bought coffee from a vending machine and drank it in the TV room. I reported to Midori on what had happened in her absence, that her father had had a good sleep, then woke up and ate some of what was left of his lunch, then saw me eating a cucumber and asked for one himself, ate the whole thing and peed. "Watanabe, you're amazing," said Midori. "We're all going crazy trying to get him to eat anything, and you got him to eat a whole cucumber. Incredible." "I don't know. I think he just saw me enjoying my own cucumber. Or maybe you just have this knack for relaxing people." "No way," I said with a laugh. "A lot of people will tell you just the opposite about me." "What do you think about my father?" "I like him. Not that we had all that much to say to each other, but I don't know, he seems nice." "Was he quiet?" "Very. You should have seen him a week ago. He was awful," Midori said, shaking her head. "Kind of lost his marbles and went wild. Threw a glass at me and yelled terrible stuff. 'I hope you die, you stupid bitch.' This sickness can do that to people. They don't know why, but it can make people get really mean all of a sudden. It was the same with my mother. What do you think she said to me? 'You're not my daughter. I hate your guts.' The whole world turned black for me for a second when she said that. But that kind of thing is one of the features of this particular sickness. Something presses on a part of the brain and makes people say all kinds of nasty things. You know it's just part of the sickness, but still it hurts. What do you expect? Here I am, working my fingers to the bone for them, and they're saying all this terrible stuff to me." "I know what you mean," I said. Then I remembered the strange fragments that Midori's father had mumbled to me. "Ticket, Station," Midori said. "I wonder what that's all about." And then he said, "Please," and Midori. "Please take care of Midori." Or maybe he wants you to go to and buy a ticket. The order of the 4 words is such a mess. Who knows what he means? Does Station mean anything special to you? Station. Midori thought about it for a while. The only thing I can think of is the 2 times I ran away, in the 3rd grade and in the 5th grade. Both times I took a train from to Fukushima, bought the tickets with money I took from the cash register. Somebody at home made me really mad, and I did it to get even. I had an aunt in Fukushima. I kind of liked her, so I went to her house. My father was the one who brought me home. Came all the way to Fukushima to get me. 100 miles. We ate boxed lunches on the train to My father told me all kinds of stuff while we were riding, just little bits and pieces with long spaces in between. Like about the big earthquake of 1923, or about the war, or about the time I was born. Stuff he didn't usually talk about. Come to think of it, those were the only times my father and I had something like a good, long talk, just the two of us. Say, can you believe this? My father was smack dab in the middle of Tokyo during one of the biggest earthquakes in history, and he didn't even notice it. No way. It's true, he was riding through Koshikawa with a cart attached to his bike, and he didn't feel a thing. When he got home, all the tiles had fallen off the roofs in the neighborhood, and everybody in the family was hugging pillars and quaking in their boots. He still didn't get it, and the way he tells it, he asked, "What the hell's going on here?" That's my father's fond recollection of the great Kanto earthquake. Midori laughed. All his stories of the old days are like that. No drama whatsoever. They're all just a little bit off-center. I don't know, when he tells those stories, you kind of get the feeling like nothing important has happened in Japan for the past 50 or 60 years. The young officers' uprising of 1936, the Pacific War, they're all kinda, oh yeah, now that you mention it, I guess something like that once happened, kinda things. It's so funny. So anyway, on the train, he'd tell me these stories in bits and pieces while we were riding from Fukushima to Ueno. And at the end, he'd always say, "So that goes to show you, Midori, it's the same wherever you go." I was young enough to be impressed by stuff like that. "So is that your fond recollection of Ueno Station?" I asked. "It sure is," said Midori. Did you ever run away from home, Watanabe? Never did. Why not? Lack of imagination. It never occurred to me to run away. You are so weird, Midori said, cocking her head as though truly impressed. I wonder, I said. Well, anyhow, I think my father was trying to say he wanted you to look after me. Really? Really, I understand things like that. Intuitively. So tell me, what was your answer to him? Well, I didn't understand what he was saying, so I just said, okay, don't worry. I take care of both you and the ticket. You promised my father that. You said you'd take care of me. She looked me straight in the eye with a dead serious expression on her face. Not like that, I hastened to correct her. I really didn't know what he was saying and… Don't worry, I'm just kidding, she said with a smile. I love that about you. Midori and I finished our coffee and went back to the room. Her father was still sound asleep. If you leaned close, you could hear his steady breathing. As the afternoon deepened, the light outside the hospital window changed to the soft, gentle color of autumn. A flock of birds perched on the electric wire outside, then flew on. Midori and I sat in a corner of the room, talking quietly the whole time. She read my palm and predicted that I would live to 105, marry 3 times, and die in a traffic accident. Not a bad life, I said. When her father woke just after 4 o'clock, Midori went to sit by his pillow, wiped the sweat from his brow, gave him water, and asked him about the pain in his head. A nurse came and took his temperature, recorded the number of his urinations, and checked the intravenous equipment. I went to the TV room and watched a little soccer. At 5, I told Midori I would be leaving. To her father, I explained, I have to go to work now. I sell records in Shinjuku from 6 to 10:30. He turned his eyes to me and gave a little nod. Hey, Watanabe, I don't know how to put this, but I really want to thank you for today, Midori said to me when she saw me to the front lobby. I didn't do that much, I said, but if I can be of any help, I'll come next week too. I'd like to see your father again. Really? Well, there's not that much for me to do in the dorm, and if I come here, I get to eat cucumbers. Midori folded her arms and tapped the linoleum with the heel of her shoe. I'd like to go drinking with you again, she said, cocking her head slightly. How about the porno flicks? We'll do that first, and then go drinking, and we'll talk about all the usual disgusting things. I'm not the one who talks about disgusting things, I protested. It's you. Anyhow, we'll talk about things like that, and get plastered, and go to bed. And you know what happens next, I said with a sigh. I try to do it, and you don't let me, right? She laughed through her nose. Anyhow, I said, pick me up again next Sunday morning. We'll come here together. With me in a little longer skirt. Definitely, I said. I didn't go to the hospital that next Sunday, though. Midori's father died on Friday morning. She called at 6:30 in the morning to tell me that. The buzzer letting me know I had a phone call went off, and I ran down to the lobby with a cardigan thrown over my pajamas. A cold rain was falling silently. My father died a few minutes ago, Midori said in a small, quiet voice. I asked her if there was anything I could do. Thanks, she said. There's really nothing. We're used to funerals. I just wanted to let you know. A kind of sigh escaped her lips. Don't come to the funeral, okay? I hate stuff like that. I don't want to see you there. I get it, I said. Will you really take me to a porno movie? Of course, I will. A really disgusting one. I'll research the matter thoroughly. Good, I'll call you, Midori said and hung up. A week went by, though, without a word from Midori. No calls, no sign of her in the classroom. I kept hoping for a message from her whenever I went back to the dorm, but there were never any. One night, I tried to keep my promise by thinking of her when I masturbated, but it didn't work. I tried switching over to Naoko, but not even Naoko's image was any help that time. It seemed so ridiculous, I gave up. Instead, I took a swig of whiskey, brushed my teeth, and went to bed. I wrote a letter to Naoko on Sunday morning. One thing I told her about was Midori's father. I went to the hospital to visit the father of a girl in one of my classes and ate some cucumbers in his room. When he heard me crunching on them, he wanted some too, and he ate his with the same crunching sound. 5 days later, though, he died. I still have a vivid memory of the tiny crunching he made when he chewed his pieces of cucumber. People leave strange little memories of themselves behind when they die. My letter went on. I think of you and Rieko and the birdhouse while I lie in bed after waking up in the morning. I think about the peacock and pigeons and parrots and turkeys and about the rabbits. I remember the yellow rain capes that you and Rieko wore with the hoods up that rainy morning. It feels good to think about you when I'm warm in bed. I feel as if you're curled up there beside me, fast asleep. And I think how great it would be if it were true. I miss you something awful sometimes, but in general I go on living with all the energy I can muster. Just as you take care of the birds and the fields every morning I wind my own spring. I give it some 36 good twists by the time I've gotten up, brushed my teeth, shaved, eaten breakfast, changed my clothes, left the dorm, and arrived at the university. I tell myself, okay, let's make this day another good one. I hadn't noticed before, but they tell me I talk to myself a lot these days, probably mumbling to myself while I wind my spring. It's hard not being able to see you, but my life in Tokyo would be a lot worse if it weren't for you. It's because I think of you when I'm in bed in the morning that I can wind my spring and tell myself I have to live another good day. I know I have to give it my best here just as you are doing there. Today's Sunday, though, a day I don't wind my spring. I've done my laundry, and now I'm in my room writing to you. Once I've finished this letter and put a stamp on it and dropped it into the mailbox, there's nothing for me to do until the sun goes down. I don't study on Sundays, either. I do a good enough job studying between classes in the library on weekdays, so that I don't have anything left to do on Sundays. Sunday afternoons are quiet, peaceful, and for me, lonely. I read books or listened to music. Sometimes I think back on the different routes we used to take in our Sunday walks around Tokyo. I can come up with a pretty clear picture of the clothes you were wearing on any particular walk. I remember all kinds of things on Sunday afternoons. Say hi from me to Rieko. I really miss her guitar at night. When I had finished the letter, I walked a couple of blocks to a mailbox, then went to a nearby bakery where I bought an egg sandwich and a Coke. These I had for lunch while I watched a little league game from a bench in a local playground. The deepening of autumn had brought an increased blueness and depth to the sky. I glanced up to find two vapor trails heading off to the west in perfect parallel like streetcar tracks. A foul ball came rolling my way, and when I threw it back to them, the young players doffed their caps with a polite, "Thank you, sir." As in most little league games, there were lots of walks and stolen bases. Afternoon, I went back to my room to read, but couldn't concentrate on my book. Instead, I found myself staring at the ceiling and thinking about Midori. I wondered if her father had really been trying to ask me to look after her when he was gone, but I had no way of telling what had been on his mind. He had probably confused me with somebody else. In any case, he had died on a Friday morning when a cold rain was falling, and now it was impossible to know the truth. I imagined that, in death, he had shriveled up smaller than ever, and then they had burned him in an oven until he was nothing but ashes. And what had he left behind? A nothing-much bookstore in a nothing-much neighborhood and two daughters, at least one of whom was more than a little strange. What kind of life was that? I wondered. Lying in that hospital bed with his cut-open head and his muddled brain, what had been on his mind as he looked at me? Thinking thoughts like this about Midori's father put me in such a miserable mood that I had to bring the laundry down from the roof before it was really dry and head off to Shinjuku to kill time walking the streets. The Sunday crowds gave me some relief. The Kinokuniya bookstore was as jam-packed as a rush-hour train. I bought a copy of Faulkner's Light in August and went to the noisiest jazz cafe I could think of, reading my new book while listening to Ornette Coleman and Bud Powell and drinking hot, thick, foul-tasting coffee. At 5:30, I closed my book, went outside, and ate a light supper. How many Sundays, how many hundreds of Sundays like this lay ahead of me? Quiet, peaceful, and lonely, I said aloud to myself. On Sundays, I didn't wind my spring. Halfway through that week, I managed to cut my palm open on a piece of broken glass. I hadn't noticed that one of the glass partitions in a record shelf was cracked. I could hardly believe how much blood gushed out of me, turning the floor at my feet bright red. The store manager found a bunch of towels and tied them tightly over the wound. Then he made a telephone call to locate an all-night emergency room. He was a pretty useless guy most of the time, but this he did with great dispatch. The hospital was nearby, fortunately, but by the time I got there the towels were soaked in red, and the blood they couldn't soak up had been dripping on the asphalt. People scurried out of the way for me. They seemed to think I had been injured in a fight. I felt no pain to speak of, but the blood wouldn't stop. The doctor was cool as he removed the blood-soaked towels, stopped the bleeding with a tourniquet on my wrist, disinfected the wound, and sewed it up, telling me to come again the next day. Back at the record shop, the manager told me to go home. He would put me down as having worked. I took a bus to the dorm and went straight to Nagasawa's room. With my nerves on edge over the cut, I wanted to talk to somebody, and I felt I hadn't seen Nagasawa for a long time. I found him in his room, drinking a can of beer and watching a Spanish lesson on TV. "What the hell happened to you?" he asked when he saw my bandage. I said I had cut myself, but that it was nothing much. He asked if I wanted a beer, and I said no thanks. "Just wait. This'll be over in a minute," said Nagasawa, and he went on practicing his Spanish pronunciation. I boiled some water and made myself a cup of tea with a tea bag. A Spanish woman recited example sentences. "I have never seen such terrible rain. Many bridges were washed away in Barcelona." Nagasawa read the text aloud in Spanish. "What awful sentences," he said. "This kind of shit is all they ever give you." When the program ended, Nagasawa turned off the TV and took another beer from his small refrigerator. "Are you sure I'm not in the way?" I asked. "Hell no. I was bored out of my mind. Sure you don't want a beer?" "No, I really don't," I said. "Oh yeah, they posted the exam results the other day. I passed. The Foreign Ministry exam. That's it. Officially, it's called the Foreign Affairs Public Service Personnel First Class Service Examination. What a joke." "Congratulations," I said, and gave him my left hand to shake. "Thanks. Of course, I'm not surprised you passed." "No, neither am I," Nagasawa laughed. "But it's nice to have it official. Think you'll go to a foreign country once you get in?" "Nah, first they give you a year of training. Then they send you overseas for a while." I sipped my tea, and he drank his beer with obvious enjoyment. "I'll give you this refrigerator when I get out of here," said Nagasawa. "You'd like to have it, wouldn't you? It's great for beer." "Sure, I'd like to have it, but won't you need it? You'll be living in an apartment or something." "Don't be stupid. When I get out of this place, I'm buying myself a big refrigerator. I'm gonna live the high life. 4 years in a shit hole like this is long enough. I don't want to have to look at anything I used in this place. You name it, I'll give it to you. The TV, the thermos bottle, the radio. I'll take anything you want to give me, I said. I picked up the Spanish textbook on his desk and stared at it. You're starting Spanish. Yeah, the more languages you know, the better. And I've got a knack for them. I taught myself French, and it's practically perfect. Languages are like games. You learn the rules for one, and they all work the same way, like women. Ah, the reflective life, I said with a sarcastic edge. Anyhow, let's go out to eat sometime soon. You mean cruising for women? No, a real dinner. You, me, and Hatsumi at a good restaurant to celebrate my new job. My old man's paying, so we'll go someplace really expensive. Shouldn't it just be you and Hatsumi? No, it'd be better with you there. I'd be more comfortable, and so would Hatsumi. Oh no, it was Kazuki, Naoko, and me all over again. I'll spend the night at Hatsumi's afterward, so join us just for the meal. Okay, if you both really want me to, I said. But anyhow, what are you planning to do about Hatsumi? When you're through with your training, you'll be assigned overseas, and you probably won't come back for years. What's going to happen to her? That's her problem, not mine. I don't get it, I said. Feet on his desk, Nagasawa took a swig of beer and yawned. Look, I'm not planning to get married. I've made that perfectly clear to Hatsumi. If she wants to marry somebody, she should go ahead and do it. I won't stop her. If she wants to wait for me, let her wait. That's what I mean. I've got to hand it to you, I said. You think I'm a shit, don't you? I do. Look, the world is an inherently unfair place. I didn't write the rules. It's always been that way. I have never once deceived Hatsumi. She knows I'm a shit and that she can leave me any time she decides she can't take it. I told her that straight out. Nagasawa finished his beer and lit a cigarette. Isn't there anything about life that frightens you? I asked. Hey, I'm not a total idiot, said Nagasawa. Of course life frightens me sometimes. I don't happen to take that as the premise for everything else, though. I'm going to give it 100% and go as far as I can. I'll take what I want and leave what I don't want. That's how I intend to live my life. And if things go bad, I'll stop and reconsider at that point. If you think about it, an unfair society is a society that makes it possible for you to exploit your abilities to the limit. Sounds like a pretty self-centered way to live, I said. Maybe so, but I'm not just looking up at the sky and waiting for the fruit to drop. In my own way, I'm working hard. I'm working 10 times harder than you are. That's probably true, I said. I look around me sometimes and I get sick to my stomach. Why the hell don't these bastards do something? I wonder. They don't do a damn thing and then they bitch. Amazed at the harshness of his tone, I looked at Nagasawa. The way I see it, people are working hard. They're working their fingers to the bone. Or am I looking at things wrong? That's not hard work. It's just manual labor, Nagasawa said with finality. The hard work I'm talking about is more self-directed and purposeful. You mean, like studying Spanish when the job season ends, and everybody else is taking it easy. That's it. I'm going to have Spanish mastered by next spring. I've got English and German and French down pat, and I'm most of the way there with Italian. You think things like that happen without hard work? Nagasawa puffed on his cigarette while I thought about Midori's father. There was one man who had probably never even thought about starting Spanish lessons on TV. He had probably never thought about the difference between hard work and manual labor, either. He was probably too busy to think about such things, busy with work, and busy bringing home a daughter who had run away to Fukushima. So, about that dinner of ours, said Nagasawa. Would this Saturday be okay for you? Fine, I said. Nagasawa picked a fancy French restaurant in a quiet backstreet of Azabu. He gave his name at the door, and the two of us were shown to a secluded private room. Some 15 prints hung on the walls of the small chamber. While we waited for Hatsumi to arrive, Nagasawa and I sipped a delicious wine and chatted about the novels of Joseph Conrad. He wore an expensive-looking grey suit. I had on an ordinary blue blazer. Hatsumi arrived 15 minutes later. She was carefully made up and wore gold earrings, a beautiful deep blue dress, and tasteful red pumps. When I complimented her on the color of the dress, she told me it was called midnight blue. "What an elegant restaurant," said Hatsumi. "My old man always eats here when he comes to Tokyo," said Nagasawa. "I came here with him once. I'm not crazy about these snooty places." "It doesn't hurt to eat in a place like this once in a while," said Hatsumi. Turning to me, she asked, "Don't you agree?" "I guess so, as long as I'm not paying." "My old man usually brings his woman here," said Nagasawa. "He's got one in Tokyo, you know." "Really?" asked Hatsumi. I took a sip of wine, as if I had never heard anything. Eventually, a waiter came and took our orders. After choosing hors d'oeuvres and soup, Nagasawa ordered duck, and Hatsumi and I ordered sea bass. The food arrived at a leisurely pace, which allowed us to enjoy the wine and conversation. Nagasawa spoke first of the foreign ministry exam. Most of the examinees were scum who might as well be thrown into a bottomless pit, he said, though he supposed there were a few decent ones in the bunch. I asked if he thought the proportion of good ones to scum was higher or lower than in society in general. "It's the same," he said. "Of course." It was the same everywhere, he added, an immutable law. Nagasawa ordered a second bottle of wine when we had finished the first, and for himself he ordered a double scotch. Hatsumi then began talking about a girl she wanted to fix me up with. This was a perpetual topic for the two of us. She was always telling me about some cute freshman in my club, and I was always running away. "She's really nice, though, and really cute. I'll bring her along next time. You ought to talk to her. I'm sure you'll like her." "It's a waste of time, Hatsumi," I said. "I'm too poor to go out with girls from your school. I can't talk to them." "Don't be silly," she said. "This girl is simple and natural and unaffected." "Come on, Watanabe," said Nagasawa. "Just meet her. You don't have to screw her." "I should say not," said Hatsumi. "This one's a virgin." "Like you used to be," said Nagasawa. "Exactly," said Hatsumi with a bright smile. "Like I used to be. But really," she said to me, "don't give me that stuff about being too poor. It's got nothing to do with anything. Sure, there are a few super stuck-up girls in every class, but the rest of us are just ordinary people. We all eat lunch in the school cafeteria for 250 yen. "Now wait just a minute, Hatsumi," I said, interrupting her. "In my school, the cafeteria has 3 lunches. A B and C the lunch is 120 yen, the B lunch is 100 yen, and the C lunch is 80 yen. Everybody gives me dirty looks when I eat the lunch, and guys who can't afford the C lunch eat ramen noodles for 60 yen. That's the kind of school I go to. You still think I can talk to girls from your school?" Hatsumi could hardly stop laughing. "That's so cheap," she said. "Maybe I should go there for lunch. But really, Toru, you're such a nice guy. I'm sure you'd get along with this girl. She might even like the 120 yen lunch." "No way," I said with a laugh. "Nobody eats that stuff because they like it. They eat it because they can't afford anything else. Anyhow, don't judge a book by its cover. It's true we go to this hoity-toity girls' school, but lots of us, there are serious people who think serious thoughts about life. Not everybody is looking for a boyfriend with a sports car." "I know that much," I said. "Watanabe's got a girl. He's in love," said Nagasawa. But he won't say a word about her. He's as tight-lipped as they come. A riddle wrapped in an enigma. Really? Hatsumi asked me. Really, I said. But there's no riddle involved here. It's just that the situation is a complicated one and hard to talk about. An illicit love. Ooh, you can talk to me. I took a sip of wine to avoid answering. See what I mean, said Nagasawa, at work on his third whiskey. Tight-lipped. When this guy decides he's not going to talk about something, nobody can drag it out of him. What a shame, said Hatsumi, as she cut a small slice of terrine and brought it to her mouth. If you had gotten along with her, we could have gone on double dates. Yeah, we could have gotten drunk and done a little swapping, said Nagasawa. Enough of that kind of talk, said Hatsumi. Where do you mean, that kind of talk? Watanabe's got his eye on you, said Nagasawa. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, Hatsumi murmured. He's not that kind of person. He's sincere and caring. I can tell. That's why I've been trying to fix him up. Oh, sure, he's sincere. Like the time we swapped women once, way back when. Remember Watanabe? Nagasawa said this with a blasé look on his face, then slugged back the rest of his whiskey and ordered another one. Hatsumi set her knife and fork down and dabbed at her mouth with her napkin. Then, looking at me, she asked, Toru, did you really do that? I didn't know how to answer her, and so I said nothing. Tell her, said Nagasawa. What the hell? This was turning ugly. Nagasawa could get nasty when he was drunk, but tonight his nastiness was aimed at Hatsumi, not at me. Knowing that made it all the more difficult for me to go on sitting there. I'd like to hear about that, said Hatsumi. It sounds very interesting. We were drunk, I said. That's all right, Toru. I'm not blaming you. I just want you to tell me what happened. The two of us were drinking in a bar in Shibuya, and we got friendly with this pair of girls. They went to some junior college, and they were pretty plastered, too. So anyhow, we, went to a hotel and slept with them. Our rooms were right next door to each other. In the middle of the night, Nagasawa knocked on my door and said we should change girls, so I went to his room and he came to mine. Didn't the girls mind? No, they were drunk too. Anyway, I had a good reason for doing it, said Nagasawa. A good reason? Well, the girls were too different. One was really good looking, but the other one was a dog. It seemed unfair to me. I got the pretty one, but Watanabe got stuck with the other one. That's why we swapped. Right, Watanabe. Yeah, I guess so, I said. But in fact, I had liked the not pretty one. She was fun to talk to, and she was a nice person. After we had sex, we were enjoying talking to each other in bed when Nagasawa showed up and suggested we change partners. I asked the girl if she minded, and she said it was okay with her if that's what we wanted. She probably figured I wanted to do it with the pretty one. Was it fun? Hatsumi asked me. Switching, you mean? The whole thing. Not especially. It's just something you do. Sleeping with girls that way is not all that much fun. So why do you do it? Because of me, said Nagasawa. I'm asking Toru, Hatsumi shot back to Nagasawa. Why do you do something like that? Because sometimes I have this tremendous desire to sleep with a girl. If you're in love with someone, can't you manage one way or another with her? Hatsumi asked after a few moments' thought. It's complicated. Hatsumi sighed. At that point the door opened and the waiters brought the food in. Nagasawa was presented with his roast duck, and Hatsumi and I received our sea bass. The waiters heaped fresh-cooked vegetables on our plates and dribbled sauce on them before withdrawing and leaving the three of us alone again. Nagasawa cut a slice of duck and ate it with gusto, followed by more whiskey. I took a forkful of spinach. Hatsumi didn't touch her food. You know, Toru, she said, I have no idea what makes your situation so complicated, but I do think that the kind of thing you just told me about is not right for you. You're not that kind of person. What do you think? She set her hands on the table and looked me in the eye. Well, I said, I've felt that way myself sometimes. So why don't you stop? Because sometimes I have a need for human warmth, I answered honestly. Sometimes, if I can't feel something like the warmth of a woman's skin, I get so lonely I can't stand it. Here, let me summarize what I think it's all about, interjected Nagasawa. Watanabe's got this girl he likes, but for certain complicated reasons, they can't do it. So he tells himself sex is just sex, and he takes care of his need with somebody else. What's wrong with that? It makes perfect sense. He can't just stay locked in his room jerking off all the time, can he? But if you really love her, Toru, shouldn't it be possible for you to control yourself? Maybe so, I said, bringing a piece of sea bass in cream sauce to my mouth. You just don't understand a man's sexual need, said Nagasawa to Hatsumi. Look at me, for example. I've been with you for 3 years, and I've slept with plenty of women in that time. But I don't remember a thing about them. I don't know their names. I don't remember their faces. I slept with each of them exactly once. Meet 'em, do it, so long. That's it. What's wrong with that? What I can't stand is that arrogance of yours, said Hatsumi in a soft voice. Whether you sleep with other women or not is beside the point. I've never really gotten angry at you for fooling around, have I? You can't even call what I do fooling around. It's just a game. Nobody gets hurt, said Nagasawa. I get hurt, said Hatsumi. Why am I not enough for you? Nagasawa kept silent for a moment and swirled the whiskey in his glass. It's not that you're not enough for me. That's another phase, another question. It's just a hunger I have inside me. If I've hurt you, I'm sorry. But it's not a question of whether or not you're enough for me. I can only live with that hunger. That's the kind of man I am. That's what makes me me. There's nothing I can do about it, don't you see? At last, Hatsumi picked up her silverware and started eating her fish. At least, you shouldn't drag Toru into your games. We're a lot alike, though, Watanabe and me, said Nagasawa. Neither of us is interested, essentially, in anything but ourselves. Okay, so I'm arrogant and he's not, but neither of us is able to feel any interest in anything other than what we ourselves think or feel or do. That's why we can think about things in a way that's totally divorced from anybody else. That's what I like about him. The only difference is that he hasn't realized this about himself, and so he hesitates and feels hurt. What human being doesn't hesitate and feel hurt? Hatsumi demanded. Are you trying to say that you have never felt those things? Of course I have, but I've disciplined myself to where I can minimize them. Even a rat will choose the least painful route if you shock him enough. But rats don't fall in love. Rats don't fall in love. Nagasawa looked at me. That's great. We should have background music for this. A full orchestra with 2 harps and... Don't make fun of me. I'm serious. We're eating, said Nagasawa. And Watanabe's here. It might be more civil for us to confine serious talk to another occasion. I can leave, I said. No, said Hatsumi. Please stay. It's better with you here. At least have dessert, said Nagasawa. I don't mind, really. The 3 of us went on eating in silence for a time. I finished my fish. Hatsumi left half of hers. Nagasawa had finished his duck long before and now was concentrating on his whiskey. This was excellent sea bass, I offered, but no one took me up on it. I might as well have thrown a rock down a deep shaft. The waiters took our plates away and brought lemon sherbet and espresso. Nagasawa barely touched his dessert and coffee, moving directly to a cigarette. Hatsumi ignored her sherbet. Oh boy, I thought to myself as I finished my sherbet and coffee. Hatsumi stared at her hands on the table. Like everything she had on, her hands looked chic and elegant and expensive. I thought about Naoko and Ryako. What would they be doing now? I wondered. Naoko could be lying on the sofa reading a book, and Ryako might be playing Norwegian Wood on her guitar. I felt an intense desire to go back to that little room of theirs. What the hell was I doing in this place? Where Watanabe and I are alike is, we don't give a damn if nobody understands us, Nagasawa said. That's what makes us different from everybody else. They're all worried about whether the people around them understand them. But not me and not Watanabe. We just don't give a damn. Self and others are separate. Is this true? Hatsumi asked me. No way, I said. I'm not that strong. I don't feel it's okay if nobody understands me. I've got people I want to understand and be understood by. But aside from those few, well, I figure it's kind of hopeless. I don't agree with Nagasawa. I do care if people understand me. That's practically the same thing as what I'm saying, said Nagasawa, picking up his coffee spoon. It is the same. It's the difference between a late breakfast or an early lunch. Same time, same food, different name. Now Hatsumi spoke to Nagasawa. Don't you care whether I understand you or not? I guess you don't get it. Person A understands Person B because the time is right for that to happen, not because Person B wants to be understood by Person A. So is it a mistake for me to feel that I want to be understood by someone by you, for example? No, it's not a mistake, answered Nagasawa. Most people would call that love if you think you want to understand me. My system for living is way different from other people's system for living. So what you're saying is you're not in love with me. Is that it? Well, my system and your. To hell with your fucking system, Hatsumi shouted. That was the first and last time I ever heard her shout. Nagasawa pushed the button by the table, and the waiter came in with the check. Nagasawa handed him a credit card. Sorry about this, Watanabe, said Nagasawa. I'm going to see Hatsumi home. You go back to the dorm alone, okay? You don't have to apologize to me. Great meal, I said, but no one said anything in response. The waiter brought the card, and Nagasawa signed with a ballpoint pen after checking the amount. Then the three of us stood and went outside. Nagasawa started to step into the street to hail a cab, but Hatsumi stopped him. Thanks, but I don't want to spend any more time with you today. You don't have to see me home. Thank you for dinner. Whatever, said Nagasawa. I want Toru to see me home. Whatever, said Nagasawa. But Watanabe's practically the same as me. He may be a nice guy, but deep down in his heart he's incapable of loving anybody. There's always some part of him somewhere that's wide awake and detached. He just has that hunger that won't go away. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I flagged down a cab and let Hatsumi in first. Anyhow, I said to Nagasawa, I'll make sure she gets home. Sorry to put you through this, said Nagasawa, but I could see that he was already thinking about something else. Once inside the cab, I asked Hatsumi, where do you want to go? Back to Ebisu. Her apartment was in Ebisu. She shook her head. Okay, want to go for a drink somewhere? Yes, she said with a nod. Shibuya, I told the driver. Folding her arms and closing her eyes, Hatsumi sank back into the corner of the seat. Her small gold earrings caught the light as the taxi swayed. Her midnight blue dress seemed to have been made to match the darkness of the cab. Every now and then, her thinly daubed, beautifully formed lips would quiver slightly, as if she had caught herself on the verge of talking to herself. Watching her, I could see why Nagasawa had chosen her as his special companion. There were any number of women more beautiful than Hatsumi, and Nagasawa could have made any of them his. But Hatsumi had some quality that could send a tremor through your heart. It was nothing forceful. The power she exerted was a subtle thing, but it called forth deep resonances. I watched her all the way to Shibuya and wondered, without ever finding an answer, what this emotional reverberation that I was feeling could be. It finally hit me some dozen or so years later. I had come to Santa Fe to interview a painter and was sitting in a local pizza parlor, drinking beer and eating pizza and watching a miraculously beautiful sunset. Everything was soaked in brilliant red my hand, the plate, the table, the world, as if some special kind of fruit juice had splashed down on everything. In the midst of this overwhelming sunset, the image of Hatsumi flashed into my mind, and in that moment I understood what that tremor of the heart had been. It was a kind of childhood longing that had always remained, and would forever remain unfulfilled. I had forgotten the existence of such innocent, all but seared-in longing, forgotten for years to remember that such feelings had ever existed inside me. What Hatsumi had stirred in me was a part of my very self that had long lain dormant. And when the realization struck me, it aroused such sorrow I almost burst into tears. She had been an absolutely special woman. Someone should have done something, anything, to save her. But neither Nagasawa nor I could have managed that. As so many of those I knew had done, Hatsumi reached a certain stage in life and decided almost on the spur of the moment to end it. 2 years after Nagasawa left for Germany, she married, and 2 years after that she slashed her wrists with a razor blade. It was Nagasawa, of course, who told me what had happened. His letter from Barnes said this: Hatsumi's death has extinguished something. This is unbearably sad and painful, even to me. I ripped his letter to shreds and threw it away. I never wrote to him again. Hatsumi and I went to a small bar and downed several drinks. Neither of us said much. Like a bored, old married couple, we sat opposite each other, drinking in silence and munching peanuts. When the place began to fill up, we went out for a walk. Hatsumi said she would pay the bill, but I insisted on paying because the drinks had been my idea. There was a deep chill in the night air. Hatsumi wrapped herself in her pale grey cardigan and walked by my side in silence. I had no destination in mind as we ambled through the nighttime streets, my hands shoved deep into my pockets. This was just like walking with Naoko, it occurred to me. Do you know someplace we could shoot pool around here? Hatsumi asked me without warning. Pool? You shoot pool? Yeah, I'm pretty good. How about you? I play a little four-ball. Not that I'm very good at it. Okay then, let's go. We found a pool hall nearby and went in. It was a small place at the far end of an alley. The two of us, Hatsumi in her chic dress and I in my blue blazer and regimental, tight-clashed with the scruffy pool hall. But this didn't seem to concern Hatsumi at all as she chose and chalked her cue. She pulled a barrette from her bag and held her hair aside at one temple to keep it from interfering with her game. We played 2 rounds of four-ball. Hatsumi was as good as she had claimed to be, while my own game was hampered by the thick bandage I still wore on my cut hand. She crushed me. You're great, I said in admiration. You mean appearances can be deceiving? She asked as she sized up a shot, smiling. Where'd you learn to play like that? My grandfather, my father's father, was an old playboy. He had a table in his house. I used to shoot pool with my brother just for fun, and when I got a little bigger, my grandfather taught me the right moves. He was a wonderful guy, stylish, handsome. He's dead now, though. He always used to boast how he once met Deanna Durbin in New York. She got 3 in a row, then missed on the 4th try. I managed to squeeze in a ball, then missed an easy shot. It's the bandage, said Hatsumi to comfort me. No, it's because I haven't played in such a long time, I said. 2 years and 5 months. How can you be so sure of the time? My friend died that night after our last game together, I said. So you quit shooting pool? No, not really, I said after giving it some thought. I just never had the opportunity to play after that. That's all. How did your friend die? Traffic accident, I said. She made several more shots, aiming with deadly seriousness and adjusting the cue ball's speed with precision. Watching her in action, her carefully set hair swept back out of her eyes, golden earrings sparkling, pumps set firmly on the floor, lovely, slender fingers pressing the felt as she took her shot. I felt as if her area of the scruffy pool parlor had been transformed into part of some elegant social event. I had never spent time with her alone before, and this was a marvelous experience for me, as if I had been drawn up to a higher plane of life. At the end of the third game, in which, of course, she crushed me again, my cut began to throb, and so we stopped playing. I'm sorry, she said, with what seemed like genuine concern. I should never have suggested this. That's okay, I said. It's not a bad cut. I enjoyed playing, really. As we were leaving the pool parlor, the skinny woman owner said to Hatsumi, "You've got a nice stroke, sister." Hatsumi gave her a sweet smile and thanked her as she paid the bill. "Does it hurt?" she asked when we were outside. "Not much," I said. "Do you think it opened?" "No, it's probably okay." "I know, you should come to my place. I'll change your bandage for you. I've got disinfectant and everything. Come on, I'm right over there." I told her it wasn't worth worrying about, that I'd be okay, but she insisted we had to check to see if the cut had opened or not. "Or is it that you don't like being with me? You want to go back to your room as soon as possible, is that it?" she said with a playful smile. "No way," I said. "All right then, don't stand on ceremony. It's a short walk." Hatsumi's apartment was a 15-minute walk from Shibuya toward Ebisu. By no means a glamorous building, it was more than decent, with a nice little lobby and an elevator. Hatsumi sat me at the kitchen table and went to the bedroom to change. She came out wearing a Princeton hooded sweatshirt and cotton slacks, and no more gold earrings. Setting a first aid box on the table, she undid my bandage, checked to see that the wound was still sealed, put a little disinfectant on the area, and tied a new bandage over the cut. She did all this like an expert. "How come you're so good at so many things?" I asked. "I used to do volunteer work at a hospital, kind of like playing nurse. That's how I learned." When she was through with the bandage, Hatsumi went and got 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. She drank half of hers, and I drank mine plus the half she left. Then she showed me pictures of the freshman girls in her club. She was right. Several of them were cute. "Any time you think you want a girlfriend, come to me," she said. "I'll fix you up right away." "Yes, ma'am." "All right, Toru, tell me the truth. You think I'm an old matchmaker, don't you?" "To some extent," I said, telling her the truth, but with a smile. Hatsumi smiled, too. She looked good when she smiled. "Tell me something else, Toru," she said. "What do you think about Nagasawa and me?" "What do you mean, what do I think? About what?" "About what I ought to do, from now on." "It doesn't matter what I think," I said, taking a slug of the well-chilled beer. "That's all right. Tell me exactly what you think." "Well, if I were you, I'd leave him. I'd find someone with a more normal way of looking at things and live happily ever after. There's no way in hell you can be happy with that guy. The way he lives, it never crosses his mind to try to make himself happy or to make others happy. Staying with him can only wreck your nervous system. To me, it's already a miracle that you've been with him 3 years. Of course, I'm very fond of him in my own way. He's a fun guy, and he has lots of great qualities. He has strengths and abilities that I could never hope to match. But finally, His ideas about things and the way he lives his life are not normal. Sometimes, when I'm talking to him, I feel as if I'm going round and round in circles. The same process that takes him higher and higher keeps me going around in circles. It makes me feel so empty. Finally, our very systems are totally different. Do you see what I'm saying? I do, Hatsumi said, as she brought me another beer from the refrigerator. Plus, after he gets into the foreign ministry and does a year of training, he'll be going overseas. What are you going to do all that time? Wait for him. He has no intention of marrying anyone. I know that too. So I've got nothing else to say. I see, said Hatsumi. I slowly filled my glass with beer. You know, when we were shooting pool before, something popped into my mind, I said. I was an only child, but the whole time I was growing up I never once felt deprived or wished I had brothers or sisters. I was satisfied being alone. But all of a sudden, shooting pool with you, I had this feeling like I wished I had had an elder sister like you really chic, and a knockout in a midnight blue dress and golden earrings, and great with a pool cue. Hatsumi flashed me a happy smile. That's got to be the nicest thing anybody's said to me in the past year, she said. Really? All I want for you, I said, blushing, is for you to be happy. It's crazy, though. You seem like someone who could be happy with just about anybody, so how did you end up with Nagasawa of all people? Things like that just happen. There's probably not much you can do about them. It's certainly true in my case. Of course, Nagasawa would say it's my responsibility, not his. I'm sure he would. But anyway, Toru, I'm not the smartest girl in the world. If anything, I'm sort of on the stupid side and old-fashioned. I couldn't care less about systems and responsibility. All I want is to get married and have a man I love hold me in his arms every night and make kids. That's plenty for me. It's all I want out of life. And what Nagasawa wants out of life has nothing to do with that. People change, though, don't you think? Hatsumi asked. You mean, like, they go out into society and get their butts kicked and grow up kind of thing? Sure, and if he's away from me for a long time, his feelings for me could change, don't you think? Maybe so, if he were an ordinary guy, I said. But he's different. He's incredibly strong-willed, stronger than you or I can imagine. And he only makes himself stronger with every day that goes by. If something smashes into him, he just works to make himself stronger. He'd eat slugs before he'd back down to anyone. What do you expect to get from a guy like that? But there's nothing I can do but wait for him, said Hatsumi with her chin in her hand. You love him that much? I do, she answered without a moment's hesitation. Oh, brother, I said with a sigh, drinking down the last of my beer. It must be a wonderful thing to be so sure that you love somebody. I'm a stupid, old-fashioned girl, she said. Have another beer. No, thanks. I've got to get going. Thanks for the bandage and beer. As I was standing in the entryway putting on my shoes, the telephone rang. Hatsumi looked at me, looked at the phone, and looked at me again. Good night, I said, stepping outside. As I shut the door, I caught a glimpse of Hatsumi picking up the receiver. It was the last time I ever saw her. By the time I got back to the dorm, it was 11:30. I went straight to Nagasawa's room and knocked on his door. After the 10th knock, it occurred to me that this was Saturday night. Nagasawa always got overnight permission on Saturday nights, supposedly to stay at his relative's house. I went back to my room, took off my tie, put my jacket and pants on a hanger, changed into my pajamas, and brushed my teeth. Oh no, I thought, tomorrow is Sunday again. Sundays seem to be rolling around every 4 days. Another 2 Sundays and I would be 20 years old. I stretched out in bed and stared at my calendar as dark feelings came over me. I sat at my desk to write my Sunday morning letter to Naoko, drinking coffee from a big cup and listening to old Miles Davis records. A fine rain was falling outside, while my room had the chill of an aquarium. The smell of mothballs lingered in the thick sweater I had just taken out of a storage box. High up on the windowpane clung a huge, fat fly, unmoving. With no wind to stir it, the rising sun hung limp against the flagpole like the toga of a Roman senator. A skinny, timid-looking brown dog that had wandered into the quadrangle seemed to be sniffing every blossom in the flower bed. I couldn't begin to imagine why any dog would have to go around sniffing flowers on a rainy day. My letter was a long one, and whenever my cut right palm began to hurt from holding the pen, I would let my eyes wander out to the rainy quadrangle. I began by telling Naoko how I had given my right hand a nasty cut while working in the record store, then went on to say that Nagasawa, Hatsumi, and I had had a sort of celebration the night before for Nagasawa's having passed his foreign ministry exam. I described the restaurant and the food. The meal was a good one, I said, but the atmosphere changed to something uncomfortable partway through. I wondered if I should write about Kazuki in connection with having shot pool with Hatsumi and decided to go ahead. It was something I ought to write about, I felt. I still remember the last shot Kazuki took that day, the day he died. It was a difficult cushion shot that I never expected him to make. Luck seemed to be with him, though. The shot was absolutely perfect, and the white and red balls hardly made a sound as they brushed each other on the green felt for the last point of the game. It was such a beautiful shot. I can still bring back a vivid image of it to this day. For nearly 2.5 years after that, I never touched a cue. The night I played pool with Hatsumi, though, the thought of Kazuki never crossed my mind until the first game ended, and this came as a major shock to me. I had always assumed that I would be reminded of Kazuki whenever I played pool, but not until the first game was over and I bought a Pepsi from a vending machine and started drinking it did I even think of him. It was the Pepsi machine that did it. There had been one in the pool hall we used to play in, and we had often bet drinks on the outcome of our games. I felt guilty that I hadn't thought of Kazuki right away, as if I had somehow abandoned him. Back in my room, though, I came to think of it this way. 2.5 years have gone by since it happened, and Kazuki is still 17 years old. Not that this means my memory of him has faded. The things that his death gave rise to are still there, bright and clear inside me, some of them even clearer than when they were new. What I want to say is this: I'm going to turn 20 soon. Part of what Kazuki and I shared when we were 16 and 17 has already vanished, and no amount of crying is going to bring that back. I can't explain it any better than this, but I think that you can probably understand what I felt and what I am trying to say. In fact, you are probably the only one in the world who can understand. I think of you now more than ever. It's raining today. Rainy Sundays make it hard for me. When it rains, I can't do laundry, which means I can't do ironing. I can't go walking, and I can't lie down on the roof. About all I can do is put the record player on auto repeat and listen to kind of blue over and over while I watch the rain falling in the quadrangle. As I wrote to you earlier, I don't wind my spring on Sundays. That's why this letter is so damn long. I'm stopping now. I'm going to the dining hall for lunch. Goodbye. There was no sign of Midori at the next day's lecture, either. What was happening with her? 10 days had gone by since I last talked to her on the telephone. I thought about giving her a call, but decided against it. She had said that she would call me. That Thursday, I saw Nagasawa in the dining hall. He sat down next to me with a tray full of food and apologized for having made our party so unpleasant. Never mind, I said. I should be thanking you for a great dinner. I have to admit, though, it was a funny way to celebrate your first job. It sure as hell was, he said. A few minutes went by as we ate in silence. I made up with Hatsumi, he said. I'm not surprised. I was kinda tough on you too, as I recall it. What's with all the apologizing? I asked. Are you sick? I may be, he said, with a few little nods. Hatsumi tells me you told her to leave me. It only makes sense, I said. Yeah, I guess so, said Nagasawa. She's a great girl, I said, slurping my miso soup. I know, he said with a sigh. A little too great for me. I was sleeping the sleep of death when the buzzer rang to let me know I had a call. It brought me back from the absolute core of sleep in total confusion. I felt as if I had been sleeping with my head soaked in water until my brain swelled up. The clock said 6:15, but I had no idea if that meant AM or PM, and I couldn't remember what day it was. I looked out the window and realized there was no flag on the pole. It was probably PM, so raising the flag might serve some purpose after all. Hey, Watanabe, are you free now? Midori asked. I dunno, what's today? Friday. Morning or evening? Evening, of course, you're so weird. Let's see, it's 6:18 p.m. So it was p.m. after all. That's right, I had been stretched out on my bed reading a book when I dozed off. Friday. I got my head working. I didn't have to go to the record store on Friday nights. Yeah, I'm free. Where are you? Ueno Station. Why don't you meet me in Shinjuku? I'll leave now. We set a time and place and hung up. When I got to Doug, Midori was sitting at the far end of the counter with a drink. She wore a man's wrinkled, white balmacan coat, a thin yellow sweater, blue jeans, and 2 bracelets on one wrist. What are you drinking? I asked. Tom Collins. I ordered a whiskey and soda, then realized there was a big suitcase by Midori's feet. I took a trip, she said. Just got back. Where'd you go? South to Nara and north to Aomori. On the same trip. Don't be stupid. I may be strange, but I can't go north and south at the same time. I went to Nara with my boyfriend, and then I took off to Aomori alone. I took a sip of my whiskey and soda, then used a match to light the Marlboro that Midori had in her mouth. You must have had a hell of a time, with the funeral and all. Nah, a funeral's a piece of cake. We've had plenty of practice. You put on a black kimono and sit there like a lady and everybody else takes care of business, an uncle, a neighbor, like that. They bring the sake, order the sushi, say comforting things, cry, carry on, divide up the keepsakes. It's a piece of cake, a picnic. Compared to nursing somebody day after day, it's an absolute picnic. We were drained, my sister and me. We couldn't even cry. We didn't have any tears left. Really. Except when you do that, they start whispering about you. Those girls are cold as ice. So then, we're never going to cry. That's just how the two of us are. I know we could have faked it, but we would never do anything like that. The sons of bitches. The more they wanted to see us cry, the more determined we were not to give them that satisfaction. My sister and I are totally different types, but when it comes to something like that, we're in absolute sync. Midori's bracelets jangled on her arm as she waved for the waiter and ordered another Tom Collins and a small bowl of pistachios. So then, after the funeral ended and everybody went home, the two of us drank sake till the sun went down, polished off one of those huge half-gallon bottles and half of another one, and the whole time we were dumping on everybody. This one's an idiot, that one's a shithead, one guy looks like a mangy dog, another one's a pig, so-and-so's a hypocrite, that one's a crook. You have no idea how great it felt. I can imagine. We got plastered and went to bed, both of us out cold. We slept for hours, and if the phone rang or something, we just let it go. Dead to the world. Finally, after we woke up, we ordered sushi and talked about what to do. We decided to close the shop for a while and enjoy ourselves. We'd been killing ourselves for months, and we deserved a break. My sister just wanted to hang around with her boyfriend for a while, and I decided I'd take mine on a trip for a couple of days and fuck like crazy. Midori clamped her mouth shut and rubbed her ears. Oops, sorry. That's okay, I said. So you went to Nara? Yeah, I've always liked that place. The temples, the deer park. And did you fuck like crazy? No, not at all, not even once, she said with a sigh. The second we walked into the hotel room and dumped our bags, my period started. A real gusher. I couldn't help laughing. Hey, it's not funny. I was a week early. I couldn't stop crying when that happened. I think all the stress threw me off. My boyfriend got so mad. He's like that. He gets mad right away. It wasn't my fault, though. It's not like I wanted to get my period. And well, mine are kind of on the heavy side anyway. The first day or two, I don't want to do anything. Make sure you keep away from me then. I'd like to, but how can I tell? I asked. Okay, I'll wear a hat for a couple of days after my period starts. A red one. That should work, she said with a laugh. If you see me on the street and I'm wearing a red hat, don't talk to me, just run away. Great, I wish all girls would do that, I said. So anyhow, what you do in Nara? What else could we do? We fed the deer and walked all over the place. It was just awful. We had a big fight and I haven't seen him since we got back. I hung around for a couple of days and decided to take a nice trip all by myself. So I went to Aomori. I stayed with a friend in Hirosaki for the first 2 nights, and then I started traveling around Shimokita, Tapi, places like that. They're nice. I once wrote a map brochure for the area. Ever been there? Never. So anyway, said Midori, taking a sip of her Tom Collins and wrenching open a pistachio. The whole time I was traveling by myself, I was thinking of you. I was thinking how nice it would be if I could have you with me. How come? How come? Midori looked at me with eyes focused on nothingness. Where do you mean, how come? Just that. How come you were thinking of me? Maybe because I like you, that's how come. Why else would I be thinking of you? Who would ever think they wanted to be with somebody they didn't like? But you've got a boyfriend, I said. You don't have to think about me. I took a slow sip of my whiskey and soda. Meaning I'm not allowed to think about you if I've got a boyfriend. No, that's not it, I just. Now get this straight, Watanabe, said Midori, pointing at me. I'm warning you, I've got a whole month's worth of misery crammed inside me and getting ready to blow. So watch what you say to me. Any more of that kind of stuff and I'll flood this place with tears. Once I get started, I'm good for the whole night. Are you ready for that? I'm an absolute animal when I start crying. It doesn't matter where I am. I'm not kidding. I nodded and kept quiet. Ordering a second whiskey and soda, I ate a few pistachios. Somewhere behind the sound of a sloshing shaker and clinking glasses and the scrape of an ice maker, Sarah Vaughan sang an old-fashioned love song. Things haven't been right between me and my boyfriend ever since the tampon incident. Tampon incident. Yeah, I was out drinking with him and a few of his friends about a month ago, and I told them the story of a woman in my neighborhood who blew out a tampon when she sneezed. Funny, right? That is funny, I said with a laugh. Yeah, all the other guys thought so too. But he got mad and said I shouldn't be talking about such dirty things. Such a wet blanket. Well, he's a wonderful guy, but he can be really narrow-minded when it comes to stuff like that, said Midori. Like, he gets mad if I wear anything but white underwear. Don't you think that's narrow-minded? Maybe so, I said, but it's just a matter of taste. It seemed incredible to me that a guy like that would want a girlfriend like Midori, but I kept the thought to myself. So what have you been doing? She asked. Nothing, same as always, I said. But then I recalled my attempt to masturbate while thinking of Midori as I had promised to do. I told her about it in a low voice that wouldn't carry to the others around us. Midori's eyes lit up and she snapped her fingers. How'd it go? Was it good? Nah, I got embarrassed halfway through and quit. You mean you lost your erection? Pretty much. Damn, she said, shooting a look of annoyance at me. You can't let yourself get embarrassed. Think about something really sexy. It's okay, I'm giving you permission. Hey, I know what. Next time I'll get on the phone with you. Oh, that's great. Oh, I feel it. Stop, I'm gonna come. Oh, don't do that. I'll say stuff like that to you while you're doing it. The dormitory phone is in the lobby by the front door, with people coming in and out all the time, I explained. The dorm head would kill me with his bare hands if he saw me jerking off in a place like that. Oh, too bad. Never mind, I said. I'll try again by myself one of these days. Give it your best, said Midori. Sure thing, I said. I wonder if it's me, she said. Maybe I'm just not sexy, innately. That's not it, I assured her. It's more a question of attitude. You know, she said, I have this tremendously sensitive back. The soft touch of fingers all over. MMMMM. I'll keep that in mind. Hey, why don't we go now and see a dirty movie? Midori suggested. A real, filthy S&M one. We went from the bar to an eel shop, and from there to one of Shinjuku's most run-down theaters for an adult triple feature. It was the only place we could find in the paper that was showing S&M stuff. Inside, the theater had some kind of undefinable smell. Our timing was good. The S&M feature was just starting as we took our seats. It was the story of a secretary and her high school-age sister being kidnapped by a bunch of men and subjected to sadistic torture. The men get the older one to do all kinds of awful things by threatening to rape the younger sister. But soon, the older sister is transformed into a raging masochist, and the younger one goes crazy from having to watch all the contortions they put her through. It was such a gloomy, repetitive film. I got a little bored after a while. If I were the younger sister, I wouldn't go crazy so easily, said Midori. I'd keep watching. I'm sure you would, I said. And anyway, don't you think her nipples are too dark for a high school girl, a virgin? Absolutely. Midori's eyes were glued to the screen. I was impressed. Anyone watching a movie with such fierce intensity was getting more than her money's worth. She kept reporting her thoughts to me. Oh my God, will you look at that? Or three guys at once. They're going to tear her open. Or I'd like to try that on somebody, Watanabe. I was enjoying Midori a lot more than the movie. When the lights went up during intermission, I realized there were no other women in the theater. One young guy sitting near us, probably a student, took a look at Midori and changed his seat to the far side. Tell me, Watanabe, do you get hard watching this kind of stuff? Well, sure, sometimes, I said. That's why they make these movies. So what you're saying is, every time one of those scenes starts, every guy in the theater has his thing standing at attention. 30 or 40 of them standing up all at once. It's so weird if you stop and think about it, don't you think? Yeah, I guess so, now that you mention it. The second feature was a fairly normal sex flick, which meant it was even more boring than the first. It had lots of oral sex scenes, and every time they started doing fellatio or cunnilingus or 69, the soundtrack would fill the theater with loud sucking or slurping sound effects. Listening to them, I felt strangely moved to think that I was living out my life on this odd planet of ours. Who comes up with these sounds, I wonder, I said to Midori. I think they're great, she said. There was also a sound for a penis moving back and forth in a vagina. I had never realized that such sounds even existed. The man was into a lot of heavy breathing, and the woman came up with the usual sort of expressions, good or more, as she writhed under him. You could also hear the bed creaking. These scenes just went on and on. Midori seemed to be enjoying them at first, but even she got bored after a while and suggested we leave. We went outside and took a few deep breaths. This was the first time in my life. The outside air of Shinjuku felt healthy to me. That was fun, said Midori. Let's try it again sometime. They just keep doing the same things, I said. Well, what else can they do? We all just keep doing the same things. She had a point there. We found another bar and ordered drinks. I had more whiskey, and Midori drank 3 or 4 cocktails of some indefinable sort. Outside again, Midori said she wanted to climb a tree. There aren't any trees around here, I said. And even if there were, you're too wobbly to do any climbing. You're always so damn sensible, you ruin everything. I'm drunk 'cause I wanna be drunk. What's wrong with that? And even if I am drunk, I can still climb a tree. Hell, I'm gonna climb all the way to the top of a great, big, tall tree, and I'm gonna pee all over everybody. You wouldn't happen to be needing to go to the bathroom by any chance? Yup. I took Midori to a pay toilet in Shinjuku Station, put a coin in the slot, and got her inside, then bought an evening paper at a nearby stand and read it while I waited for her to come out. But she didn't come out. I started getting worried after 15 minutes and was ready to go check on her when she finally emerged looking kind of pale. Sorry, she said. I fell asleep on the toilet. Are you okay? I asked, putting my coat over her shoulders. Not really, she said. I'll take you home. You just have to get home, take a nice, long bath and go to bed. You're exhausted. I am not going home. What's the point? Nobody's there. I don't want to sleep all by myself in a place like that. Terrific, I said. So what are you going to do? Go to some love hotel around here and sleep with your arms around me all night, like a log. Tomorrow morning, we'll have breakfast somewhere and go to school together. You were planning this all along, weren't you? That's why you called me up. Of course. You should have called your boyfriend, not me. That's the only thing that makes sense. That's what boyfriends are for. But I want to be with you. You can't be with me, I said. First of all, I have to be back in the dorm by midnight. Otherwise, I'll break curfew. The one time I did that, I had hell to pay. And second, if I go to bed with a girl, I'm going to want to do it with her, and I sure as hell don't want to lie there struggling to restrain myself. I'm not kidding, I might end up forcing you. You mean you'd hit me, and tie me up, and rape me from behind? Hey, look, I'm serious. But I'm so lonely. I want to be with someone. I know I'm doing terrible things to you, making demands and not giving you anything in return, saying whatever pops into my head, dragging you out of your room and forcing you to take me everywhere. But you're the only one I can do stuff like that to. I have never been able to have my own way with anybody, not once in the 20 years I've been alive. My father, my mother, they never paid the slightest attention to me, and my boyfriend, well, he's just not that kind of guy. He gets mad if I try to have my own way. So we end up fighting. You're the only one I can say these things to. And now I'm really, really, really tired, and I want to fall asleep listening to someone tell me how much they like me and how pretty I am and stuff. That's all I want. And when I wake up, I'll be full of energy, and I'll never bother you with these kinds of selfish demands again. I swear, I'll be a good girl. I hear you, believe me, but there's nothing I can do. Oh, please. Otherwise, I'm going to sit right down here on the ground and cry my head off all night long, and I'll sleep with the first guy that talks to me. That did it. I called the dorm and asked for Nagasawa. When he got on the phone, I asked him if he would make it look as if I had come back for the evening. I was with a girl, I explained. Fine, he said. It's a worthy cause. I'll be glad to help you out. I'll just turn over your name tag to the inside. Don't worry. Take all the time you need. You can come in through my window in the morning. Thanks, I owe you one, I said and hung up. All set? Midori asked. Pretty much, I said with a sigh. Great, let's go to a disco. It's so early. Wait a minute, I thought you were tired. For something like this, I'm just fine. Oh, brother, I said. And she was right. We went to a disco, and her energy started coming back little by little as we danced. She drank 2 whiskey and cokes, stayed on the dance floor until her forehead was drenched in sweat. This is so much fun, she exclaimed when we took a break at a table. I haven't danced like this in ages. I don't know, when you move your body, it's kind of like your spirit gets liberated. Your spirit is always liberated, I'd say. No way, she said, shaking her head and smiling. Anyhow, now that I'm feeling better, I'm starved. Let's go for pizza. I took her to a pizza house I knew and ordered draft beer and an anchovy pizza. I wasn't very hungry and ate only 4 of the 12 slices. Midori finished the rest. You sure made a fast recovery, I said. Not too long ago you were pale and wobbly. It's 'cause my selfish demands got through to somebody, she answered. It unclogged me. Wow, this pizza is great. Tell me, though, is there really nobody at home? It's true, my sister's staying at her friend's place. Now, that girl's got a real case of the creeps. She can't sleep alone in the house if I'm not there. Let's forget this love hotel crap, then. Going to a place like that just makes you feel cheap. Let's go to your house. You must have enough bedding for me. Midori thought about it for a minute, then nodded. Okay, we'll spend the night at my place. We took the Yamanote line to Atsuka, and soon we were raising the metal shutter that sealed off the front of the Kobayashi bookstore. A paper sign on the shutter read, "Temporarily closed." The smell of old paper filled the dark shop, as if the shutter had not been opened for a long time. Half the shelves were empty, and most of the magazines had been tied in bundles for returns. That hollow, chilly feeling I had experienced on my first visit had only deepened. The place looked like a hulk, abandoned on the shore. You're not planning to open the shop again? I asked. Nah, we're gonna sell it, Midori said. We'll divide the money and live on our own for a while without anybody's protection. My sister's getting married next year, and I've got 3 more years of school. We ought to make enough to see us through that much at least. I'll keep my part-time job, too. Once the place is sold, I'll live with my sister in an apartment for a while. You think somebody'll want to buy it? Probably. I know somebody who wants to open a yarn shop. She's been asking me recently if I want to sell. Poor Papa, though. He worked so hard to get this place, and he was paying off the loan he took out little by little, and in the end he hardly had anything left. It all melted away, like foam on a river. He had you, though, I said. Me, Midori said with a laugh. She took a deep breath and let it out. Let's go upstairs. It's cold down here. Upstairs, she sat me at the kitchen table and went to warm the bath water. While she busied herself with that, I put a kettle on to boil and made tea. Waiting for the bath to heat up, we sat across from each other at the kitchen table and drank the tea. Chin in hand, she took a long, hard look at me. There were no sounds other than the ticking of the clock and the hum of the refrigerator motor, turning on and off as the thermostat kicked in and out. The clock showed that midnight was fast approaching. You know, Watanabe, study it hard enough, and you've got a pretty interesting face. Think so? I asked, somewhat hurt. A nice face goes a long way with me, she said. And yours? Well, the more I look at it, the more I get to thinking he'll do. Me too, I said. Every once in a while I think about myself, what the hell I'll do. Hey, I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not very good at putting my feelings into words. That's why people misunderstand me. All I'm trying to say is I like you. Have I told you that before? You have, I said. I mean, I'm not the only one who has trouble figuring out what men are all about, but I'm working at it, a little at a time. Midori brought over a box of Marlboros and lit one up. When you start at zero, you've got a lot to learn. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, I almost forgot. You want to burn a stick of incense for my father. I followed Midori to the room with the Buddhist altar, lit a stick of incense in front of her father's photo, and brought my hands together. Know what I did the other day? Midori asked. I got all naked in front of my father's picture, took off every stitch of clothing and let him have a good, long look, kind of in a yoga position. Like, here, Daddy, these are my tits, and this is my cunt. Why in the hell would you do something like that? I asked. I don't know, I just wanted to show him. I mean, half of me comes from his sperm, right? Why shouldn't I show him? Here's the daughter you made. I was a little drunk at the time. I suppose that had something to do with it. I suppose. My sister walked in and fell over. Their eye was in front of my father's memorial portrait, all naked with my legs spread. I guess anybody'd be kinda surprised. I guess so. I explained why I was doing it and said, so take off your clothes and sit down next to me and show him too, Momo. Her name's Momo. But she wouldn't do it. She went away shocked. She's got this really conservative streak. In other words, she's relatively normal, you mean? I said. Tell me, Watanabe, what did you think of my father? I'm not good with people I've just met, but it didn't bother me being alone with him. I felt pretty comfortable with him. We talked about all kinds of stuff. What kind of stuff? Euripides, I said. Midori laughed out loud. You're so weird. Nobody talks about Euripides with a dying person they've just met. Well, nobody sits in front of her father's memorial portrait with her legs spread, either. Midori chuckled and gave the altar bell a ring. G-night, Daddy. We're going to have some fun now, so don't worry and get some sleep. You're not suffering anymore, right? You're dead, right? I'm sure you're not suffering. If you are, you'd better complain to the guards. Tell 'em it's just too cruel. I hope you meet Mommy and the two of you really do it. I saw your wee-wee when I helped you pee. It was pretty impressive, so give it everything you've got. G-night. We took turns in the bathtub and changed into pajamas. I borrowed a nearly new pair of her father's. They were a little small, but better than nothing. Midori spread out a mattress for me on the floor of the altar room. You're not scared sleeping in front of the altar? She asked. Not at all. I haven't done anything bad, I said with a smile. But you're gonna stay with me and hold me until I fall asleep, right? Right, I said, practically falling over the edge of Midori's little bed. I held her in my arms. Nose against my chest, Midori set her hands on my hips. My right arm curled around her back, while I tried to keep from falling off by hanging on to the bed frame with my left hand. This was not exactly a situation conducive to sexual excitement. My nose was resting on her head, and the shortcut hairs there would give it a tickle every now and then. Come on, say something to me, Midori said with her face buried in my chest. What do you want me to say? Anything, something to make me feel good. You're really cute, I said. Midori, she said, say my name. You're really cute, Midori, I corrected myself. What do you mean, really cute? So cute the mountains crumble and the oceans dry up. Midori lifted her face and looked at me. You have this special way with words. I can feel my heart softening when you say that, I said, smiling. Say something even nicer. I really like you, Midori. A lot. How much is a lot? Like a spring bear, I said. A spring bear, Midori looked up again. What's that all about, a spring bear? You're walking through a field all by yourself one day in spring, and this sweet little bear cub with velvet fur and shiny little eyes comes walking along. And he says to you, "Hi there, little lady. Want to tumble with me?" So you and the bear cub spend the whole day in each other's arms, tumbling down this clover-covered hill. Nice, huh? Yeah, really nice. That's how much I like you. That is the best thing I've ever heard, said Midori, cuddling up against my chest. If you like me that much, you'll do anything I tell you to do, right? You won't get mad, right? No, of course I won't get mad. And you'll take care of me always and always. Of course I will, I said, stroking her short, soft, boyish hair. Don't worry, everything is going to be fine. But I'm scared, she said. I held her softly, and soon her shoulders were rising and falling, and I could hear the regular breathing of sleep. I slipped out of her bed and went to the kitchen, where I drank a beer. I wasn't the least bit sleepy, so I thought about reading a book, but I couldn't find anything worth reading nearby. I considered returning to Midori's room to look for one there, but I didn't want to wake her up by rummaging around where she was sleeping. I sat there staring into space for a while, sipping my beer, when it occurred to me that I was in a bookstore. I went downstairs, switched on the light, and started looking through the paperback shelves. There wasn't much that appealed to me, and most of what I had read already, but I had to have something to read no matter what. I picked a discolored copy of Hermann Hesse's Beneath the Wheel that must have been hanging around the shop unsold for a long time, and left the money for it by the cash register. This was my small contribution to reducing the inventory of the Kobayashi bookstore. I sat at the kitchen table, drinking my beer and reading Beneath the Wheel. I had first read the novel the year I entered middle school, and now, 8 years later, here I was, reading the same book in a girl's kitchen, wearing the undersized pajamas of her dead father. Funny. If it hadn't been for these strange circumstances, I would probably never have reread Beneath the Wheel. The book did have its dated moments, but as a novel it wasn't bad. I moved through it slowly, enjoying it line by line, in the hushed bookstore in the middle of the night. A dusty bottle of brandy stood on a shelf in the kitchen. I poured a little into a coffee cup and sipped it. The brandy warmed me, but it did nothing to help me feel sleepy. I went to check on Midori a little before 3, but she was sound asleep. She must have been exhausted. The lights from the block of shops beyond the window cast a soft white glow like moonlight over the room. Midori slept with her back to the light. She lay so perfectly still, she might have been frozen stiff. Bending over, I caught the sound of her breathing. She slept just like her father. The suitcase from her recent travel stood by the bed. Her white coat hung on the back of a chair. Her desktop was neatly arranged, and on the wall over the desk hung a Snoopy calendar. I nudged the curtain aside and looked down at the deserted shops. Every store was closed, their metal shutters down, the vending machines hunched in front of the liquor store, the only sign of something waiting for the dawn. The moan of long-distance truck tires sent a deep shudder through the air every now and then. I went back to the kitchen, poured myself another shot of brandy, and went on reading Beneath the Wheel. By the time I finished the book, the sky was growing light. I made myself some instant coffee and used some notepaper and a ballpoint pen I found on the table to write a message to Midori. I drank some of your brandy. I bought a copy of Beneath the Wheel. It got light out, so I'm going home. Goodbye. Then, after some hesitation, I wrote, You look really cute when you're sleeping. I washed my coffee cup, switched off the kitchen light, went downstairs, quietly lifted the shutter, and went outside. I worried that a neighbor might find me suspicious, but there was no one on the street at 5:50 something in the morning. Only the crows were on their usual rooftop perch, glaring down at the street. I glanced up at the pale pink curtains in Midori's window, walked to the streetcar stop, rode to the end of the line, and walked to my dorm. On the way, I found an open eatery and had myself a breakfast of rice, miso soup, pickled vegetables, and fried eggs. Circling around to the back of the dorm, I gave a little knock on Nagasawa's first-floor window. He let me in right away. "Coffee?" he asked. "No." I thanked him, went up to my room, brushed my teeth, took my pants off, got under the covers, and clamped my eyes shut. Finally, a dreamless sleep closed over me like a heavy lead door. I wrote to Naoko every week, and she often wrote back. None of her letters was very long. Soon there were mentions of the cold November mornings and evenings. You went back to Tokyo just about the time the fall weather was deepening, so for a time I couldn't tell whether the hole that opened up inside me was from missing you or from the change of season. Rieko and I talk about you all the time. She says be sure to say hi to you. She is as nice to me as ever. I don't think I would have been able to stand this place if I didn't have her with me. I cry when I'm lonely. Rieko says it's good I can cry, but feeling lonely really hurts. When I'm lonely at night, people talk to me from the darkness. They talk to me the way trees moan in the wind at night. Kizuki, my sister, they talk to me like that all the time. They're lonely too and looking for someone to talk to. I often reread your letters at night when I'm lonely and in pain. I get confused by a lot of things that come from outside, but your descriptions of the world around you give me wonderful relief. It's so strange. I wonder why that should be. So I read them over and over, and Rieko reads them too. Then we talk about the things you tell me. I really like the part about that girl Midori's father. We look forward to getting your letter every week as one of our few entertainments. Yes, in a place like this, letters are our entertainments. I try my best to set aside a time in the week for writing to you, but once I actually sit down in front of the blank piece of letter paper, I begin to feel depressed. I'm really having to push myself to write this letter, too. Rieko's been yelling at me to answer you. Don't get me wrong, though. I have tons of things I want to talk to you about, to tell you about. It's just hard for me to put them into writing, which is why it's so painful for me to write letters. Speaking of Midori, she sounds like an interesting person. Reading your letter, I got the feeling she might be in love with you. When I told that to Rieko, she said, "Well, of course she is. Even I am in love with Watanabe. We're picking mushrooms and gathering chestnuts and eating them every day. And I do mean every day. Rice with chestnuts, rice with matsutake mushrooms, but they taste so great, we don't get tired of them. Rieko doesn't eat that much, though. For her, it's still one cigarette after another. The birds and the rabbits are doing just fine. Goodbye." 3 days after my 20th birthday, a package arrived for me from Naoko. Inside, I found a wine-colored crewneck sweater and a letter. "Happy birthday. I hope you have a happy year being 20. My own year of being 20 looks as if it's going to end with me as miserable as ever, but I'd really like it if you could have your share of happiness and mine combined. Really. Rieko and I each knit half of this sweater. If I had done it all by myself, it would have taken until next Valentine's Day. The good half is Rieko's, and the bad half is mine. Rieko is so good at everything she does, I sometimes hate myself when I'm watching her. I mean, I haven't got one single thing I'm really good at. Goodbye, be well." The package had a short note from Rieko, too. "How are you? For you, Naoko may be the pinnacle of happiness, but for me she's just a clumsy girl. Still, we managed to finish this sweater in time for your birthday. Handsome, isn't it? We picked the color and the style. Happy birthday." Thinking back on the year 1969, All that comes to mind for me is a swamper, deep, sticky bog that feels as if it's going to suck my shoe off each time I take a step. I walk through the mud, exhausted. In front of me, behind me, I can see nothing but an endless, swampy darkness. Time itself slogged along in rhythm with my faltering steps. The people around me had gone on ahead long before, while my time and I hung back, struggling through the mud. The world around me was on the verge of great transformations. Death had already taken John Coltrane, who was joined now by so many others. People screamed there'd be revolutionary changes, which always seemed to be just ahead, at the curve in the road. But the changes that came were just two-dimensional stage sets, background without substance or meaning. I trudged along through each day in its turn, looking up only rarely, eyes locked on the endless swamp that lay before me, planting my right foot, raising my left, planting my left foot, raising my right, never sure where I was, never sure I was headed in the right direction, knowing only that I had to keep moving, one step at a time. I turned 20, autumn gave way to winter, but in my life nothing changed in any significant way. Unexcited, I went to my classes, worked 3 nights a week in the record store, reread The Great Gatsby now and then, and when Sunday came I would do my wash and write a long letter to Naoko. Sometimes I would go out with Midori for a meal or to the zoo or a movie. The sale of the Kobayashi bookstore went off as planned, and Midori and her sister moved into a 2-bedroom apartment near Miyagadani, a more upscale neighborhood. Midori would move out when her sister got married and take a unit by herself, she said. Meanwhile, she invited me to their new apartment for lunch once. It was a sunny, handsome place, and Midori seemed to enjoy living there far more than she had over the Kobayashi bookstore. Every once in a while, Nagasawa would suggest that we go out on one of our excursions, but I always found something I had to do instead. I just didn't want to bother. Not that I didn't like the idea of sleeping with girls. It was just that, when I thought about the whole process I had to go through drinking on the town, looking for the right kind of girls, talking to them, going to a hotel, it was too much trouble. I had to admire Nagasawa all the more for the way he could continue the ritual without growing sick and tired of it. Maybe what Hatsumi had said to me had had some effect. I could make myself feel far happier just thinking about Naoko than sleeping with some stupid, nameless girl. The sensation of Naoko's fingers bringing me to climax in a grassy field remained vivid inside me. I wrote to Naoko at the beginning of December to ask if it would be all right for me to come and visit her during winter break. An answer came from Rieko saying they would love to have me. She explained that Naoko was having trouble writing and that she was answering for her. I was not to take this to mean that Naoko was feeling especially bad. There was no need for me to worry. These things came in waves. When the break came, I stuffed my things into my knapsack, put on snow boots and set out for Kyoto. The odd doctor had been right. The winter mountains blanketed in snow were incredibly beautiful. As before, I slept 2 nights in the apartment with Naoko and Rieko and spent 3 days with them doing much the same kinds of things as before. When the sun went down, Rieko would play her guitar and the three of us would sit around talking. Instead of our picnic, we went cross-country skiing. An hour of tramping through the woods on skis left us breathless and sweaty. We also joined the residents and staff shoveling snow when there was time. Dr. Miyata popped over to our table at dinner to explain why people's middle fingers are longer than their index fingers, while with toes it works the other way. The gatekeeper, Amura, talked to me again about Tokyo pork. Rieko enjoyed the records I brought as gifts from the city. She transcribed a few tunes and figured them out on the guitar. Naoko was even less talkative than she had been in the fall. When the three of us were together, she would sit on the sofa, smiling, and hardly say a word. Rieko seemed to be gabbing to take up the slack. But don't worry, Naoko told me. This is just one of those times. It's a lot more fun for me to listen to you two than to talk myself. Rieko gave herself some chores that took her out of the apartment so that Naoko and I could get in bed. I kissed her neck and shoulders and breasts, and she used her hands to bring me to climax as before. Afterward, holding her close, I told her how her touch had stayed with me these 2 months, that I had thought of her and masturbated. "You haven't slept with anybody else?" Naoko asked. "Not once," I said. "All right then, here's something else for you to remember." She slid down and touched my penis with her lips, then enveloped it in her warmth and ran her tongue all over it, her long, straight hair swaying over my belly and groin with each movement of her lips, until I came for a second time. "Do you think you can remember that?" she asked. "Of course I can," I said. "I'll always remember it." I held her tight and slid my hand inside her panties, touching her still dry vagina. Naoko shook her head and pulled my hand away. We held each other for a time, saying nothing. "I'm thinking of getting out of the dorm when the school year ends and looking for an apartment," I said. "I've had it with dorm life. If I keep working part-time, I can pretty much cover my expenses. How about coming to Tokyo to live with me, the way I suggested before?" "Oh, Toru, thank you. I'm so happy that you would ask me to do something like that." "It's not that I think there's anything wrong with this place," I said. "It's quiet, the surroundings are perfect, and Rieko is a wonderful person. But it's not a place to stay for a long time. It's too specialized for a long stay. The longer you're here, I'm sure, the harder it is to leave." Instead of answering, Naoko turned her gaze to the outside. Beyond the window, there was nothing to see but snow. Snow clouds hung low and heavy in the sky, with only the smallest gap between clouds and snow-covered earth. "Take your time, think it over," I said. "Whatever happens, I'm going to move by the end of March. Any time you decide you want to join me, you can come." Naoko nodded. I wrapped my arms around her as carefully as if I had been holding a work of art delicately fashioned from glass. She put her arms around my neck. I was naked, and she wore only the briefest white underwear. Her body was so beautiful, I could have enjoyed looking at it all day. "Why don't I get wet?" Naoko murmured. "That one time was the only time it ever happened. The day of my 20th birthday that April, the night you held me in your arms. What is wrong with me?" "It's strictly psychological, I'm sure," I said. "Give it time. There's no hurry." "All of my problems are strictly psychological," said Naoko. "What if I never get better? What if I can never have sex for the rest of my life? Can you keep loving me just the same? Will hands and lips always be enough for you? Or will you solve the sex problem by sleeping with other girls?" "I'm an inborn optimist," I said. Naoko sat up in bed and slipped on a t-shirt. Over this, she put on a flannel shirt, and then she got into her jeans. I put my clothes on, too. "Let me think about it," Naoko said. "And you think about it, too." "I will," I said. "And speaking of lips, what you did with them just now was great." Naoko reddened slightly and gave a little smile. "Kizuki used to say that, too." "He and I had pretty much the same tastes and opinions," I said, smiling. We sat across from each other at the kitchen table, drinking coffee and talking about the old days. She was beginning to talk more about Kizuki. She would hesitate and choose her words carefully. Every now and then, the snow would fall for a while and stop. The sky never cleared the whole 3 days I was there. "I think I can get back here in March," I said as I was leaving. I gave her one last, heavily padded hug with my winter coat on and kissed her on the lips. "Goodbye," she said. 1970, a year with a whole new sound to it, came along, and that put an end to my teen years. Now I could step ahead into a whole new swamp. Then it was time for final exams, and those I passed with relative ease. If you have nothing else to do and spend all your time going to classes, It takes no special study to get through finals. Some problems arose in the dorm, though. A few guys active in one of the political factions kept their helmets and iron pipes hidden in their rooms. They had a run-in with some of the jocks under the wing of the dorm head, as a result of which 2 of them were injured and 6 expelled from the dorm. The aftershocks of the incident stayed on for a long time, spawning minor fights almost on a daily basis. The atmosphere that hung over the dorm was oppressive, and people's nerves were on edge. I myself was on the verge of getting punched out by one of the jocks when Nagasawa intervened and managed to smooth things over. In any case, it was time for me to get the hell out of there. Once I had the better part of my exams out of the way, I started looking for an apartment in earnest. After a week of searching, I came up with the right place way out in the suburbs of Kichijoji. The location was not exactly convenient, but it was a house, an independent house, a real find. Originally a gardener's shack or some other kind of cottage, it stood off by itself in the corner of a good-sized plot of land, separated from the main house by a large stretch of neglected garden. The landlord would use the front gate, and I the back, which would make it possible for me to preserve my privacy. It had one good-sized room, a little kitchen and bathroom, and an unimaginably huge storage closet. It even had a veranda facing the garden. A nice old couple were renting the house at way below market value on condition that the tenant be prepared to move out the following year if their grandson decided to come to Tokyo. They assured me that I could live as I pleased there. They wouldn't be making any demands. Nagasawa helped me with the move. He managed to borrow a light truck to transfer my stuff, and as promised, he gave me his refrigerator, TV, and oversized thermos bottle. He might not need them anymore, but for me they were perfect. He himself was scheduled to move out in 2 days to an apartment in the Mita neighborhood. "I guess we won't be seeing each other for a long time," he said as he left me, "so be well. I'm still sure we'll run across each other in some strange place years from now." "I'm already looking forward to it," I said. And that time we switched girls. The funny-looking one was way better. "Right on," I said with a laugh. "But anyway, Nagasawa, take care of Hatsumi. Good ones like her are hard to find, and she's a lot more fragile than she looks." "Yeah, I know," he said, nodding. "That's why I was hoping you would take her when I was through. The 2 of you would make a great couple." "Get serious," I said. "Just kidding," said Nagasawa. "Anyhow, be happy. I get the feeling a lot of shit is going to come your way, but you're a stubborn son of a bitch. I'm sure you'll handle it. Mind if I give you one piece of advice?" "Sure, go ahead." "Don't feel sorry for yourself," he said. "Only assholes do that." "I'll keep it in mind," I said. We shook hands and went our separate ways, he to his new world, and I back to my swamp. 3 days after my move, I wrote to Naoko. I described my new house and said how relieved I was to be away from the idiots in the dorm and all their idiotic brainstorms. Now I could start my new life with a new frame of mind. My window looks out on a big yard, which is used as a meeting place by all the neighborhood cats. I like to stretch out on the veranda and watch them. I'm not sure how many of them get together, but this is one big gang of cats. They take group sun baths. I don't think they're too pleased to see me living here, but when I put out an old chunk of cheese, a few of them crept over and took a chance on nibbling it. They'll probably be friends of mine before too long. There's one striped tomcat in the bunch with half-eaten ears. It's amazing how much he looks like my old dorm head. I expect him to start raising the flag any day now. I'm kind of far from school here, but once I start my major, I won't have too many morning classes, so it shouldn't be too bad. It may even be better with the time to read on the train. Now all I have to do is find some easy work out here that I can do 3 or 4 days a week. Then I can get back to my spring winding life. I don't mean to be rushing you, but April is a good time of year to start new things, and I can't help feeling that the best thing for us would be to begin living together then. You could go back to school, too, if it worked out well. If there's a problem with us actually living together, I could find an apartment for you in the neighborhood. The most important thing is for us to be always near each other. It doesn't have to be spring, of course. If you think summer is better, that's fine with me, too. Just let me know what you're thinking, okay? I'm planning to put some extra time in at work for a while, to cover my moving expenses. I'm going to need a fair amount of money for one thing or another once I start living alone, pots and pans, dishes, stuff like that. I'll be free in March, though, and I definitely want to come to see you. What dates work best for you? I'll plan a trip to Kyoto then. I look forward to seeing you and to receiving your answer. I spent the next few days buying the things I needed in the nearby Kichijoji shopping district and started cooking simple meals for myself at home. I bought some planks at a local lumberyard and had them cut to size so I could make a desk for myself. I figured I could study on it, and for the time being, eat my meals there too. I made some shelves and laid in a good selection of spices. A white cat, maybe 6 months old, decided she liked me and started eating at my place. I called her Seagull. Once I had my place fixed up to some extent, I went into town and found a temporary job as a painter's assistant. I filled 2 solid weeks that way. The pay was good, but the work was murder, and the fumes made my head spin. Every day after work, I'd have supper at a cheap eatery, wash it down with beer, go home and play with the cat, and sleep like a dead man. No answer came from Naoko during that time. I was in the thick of painting when Midori popped into my mind. I hadn't been in touch with her for nearly 3 weeks, I realized, and hadn't even told her I had moved. I had mentioned to her that I was thinking of moving, and she had said, "Oh, really?" And that was the last time we had talked. I went to a phone booth and dialed Midori's apartment. The woman who answered was probably her sister. When I gave her my name, she said, "Just a minute." But Midori never came to the phone. Then the sister, or whoever she was, got back on the line. "Midori says she's too mad to talk to you. You just up and moved and never said a thing to her, right? Just disappeared and never told her where you were going, right? Well, now you've got her boiling mad. And once she gets mad, she stays that way, like an animal. Look, could you just put her on the phone? I can explain." She says she doesn't want to hear any explanations. "Can I explain to you then? I hate to do this to you, but could you listen and tell her what I said?" "Not me, fella, do it yourself. What kind of man are you? It's your responsibility, so you do it and do it right." It was hopeless. I thanked her and hung up. I really couldn't blame Midori for being mad. What with all the moving and fixing up and working for extra cash, I had never given her a second thought. Not even Naoko had crossed my mind the whole time. This was nothing new for me. Whenever I got involved in something, I shut out everything else. But then I started thinking how I would have felt if the tables had been turned, and Midori had moved somewhere without telling me where or getting in touch with me for 3 weeks. I would have been hurt badly, no doubt. No, we weren't lovers, but in a way we had opened ourselves to each other even more deeply than lovers do. The thought caused me a good deal of grief. What a terrible thing it is to wound someone you really care for, and to do it so unconsciously. As soon as I got home from work, I sat at my new desk and wrote to Midori. I told her how I felt as honestly as I could. I apologized without explanations or excuses for having been so careless and insensitive. "I miss you," I wrote. "I want to see you as soon as possible. I want you to see my new house. Please write to me," I said, and sent the letter special delivery. The answer never came. This was the beginning of one weird spring. I spent my whole break waiting for letters. I couldn't take a trip. I couldn't go home to see my parents. I couldn't even take a part-time job because there was no telling when a letter might arrive from Naoko saying she wanted me to come see her on such and such a date. Afternoons I would spend in the nearby shopping district in Kichijoji, watching double features or reading in a jazz coffee house. I saw no one and talked to almost no one. And once a week I would write to Naoko. I never suggested to her that I was hoping for an answer. I didn't want to pressure her in any way. I would tell her about my painting work, about Seagull, about the peach blossoms in the garden, about the nice old lady who sold tofu, about the nasty old lady in the local eatery, about the meals I was making for myself. But still, she never wrote. Whenever I got sick of reading or listening to records, I would do a little work in the garden. From my landlord, I borrowed a rake and broom and pruning shears and spent time pulling weeds and trimming bushes. It didn't take much to make the yard look good. Once the owner invited me to join him for a cup of tea, so we sat on the veranda of the main house drinking green tea and munching on rice crackers and sharing small talk. After retirement, he had taken a job with an insurance company, he said, but he had left that too after a couple of years, and now he was taking it easy. The house and land had been in the family for a long time, his children were grown and independent, and he could manage a comfortable old age without working, which is why he and his wife were always traveling together. "That's nice," I said. "No, it's not," he answered. "Traveling is no fun. I'd much rather be working." He let the yard grow wild, he said, because there were no decent gardeners in the area, and because he had developed allergies that made it impossible for him to do the work himself. Cutting grass made him sneeze. When we had finished our tea, he showed me a storage shed and told me I could use anything I found inside, more or less by way of thanks for my gardening. "We don't have any use for any of this stuff," he said, "so feel free." And in fact, the place was crammed with all kinds of stuff: an old wooden bathtub, a kid's swimming pool, baseball bats. I found an old bike, a handy-sized dining table with 2 chairs, a mirror, and a guitar. "I'd like to borrow these if you don't mind," I said. "Feel free," he said again. I spent a day working on the bike, cleaning the rust off, oiling the bearings, pumping up the tires, adjusting the gears, and taking it to a bike repair shop to have a new gear cable installed. It looked like a different bike by the time I was finished. I cleaned a thick layer of dust off the table and gave the piece a new coat of varnish. I replaced the strings of the guitar and glued a section of the body that was coming apart. I took a wire brush to the rust on the tuning pegs and adjusted those. It wasn't much of a guitar, but at least I got it to stay in tune. I hadn't had a guitar in my hand since high school, I realized. I sat on the porch and picked my way through the drifters, up on the roof, as well as I could. I was amazed to find I still remembered most of the chords. Next, I took a few scraps of lumber and made myself a mailbox. I painted it red, wrote my name on it, and set it out in front of my door. Up until April 3, the only piece of mail that found its way to my box was something that had been forwarded from the dorm, a notice from the reunion committee of my high school class. A class reunion was the last thing I wanted to have anything to do with. That was the class I had been in with Kizuki. I threw the thing into the trash. I found a letter in the box on the afternoon of April 4. "Rieko Ishida," it said on the back. I made a nice, clean cut across the seal with my scissors and went out to the porch to read it. I had a feeling this was not going to be good news, and I was right. First, Rieko apologized for making me wait so long for an answer. Naoko had been struggling to write me a letter, she said, but she could never seem to write one through to the end. I offered to send you an answer in her place, but every time I pointed out how wrong it was of her to keep you waiting, she insisted that it was far too personal a matter that she would write to you herself, which is why I haven't written sooner. I'm sorry, really. I hope you can forgive me." I know you must have had a difficult month waiting for an answer, but believe me, the month has been just as difficult for Naoko. Please try to understand what she's been going through. Her condition is not good, I have to say in all honesty. She was trying her best to stand on her own 2 feet, but so far the results have not been good. Looking back, I see now that the first symptom of her problem was her loss of the ability to write letters. That happened right around the end of November or beginning of December. Then she started hearing things. Whenever she would try to write a letter, she would hear people talking to her, which made it impossible for her to write. The voices would interfere with her attempts to choose her words. It wasn't all that bad until about the time of your second visit, so I didn't take it too seriously. For all of us here, these kinds of symptoms come in cycles, more or less. In her case, they got quite serious after you left. She is having trouble now just holding an ordinary conversation. She can't find the right words to speak, and that puts her into a terribly confused state, confused and frightened. Meanwhile, the things she's hearing are getting worse. We have a session every day with one of the specialists. Naoko and the doctor and I sit around talking and trying to find the exact part of her that's broken. I came up with the idea that it would be good to add you to one of our sessions if possible, and the doctor was in favor of it, but Naoko was against it. I can tell you exactly what her reason was. I want my body to be clean of all this when I meet him. That was not the problem, I said to her. The problem was to get her well as quickly as possible, and I pushed as hard as I could, but she wouldn't change her mind. I think I once explained to you that this is not a specialized hospital. We do have medical specialists here, of course, and they provide effective treatments, but concentrated therapy is another matter. The point of this facility is to create an effective environment in which the patient can treat herself or himself, and that does not, properly speaking, include medical treatment. Which means that if Naoko's condition grows any worse, they will probably have to transfer her to some other hospital or medical facility or what have you. Personally, I would find this very painful, but we would have to do it. This is not to say that she could not come back here for treatment on a kind of temporary furlough. Or, better yet, she could even be cured and finish up with hospitals completely. In any case, we're doing everything we can, and Naoko is doing everything she can. The best thing you can do meanwhile is hope for her recovery and keep sending those letters to her. The letter was dated March 31. After I had finished reading it, I stayed on the porch and let my eyes wander out to the garden, full now with the freshness of spring. An old cherry tree stood there, its blossoms nearing the height of their glory. A soft breeze blew, and the light of day lent its strangely blurred, smoky colors to everything. Seagull wandered over from somewhere, and after scratching at the boards of the veranda for a while, she stretched out next to me and went to sleep. I knew I should be doing some serious thinking, but I had no idea how to go about it. And to tell the truth, thinking was the last thing I wanted to do. The time would come soon enough when I had no choice in the matter, and when that time came I would take a good long time to think things over. Not now, though. Not now. I spent the day watching the garden, propped against a pillar and stroking Seagull. I felt completely drained. The afternoon deepened, twilight approached, and bluish shadows enveloped the garden. Seagull disappeared, but I went on staring at the cherry blossoms. In the spring gloom, they looked like flesh that had burst through the skin over festering wounds. The garden filled up with the sweet, heavy stench of rotting flesh. And that's when I thought of Naoko's flesh. Naoko's beautiful flesh lay before me in the darkness, countless buds bursting through her skin, green and trembling in an almost imperceptible breeze. Why did such a beautiful body have to be so sick? I wondered. Why didn't they just leave Naoko alone? I went inside and closed my curtains, but even indoors there was no escape from the smell of spring. It filled everything from the ground up. But the only thing the smell brought to mind for me now was that putrefying stench. Shut in behind my curtains, I felt a violent loathing for spring. I hated what the spring had in store for me. I hated the dull, throbbing ache it aroused inside me. I had never hated anything in my life with such intensity. I spent 3 straight days after that all but walking on the bottom of the sea. I could hardly hear what people said to me, and they had just as much trouble catching anything I had to say. My whole body felt enveloped in some kind of membrane, cutting off any direct contact between me and the outside world. I couldn't touch them, and they couldn't touch me. I was utterly helpless, and as long as I remained in that state, they were unable to reach out to me. I sat leaning against the wall, staring up at the ceiling. When I felt hungry, I would nibble anything within reach, take a drink of water, and when the sadness of it got to me, I'd knock myself out with whiskey. I didn't bathe, I didn't shave. This is how the 3 days went by. Letter came from Midori on April 6. She invited me to meet her on campus and have lunch on the 10th when we had to register for classes. I put off writing to you as long as I could, which makes us even, so let's make up. I have to admit it, I miss you. I read the letter again and again, 4 times altogether, and still I couldn't tell what she was trying to say to me. What could it possibly mean? My brain was so fogged over, I couldn't find the connection from one sentence to the next. How would meeting her on registration day make us even? Why did she want to have lunch with me? I was really losing it. My mind had gone slack, like the soggy roots of a subterranean plant, but somehow I knew I had to snap out of it. And then those words of Nagasawa's came to mind. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Only assholes do that. Okay, Nagasawa, right on, I heard myself thinking. I let out a sigh and got to my feet. I did my laundry for the first time in weeks, went to the public bath and shaved, cleaned my place up, shopped for food and cooked myself a decent meal for a change, fed the starving seagull, drank only beer, and did 30 minutes of exercise. Shaving, I discovered in the mirror that I was becoming emaciated. My eyes were popping. I could hardly recognize myself. I went out the next morning on a longish bike ride, and after finishing lunch at home, I read Ryako's letter one more time. Then I did some serious thinking about what I ought to do next. The main reason I had taken Ryako's letter so hard was that it had upset my optimistic belief that Naoko was getting better. Naoko herself had told me, "My sickness is a lot worse than you think. It has far deeper roots." And Ryako had warned me there was no telling what might happen. Still, I had seen Naoko twice, and had been given the impression that she was on the mend. I had assumed that the only problem was whether she could regain the courage to return to the real world, and that if she managed to, the two of us could join forces to make a go of it. Ryako's letter smashed the illusory castle that I had built on that fragile hypothesis, leaving only a flattened surface devoid of feeling. I would have to do something to regain my footing. It would probably take a long time for Naoko to recover, and even then, she would probably be more debilitated and would have lost even more of her self-confidence than ever. I would have to adapt myself to this new situation. As strong as I might become, though, it would not solve all the problems. I knew that much. But there was nothing else I could do. Just keep my own spirits up and wait for her to recover. Hey there, Kazuki, I thought. Unlike you, I've chosen to live, and to live the best I know how. Sure, it was hard for you. What the hell, it's hard for me. Really hard. And all because you killed yourself and left Naoko behind. But that's something I will never do. I will never ever turn my back on her. First of all, because I love her, and because I'm stronger than she is. And I'm just going to keep on getting stronger. I'm going to mature. I'm going to be an adult. Because that's what I have to do. I always used to think I'd like to stay 17 or 18 if I could, but not anymore. I'm not a teenager anymore. I've got a sense of responsibility now. I'm not the same guy I was when we used to hang out together. I'm 20 now, and I have to pay the price to go on living. Shit, Watanabe, what happened to you? Midori asked. You're all skin and bones. That bad, huh? Too much you know what, with that married girlfriend of yours, I bet. I smiled and shook my head. I haven't slept with a girl since the beginning of October. Hugh, that can't be true. We're talking 6 months here. You heard me. So how'd you lose so much weight? By growing up, I said. Midori put her hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eye with a twisted scowl that soon turned into a sweet smile. It's true, she said. Something's different, kinda. You've changed. I told you, I grew up. I'm an adult now. You're fantastic, the way your brain works, she said, as if genuinely impressed. Let's go eat. I'm starved. We went to a little restaurant behind the literature department. I ordered the lunch special, and she did the same. Hey, Watanabe, are you mad at me? What for? For not answering you just to get even. Do you think I shouldn't have done that? I mean, you apologized and all. Yeah, but it was my fault to begin with. That's just how it goes. My sister says I shouldn't have done it, that it was too unforgiving, too childish. Yeah, but it made you feel better, didn't it? Getting even like that. Okay then, that's that. You are forgiving, aren't you? Midori said. But tell me the truth, Watanabe, you haven't had sex for 6 months. Not once. So, that time you put me to bed, you must have really wanted it bad. Yeah, I guess I did. But you didn't do it, did you? Look, you're the best friend I've got now, I said. I don't want to lose you. You know, if you had tried to force yourself on me that time, I wouldn't have been able to resist. I was so exhausted. But I was too big and hard, I said. Midori smiled and touched my wrist. A little before that, I decided I was going to believe in you. 100%. That's how I managed to sleep like that with total peace of mind. I knew I'd be all right. I'd be safe with you there. And I did sleep like a log, didn't I? You sure did. On the other hand, if you were to say to me, hey, Midori, let's do it, then everything'll be great. I'd probably do it with you. Now, don't think I'm trying to seduce you or tease you. I'm just telling you what's on my mind with total honesty. I know, I know. While we ate lunch, we showed each other our registration cards and found that we had registered for 2 of the same courses. So I'd be seeing her twice a week at least. With that out of the way, Midori told me about her living arrangements. For a while, neither she nor her sister could get used to apartment life, because it was too easy, she said. They had always been used to running around like crazy every day, taking care of sick people, helping out at the bookstore, and one thing or another. We're finally getting used to it, though, she said. This is the way we should have been living all along, not having to worry about anyone else's needs, just stretching out any way we felt like it. It made us both nervous at first, like our bodies were floating a couple of inches off the floor. It didn't seem real, like real life couldn't really be like that. We were both tense, like everything was gonna get tipped upside down any minute. A couple of worrywarts, I said with a smile. Well, it's just that life has been too cruel to us till now, Midori said. But that's okay. We're gonna get back everything it owes us. I'll bet you are, I said, knowing you. But tell me, what's your sister doing these days? A friend of hers opened this swanky accessory shop a little while ago. My sister goes there to help out 3 times a week. Otherwise, she's studying cooking, going out on dates with her fiancé, going to the movies, vegging out, and just plain enjoying life. Midori then asked about my new life. I gave her a description of the layout of the house, and the big yard, and Seagull the cat, and my landlord. Are you enjoying yourself? She asked. Pretty much, I said. Could have fooled me, said Midori. Yeah, and it's springtime too, I said. And you're wearing that cool sweater your girlfriend knitted for you. That was a shocker. I glanced down at my wine-colored sweater. How did you know? You're as honest as they come, said Midori. I'm guessing, of course. Anyhow, what's wrong with you? I dunno. I'm trying to whip up a little enthusiasm. Just remember, life is a box of cookies. I shook my head a few times and looked at her. Maybe it's because I'm not so smart, but sometimes I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You know how they've got these cookie assortments, and you like some but you don't like others, and you eat up all the ones you like, and the only ones left are the ones you don't like so much. I always think about that when something painful comes up. Now I just have to polish these off, and everything'll be okay. Life is a box of cookies. I guess you could call it a philosophy. It's true, though. I've learned it from experience. We were drinking our coffee when two girls came in. Midori seemed to know them from school. The three of them compared registration cards and talked about a million different things. What kind of grade did you get in German? So-and-so got hurt in the campus riots. Great shoes. Where'd you buy them? I half listened, feeling as if their comments were coming from the other side of the world. I sipped my coffee and watched the scene passing by the shop window. It was a typical university springtime, seen as the new year was getting underway. A haze hanging in the sky, the cherries blooming, the new students, you could tell at a glance, carrying armloads of new books. I felt myself drifting off a little and thought about Naoko, unable to return to school again this year. A small glass full of anemones stood by the window. When the other two went back to their table, Midori and I went out to walk around the neighborhood. We visited a few used bookstores, bought some books, went to another coffee house for another cup, played some pinball at a game center, and sat on a park bench, talking, or rather, Midori talked, and I grunted in response. When she said she was thirsty, I ran over to a candy store and bought us 2 colas. I came back to find her scribbling away with her ballpoint pen on some lined paper. "What's that?" I asked. "Nothing," she said. At 3:30, she announced, "I gotta get going. I'm supposed to meet my sister in the Ginza." We walked to the subway station and went off in different directions. As she left, Midori stuffed the piece of lined paper, now folded in four, into my pocket. "Read this when you get home," she said. "I read it on the train. I'm writing this letter to you while you're off buying drinks. This is the first time in my life I've ever written a letter to somebody sitting next to me on a bench, but I feel it's the only way I can get through to you. I mean, you're hardly listening to anything I say. Am I right? Do you realize you did something terrible to me today? You never even noticed that my hairstyle had changed, did you? I've been working on it forever, trying to grow it out, and finally, at the end of last week, I managed to get it into a style you could actually call girlish, but you never even noticed. It was looking pretty good, so I figured I'd give you a little shock when you saw me for the first time after such a long time, but it didn't even register with you. Don't you think that's awful? I'll bet you can't even remember what I was wearing today. Hey, I'm a girl, so what if you've got something on your mind? You can spare me one decent look. All you had to say was cute hair, and I would have been able to forgive you for being sunk in a million thoughts, but no. Which is why I'm going to tell you a lie. It's not true that I have to meet my sister in the Ginza. I was planning to spend the night at your place. I even brought my pajamas with me. It's true. I've got my pajamas and a toothbrush in my bag. I must be an idiot. I mean, you never even invited me over to see your new place. Oh well, what the hell, you obviously want to be alone, so I'll leave you alone. Go ahead and think away to your heart's content. But don't get me wrong. I'm not totally mad at you. I'm just sad. You were so nice to me when I was having my problems, but now that you're having yours, it seems there's not a thing I can do for you. You're all locked up in that little world of yours, And when I try knocking on the door, you just sort of look up for a second and go right back inside. So now I see you coming back with our drinks walking and thinking, I was hoping you'd trip, but you didn't. Now you're sitting next to me chugging down your cola. I was holding out one last hope that you'd notice and say, hey, your hair's changed. But no go. If you had, I would have ripped this letter up and said, let's go to your place. I'll make you a nice supper, and afterward we can get in bed and cuddle. But you're about as sensitive as a steel plate. Goodbye. P.S. Please, don't talk to me next time we meet in class. I rang Midori's apartment from the station when I got off the train in Kichijoji, but there was no answer. With nothing better to do, I ambled around the neighborhood looking for some part-time work I could take after classes started. I would be free all day Saturday and Sunday, and could work after 5 o'clock on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, but finding a job that fit my particular schedule was no easy matter. I gave up and went home. When I went out to buy groceries for dinner, I tried Midori's place again. Her sister told me that Midori hadn't come home yet and that she had no idea when she'd be back. I thanked her and hung up. After eating, I tried to write to Midori, but I gave up after several false starts and wrote to Naoko instead. Spring was here, I said, and the new school year was beginning. I told her I missed her, that I had been hoping to be able to meet her and talk. In any case, I said, I've decided to make myself strong. As far as I can tell, that's all I can do. There's one other thing. Maybe it just has to do with me, and you may not care about this one way or the other, but I'm not sleeping with anybody anymore. That's because I don't want to forget the last time you touched me. It meant a lot more to me than you might think. I think about it all the time. I put the letter in an envelope, stuck on a stamp, and sat at my desk a long while staring at it. It was a much shorter letter than usual, but I had the feeling that Naoko might understand me better that way. I poured myself an inch and a half of whiskey, drank it down in 2 swallows, and went to sleep. The next day I found a job near Kichijoji Station that I could do on Saturdays and Sundays, waiting on tables at a smallish Italian restaurant. The conditions were nothing much, but transportation and lunches were included. And whenever somebody on the late shift took the day off on a Monday, Wednesday, or Thursday, which happened often, I could take their place. This was perfect for me. The manager said they would raise my pay once I had stayed with them for 3 months, and they wanted me to start that Saturday. He was a far more decent guy than the clown who ran the record store in Shinjuku. I tried phoning Midori's apartment again, and again her sister answered. Midori hadn't come back since yesterday, she said, sounding tired, and now she herself was beginning to worry. Did I have any idea where she might have gone? All I knew was that Midori had her pajamas and a toothbrush in her bag. I saw Midori in class on Wednesday. She was wearing a deep green sweater and the dark sunglasses she had often worn that summer. She was seated in the last row, talking with a slightly built girl with glasses I had seen once before. I approached her and said I'd like to talk to her after class. The girl with glasses looked at me first, and then Midori looked at me. Her hairstyle was, in fact, somewhat more womanly than it had been before, more grown-up. I have to see somebody, Midori said, cocking her head slightly. I won't take much of your time, I said. 5 minutes. Midori removed her sunglasses and narrowed her eyes. She might just as well have been looking at a crumbling, abandoned house some 100 yards in the distance. I don't want to talk to you. Sorry, she said. The girl with glasses looked at me with eyes that said, she says she doesn't want to talk to you. Sorry. I sat in the seat on the right end of the front row for the lecture, an overview of the works of Tennessee Williams and their place in American literature. And when it was over, I did a long count to 3 and turned around. Midori was gone. April was too lonely a month to spend all alone. In April, everyone around me looked happy. People would throw their coats off and enjoy each other's company in the sunshine, talking, playing catch, holding hands. But I was always by myself. Naoko, Midori, Nagasawa, all of them had gone away from where I stood. Now I had no one to say good morning to or have a nice day. I even missed Storm Trooper. I spent the whole month with this hopeless sense of isolation. I tried a few times to speak to Midori, but the answer I got from her was always the same. I don't want to talk to you now. And I knew from her tone of voice that she meant it. She was always with the girl with glasses, or else I saw her with a tall, short-haired guy. He had these incredibly long legs and always wore white basketball shoes. April ended and May came along, but May was even worse than April. In the deepening spring of May, I had no choice but to recognize the trembling of my heart. It usually happened as the sun was going down. In the pale evening gloom, when the soft fragrance of magnolias hung in the air, my heart would swell without warning and tremble and lurch with a stab of pain. I would try clamping my eyes shut and gritting my teeth and wait for it to pass. And it would pass but slowly, taking its own time and leaving a dull ache behind. At those times I would write to Naoko. In my letters to her, I would describe only things that were touching or pleasant or beautiful: the fragrance of grasses, the caress of a spring breeze, the light of the moon, a movie I'd seen, a song I liked, a book that had moved me. I myself would be comforted by letters like this when I would reread what I had written, and I would feel that the world I lived in was a wonderful one. I wrote any number of letters like this, but from Naoko or Rieko, I heard nothing. At the restaurant where I worked, I got to know another student my age named Ito. It took quite a while before this gentle, quiet student from the oil painting department of an arts college would engage me in conversation. But eventually, we started going to a nearby bar after work and talking about all kinds of things. He also liked to read and listen to music, and so we'd usually talk about books and records we liked. He was a slim, good-looking guy with much shorter hair and far cleaner clothes than the typical art student. He never had a lot to say, but he had his definite tastes and opinions. He liked French novels, especially those of Georges Bataille and Boris Vian. For music, he preferred Mozart and Ravel. And like me, he was looking for a friend with whom he could talk about such things. Ito once invited me to his apartment. It was not quite as hard to get to as mine, a strange, one-floored apartment house behind Inakashira Park. His room was stuffed with painting supplies and canvas. I asked to see his work, but he said he was too embarrassed to show me anything. We drank some Chivas Regal that he had quietly removed from his father's place, broiled some smelts on his charcoal stove, and listened to Robert Cassavetes playing a Mozart piano concerto. Ito was from Nagasaki. He had a girlfriend he would sleep with whenever he went home, he said, but things weren't going too well with her lately. You know what girls are like, he said. They turn 20 or 21, and all of a sudden they start having these concrete ideas. They get super realistic. And when that happens, everything that seemed so sweet and lovable about them begins to look ordinary and depressing. Now when I see her, usually after we do it, she starts asking me, "What are you going to do after you graduate?" "Well, what are you going to do after you graduate?" I asked him. Munching on a mouthful of smelt, he shook his head. "What can I do? I'm in oil painting. Start worrying about stuff like that, and nobody's going to major in oil painting. You don't do it to feed yourself." So she's like, "Why don't I come back to Nagasaki and become an art teacher?" She's planning to be an English teacher. You're not so crazy about her anymore, are you? That about sums it up, Ito admitted. And who the hell wants to be an art teacher? I'm not gonna spend my whole fucking life teaching middle school monkeys how to draw. That's beside the point, I said. Don't you think you ought to break up with her, for both your sakes? Sure I do, but I don't know how to say it to her. She's planning to spend her life with me. How the hell can I say, hey, we ought to split up? I don't like you anymore. We drank our chivas straight, without ice, and when we ran out of smelts, we cut up some cucumbers and celery and dipped them in miso. When my teeth crunched down on my cucumber slices, I thought of Midori's father, which reminded me how flat and tasteless my life had become without Midori and put me into a foul mood. Without my being aware of it, she had become a huge presence inside me. Got a girlfriend? Ito asked me. I do, I said then, after a pause added, but I can't be with her right now. But you understand each other's feelings, right? I like to think so. Otherwise, what's the point? I said with a chuckle. Ito talked in hushed tones about the greatness of Mozart. He knew Mozart inside out, the way a country boy knows his mountain trails. His father loved the music and had had him listening to it ever since he was tiny. I didn't know so much about classical music, but listening to this Mozart concerto with Ito's smart and heartfelt commentary, that part. How about that? I felt myself calming down for the first time in ages. We stared at the crescent moon hanging over Inakashira Park and drank our chivas regal to the last drop. Fantastic whiskey. Ito said I could spend the night there, but I told him I had something to do, thanked him for the whiskey, and left his apartment before 9. On the way back to my place, I called Midori from a public phone. She actually answered, much to my surprise. Sorry, she said, but I don't want to talk to you right now. I know, but I don't want our relationship to end like this. You're one of the very few friends I have, and it hurts not being able to see you. When am I going to be able to talk to you? I want you to tell me that much, at least. When I feel like talking to you, she said. How are you? I asked. Fine, she said, and hung up. A letter came from Ryoko in the middle of May. Thanks for writing so often. Naoko enjoys your letters, and so do I. You don't mind if I read them, do you? Sorry I haven't been able to answer for such a long time. To tell you the truth, I've been feeling kind of exhausted, and there hasn't been much good news to report. Naoko's not doing well. Her mother came from Kobe the other day. The four of us, she and Naoko and the doctor and I, had a good long talk, and we reached the conclusion that Naoko should move to a real hospital for a while for some intensive treatment, and then maybe come back here depending on the results. Naoko says she'd like to stay here if possible and make herself well, and I know I am going to miss her and worry about her. But the fact is that it's getting harder and harder to keep her under control here. She's fine most of the time, but sometimes her emotions become tremendously unstable, and when that happens, we can't take our eyes off her. There's no telling what she would do. When she has those intense episodes of hearing voices, she shuts down completely and burrows inside herself. Which is why I myself agree that the best thing for Naoko would be for her to receive therapy at a proper institution for a while. I hate to say it, but it's all we can do. As I told you once before, patience is the most important thing. We have to go on unraveling the jumbled threads one at a time, without losing hope. No matter how hopeless her condition may appear to be, we are bound to find that one loose thread sooner or later. If you're in pitch blackness, all you can do is sit tight until your eyes get used to the dark. Naoko should have moved to that other hospital by the time you receive this. I'm sorry I waited to tell you until the decision had been made, but it happened very quickly. The new hospital is a really good one, with good doctors. I'll write the address below. Please write to Naoko there. They will be keeping me informed of her progress too, so I will let you know what I hear. I hope it will be good news. I know this is going to be hard for you, but keep your hopes up. And even though Naoko is not here anymore, please write to me once in a while. Goodbye. I wrote a huge number of letters that spring, one a week to Naoko, several to Ryoko, and several more to Midori. I wrote letters in the classroom. I wrote letters at my desk at home with Seagull in my lap. I wrote letters at empty tables during my breaks at the Italian restaurant. It was as if I were writing letters to hold together the pieces of my crumbling life. To Midori I wrote, April and May were painful, lonely months for me because I couldn't talk to you. I never knew that spring could be so painful and lonely. Better to have 3 Februaries than a spring like this. I know it's too late to be saying this to you, but your new hairstyle looks great on you. Really cute. I'm working in an Italian restaurant now, and the cook taught me a great way to make spaghetti. I'd like to make it for you soon. I went to school every day, worked in the restaurant 2 or 3 times a week, talked with Ito about books and music, read a few Boris Vian novels he lent me, wrote letters, played with Seagull, made spaghetti, worked in the garden, masturbated thinking of Naoko, and went to lots of movies. By the time Midori started talking to me, it was almost the middle of June. We hadn't said a word to each other for 2 months. After the end of one lecture, she sat down in the seat next to mine, propped her chin in her hand, and sat there, saying nothing. Beyond the window, it was raining a real rainy season rain, pouring straight down without any wind, soaking every single thing beneath. Long after the other students had filed out of the classroom, Midori went on sitting next to me without a word. Then she took a Marlboro from the pocket of her jeans jacket, put it between her lips, and handed me her matches. I struck a match and lit her cigarette. Midori pursed her lips and blew a gentle cloud of tobacco in my face. Like my hairstyle? She asked. It's great. How great? Great enough to knock down all the trees in all the forests of the world. You really think so? I really think so. She kept her eyes on mine for a while, then held her right hand out to me. I took it. She looked even more relieved than I felt. She tapped her ashes onto the floor and rose to her feet. Let's go eat. I'm starved, she said. Where do you want to go? I asked. To the Takashimaya department store restaurant in Nihonbashi. Why there of all places? I like to go there sometimes, that's all. And so we took the subway to Nihonbashi. Maybe because it had been raining all morning, the place was practically empty. The smell of rain filled the big, cavernous department store, and all the employees had that "what do we do now" kind of look. Midori and I went to the basement restaurant, and after a close inspection of the plastic food in the window, both decided to have an old-fashioned cold lunch assortment with rice and pickles and grilled fish and tempura and teriyaki chicken. Inside, it was far from crowded despite the noon hour. Man, how long has it been since the last time I had lunch in a department store restaurant? I wondered aloud, drinking green tea from one of those slick white cups you can only find in a department store restaurant. I like to do stuff like this, said Midori. I don't know, it makes me feel like I'm doing something special, probably reminds me of when I was a kid. My parents almost never took me to department stores. And I get the sneaking suspicion that's all mine ever did. My mother was crazy about department stores. Lucky. What are you talking about? I don't particularly like going to department stores. No, I mean, you were lucky they cared enough about you to take you places. Well, I was an only child, I said. When I was little, I used to dream about going to a department store restaurant all by myself when I grew up and eating anything I liked. But what an empty dream. What's the fun of cramming your mouth full of rice all alone in a place like this? The food's not all that great, and it's just big and crowded and stuffy and noisy. Still, every once in a while I think about coming here. I've been really lonely these past 2 months, I said. Yeah, I know. You told me in your letters, Midori said, her voice flat. Anyhow, let's eat. That's all I can think about now. We finished all the little fried and broiled and pickled items in the separate compartments of our fancy, lacquered half-moon lunch boxes, drank our clear soup from lacquered bowls, and our green tea from those white cups. Midori followed lunch with a cigarette. When she was done smoking, she stood up without a word and took her umbrella. I also stood up and took my umbrella. "Where do you want to go now?" I asked. "The roof, of course. That's the next stop when you've had lunch in a department store restaurant." There was no one on the roof in the rain, no clerk in the pet supplies department, and the shutters were closed in the kiosks and the kids' rides ticket booth. We put up our umbrellas and wandered among the soaking wet wooden horses and garden chairs and stalls. It seemed incredible to me that there could be any place so devoid of people in the middle of Tokyo. Midori said she wanted to look through a telescope, so I put in a coin and held her umbrella over her while she squinted through the eyepiece. In one corner of the roof was the covered games area with a row of kids' rides. Midori and I sat next to each other on some kind of platform and looked at the rain. "So talk," Midori said. "You've got something you want to say to me, I know." "I'm not trying to make excuses," I said, but I was really depressed that time. My brain was all fogged over. Nothing was registering with me. But one thing became crystal clear to me when I couldn't see you anymore. I realized that the only way I had been able to survive until then was having you in my life. When I lost you, the pain and loneliness really got to me. Don't you have any idea how painful and lonely it's been for me without you these past 2 months? This took me completely off guard. "No," I said. "It never occurred to me. I thought you were mad at me and didn't want to see me." "How can you be such an idiot? Of course I wanted to see you. I told you how much I like you. When I like somebody, I really like them. It doesn't turn on and off for me just like that. Don't you realize at least that much about me?" "Well, sure, but—" "That's why I was so mad at you. I wanted to give you a good kick in the pants. I mean, we hadn't seen each other that whole time, and you were so spaced out thinking about this other girl you didn't even look at me. How could I not get mad at you? But aside from all that, I had been feeling for a long time that it would be better for me if I kept away from you for a while, to get things clear in my head." "What kinds of things?" "Our relationship, of course. It was getting to the point where I enjoyed being with you way better than being with him. I mean, don't you think there's something weird about that? And difficult. Of course, I still like him. He's a little self-centered and narrow-minded and kind of a fascist, but he's got a lot of good points, and he's the first guy I ever got serious about. But you, well, you're special to me. When I'm with you, I feel something is just right. I believe in you. I like you. I don't want to let you go." I was getting more and more confused, so I went to him and asked him what I should do. He told me to stop seeing you. He said if I was going to see you, I should break up with him. "So what did you do?" "I broke up with him, just like that." Midori put a Marlboro in her mouth, shielded it with her hand as she lit up and inhaled. "Why? Why?" she screamed. "Are you crazy? You know the English subjunctive, you understand trigonometry, you can read marks, and you don't know the answer to something as simple as that. Why do you even have to ask? Why do you have to make a girl say something like this? I like you more than I like him, that's all. I wish I had fallen in love with somebody a little more handsome, of course, but I didn't. I fell in love with you." I tried to speak, but I felt the words catching in my throat. Midori threw her cigarette into a puddle. "Will you please get that look off your face? You're gonna make me cry. Don't worry, I know you're in love with somebody else. I'm not expecting anything from you, but the least you can do is give me a hug. These have been 2 tough months for me." I put my umbrella up, and we went behind the games area and held each other close. Our bodies strained against each other, and our lips met. The smell of the rain clung to her hair and her jeans jacket. Girls' bodies were so soft and warm. I could feel her breasts pressing against my chest through our clothing. How long had it been since my last physical contact with another human being? The day I last saw you, that night I talked to him, and we broke up, Midori said. I love you, I said to her. From the bottom of my heart, I don't ever want to let you go again. But there's nothing I can do. I can't make a move. Because of her. I nodded. Tell me, have you slept with her? Once, a year ago. And you haven't seen her since then? I have seen her, twice, but we didn't do anything. Why not? Doesn't she love you? That's hard to say, I said. It's really complicated and mixed up, and it's been going on for such a long time, I don't know what's what anymore, and neither does she. All I know is I have a kind of responsibility in all this as a human being, and I can't just turn my back on it. At least, that's how I feel about it now, even if she isn't in love with me. Let me just tell you this, Watanabe, said Midori, pressing her cheek against my neck. I'm a real live girl with real live blood gushing through my veins. You're holding me in your arms and I'm telling you that I love you. I'm ready to do anything you tell me to do. I may be a little crazy, but I'm a good kid and honest, and I work hard. I'm kinda cute. I've got nice boobs. I'm a good cook, and my father left me a trust fund. I mean, I'm a real bargain, don't you think? If you don't take me, I'm gonna end up going somewhere else. I need time, I said. I need time to think and sort things out and make some decisions. I'm sorry, but that's all I can say at this point. Yeah, but you do love me from the bottom of your heart, right? And you never want to let me go again, right? I said it, and I meant it. Midori pulled away from me with a smile on her face. Okay, I'll wait. I believe in you, she said. But when you take me, you take only me. And when you hold me in your arms, you think only about me. Is that clear? I know exactly what you mean. I don't care what you do to me, but I don't want you to hurt me. I've had enough hurt already in my life, more than enough. Now I want to be happy. I drew her close and kissed her on the mouth. Drop the damn umbrella and wrap both your arms around me hard, she said. But we'll get soaking wet. So what? I want you to stop thinking and hold me tight. I've been waiting 2 whole months for this. I set the umbrella down and held her close in the rain. The dull rush of tires on the highway enveloped us like a fog. The rain fell without a break, without a sound, soaking her hair and mine, running like tears down our cheeks, down to her jeans jacket and my yellow nylon windbreaker, spreading in dark stains. What do you say we go back under the roof? I said. Come to my place. There's nobody home now. We'll both catch colds like this. It's true. It's kinda like we just swam across a river, Midori said, smiling. What a great feeling. We bought a good-sized towel in the linen department and took turns going into the bathroom to dry our hair. Then we rode the subway, with the necessary transfers, to her apartment in Mayagadani. She let me shower first, and then she showered. Lending me a bathrobe to wear while my clothes dried, Midori changed into a polo shirt and skirt. We sat at the kitchen table drinking coffee. Tell me about yourself, Midori said. What about me? I don't know. What do you hate? Chicken and VD and barbers who talk too much. What else? Lonely April nights and lacy telephone covers. What else? I shook my head. I can't think of anything else. My boyfriend, which is to say, my ex-boyfriend had all kinds of things he hated. Like when I wore too short skirts, or when I smoked, or how I got drunk right away, or said disgusting things, or criticized his friends. So if there's anything about me you don't like, just tell me, and I'll fix it if I can. I can't think of anything, I said after giving it some thought. There's nothing. Really? I like everything you wear, And I like what you do and say, and how you walk, and how you get drunk. Everything. You mean I'm really okay, just the way I am. I don't know how you could change, so you must be fine the way you are. How much do you love me? Midori asked. Enough to melt all the tigers in the world to butter, I said. She said with a hint of satisfaction. Will you hold me again? We got into her bed and held each other, kissing as the sound of the rain filled our ears. Then we talked about everything from the formation of the universe to our preferences in the hardness of boiled eggs. I wonder what ants do on rainy days, Midori asked. No idea, I said. They're hard workers, so they probably spend the day cleaning house or taking inventory. If they work so hard, how come they don't evolve? They've been the same forever. I don't know, I said. Maybe their body structure isn't suited to evolving compared with monkeys, say. Hey, Watanabe, there's a lot of stuff you don't know. I thought you knew everything. It's a big world out there, I said. High mountains, deep oceans, Midori said. She put her hand inside my bathrobe and took hold of my erection. Then, with a gulp, she said, Hey, Watanabe, all kidding aside, this is not gonna work. I could never get this big, hard thing inside me. No way. You're kidding, I said with a sigh. Yup, she said, giggling. Don't worry, it'll be just fine. I'm sure it'll fit. Mind if I have a look? Feel free. Midori burrowed under the covers and groped me all over down there, stretching the skin of my penis, weighing my testicles in her palm. Then she poked her head out and released her breath. I love it, she said. No flattery intended. I really love it. Thank you, I said, with simple gratitude. But really, Watanabe, you don't want to do it with me, do you? Until you get all that business straightened out. There's no way I don't want to do it with you, I said. I'm going crazy. I want to do it so bad, but it just wouldn't be right. You're so damned stubborn. If I were you, I'd just do it and think about it afterward. You would. Just kidding, Midori said in a tiny voice. I probably wouldn't do it either if I were you, and that's what I love about you. That's what I really, really love about you. How much do you love me? I asked, but she didn't answer. Instead, she pressed against me, put her lips on my nipple, and began to move the hand she had wrapped around my penis. The first thing that occurred to me was how different this was from the way Naoko moved her hand. Both were gentle and wonderful, but something was different about the way they did it, and so it felt like a totally different experience. Hey, Watanabe, I bet you're thinking about that other girl. Not true, I lied. Really? Really? Because I would really hate that. I can't think about anybody else, I said. Want to touch my breasts or down there? Midori asked. Oh boy, I'd love to, but I'd better not. If we do all those things at once, it'll be too much for me. Midori nodded and rustled around under the covers, pulling her panties off and holding them against the tip of my penis. You can come into this, she said. But it'll make a mess of them. Stop it, will you? You're gonna make me cry, Midori said as if on the verge of tears. All I have to do is wash them. So don't hold back, just let yourself come all you want. If you're worried about my panties, buy me a new pair. Or are they going to keep you from coming because they're mine? No way, I said. Go right ahead then, let go. When I was through, Midori inspected my semen. Wow, that's a huge amount. Too much. Nah, that's okay, silly. Come all you want, she said with a smile. Then she kissed me. In the evening, Midori did some shopping in the neighborhood and made dinner. We ate tempura and rice with green peas at the kitchen table and washed it all down with beer. Eat a lot and make lots of semen, Midori said. Then I'll be nice and help you get rid of it. Thanks very much, I said. I know all kinds of ways to do it. I learned from the women's magazines when we had the bookstore. Once they had this special edition all about how to take care of your husband so he won't cheat on you while you're pregnant and can't have sex. There's tons of ways. Wanna try 'em? I can hardly wait, I said. After saying goodbye to Midori, I bought a newspaper at the station. But when I opened it on the train, I realized I had absolutely no desire to read a paper and in fact couldn't understand what it said. All I could do was glare at the incomprehensible page of print and wonder what was going to happen to me from now on and how the things around me would be changing. I felt as if the world was pulsating every now and then. I released a deep sigh and closed my eyes. With regard to what I had done that day, I felt not the slightest regret. I knew for certain that if I had it to do all over again, I would live this day in exactly the same way again. I would hold Midori tight on the roof in the rain. I would get soaking wet with her, and I would let her fingers bring me to climax in her bed. I had no doubts about those things. I loved Midori, and I was happy that she had come back to me. The two of us could make it, that was certain. As Midori herself had said, she was a real, live girl with blood in her veins, and she was putting her warm body in my arms. It had been all I could do to suppress the intense desire I had to strip her naked, throw open her body, and sink myself in her warmth. There was no way I could have made myself stop her once she was holding my penis and moving her hand. I wanted her to do it, she wanted to do it, and we were in love. Who could have stopped such a thing? It was true. I loved Midori. And I had probably known as much for a while. I had just been avoiding the conclusion for a very long time. The problem was that I could never explain these developments to Naoko. It would have been hard enough at any point, but with Naoko in her present condition, there was no way I could tell her I had fallen in love with another girl. And besides, I still loved Naoko. Bent and twisted as that love might be, I did love her. Somewhere inside me, there was still preserved a broad, open space, untouched, for Naoko and no one else. One thing I could do was to write a letter to Rieko that confessed everything with total honesty. At home, I sat on the veranda, watching the rain pour down on the garden at night and assembling phrases in my head. Then I went to my desk and wrote the letter. It is almost unbearable to me that I now have to write a letter like this to you, I began. I summarized my relationship with Midori and explained what had happened that day. I have always loved Naoko, and I still love her. But there is a decisive finality to what exists between Midori and me. It has an irresistible power that is bound to sweep me into the future. What I feel for Naoko is a tremendously quiet and gentle and transparent love, but what I feel for Midori is a wholly different emotion. It stands and walks on its own, living and breathing and throbbing and shaking me to the roots of my being. I don't know what to do. I'm confused. I'm not trying to make excuses for myself, but I do believe that I have lived as sincerely as I knew how. I have never lied to anyone, and I have taken care over the years not to hurt other people. And yet I find myself having been tossed into this labyrinth. How can this be? I can't explain it. I don't know what I should do. Can you tell me, Rieko? You're the only one I can turn to for advice. I mailed the letter that night, with special delivery postage attached. Rieko's answer came 5 days later, dated June 17. Let me start with the good news. Naoko has been improving far more rapidly than anyone could have expected. I talked to her once on the phone, and she spoke with real lucidity. She may even be able to come back here before too long. Now about you. I think you take everything too seriously. Loving another person is a wonderful thing, and if that love is sincere, no one ends up tossed into a labyrinth. You have to have more faith in yourself. My advice to you is very simple. First of all, if you are drawn so strongly to this person, Midori, it is only natural for you to have fallen in love with her. It might go well or it might not, but love is like that. When you fall in love, the natural thing to do is give yourself to it. That's what I think. It's just one form of sincerity. Second, as to whether or not you should have sex with Midori, that is for you to figure out. I can't say a thing. Talk it over with Midori and reach your own conclusion, one that makes sense to you. Third, don't tell any of this to Naoko. If things should develop to the point where you absolutely have to tell her, then you and I will come up with a good plan together. So now, just keep it quiet. Leave it to me. The fourth thing I have to say is that you have been such a great source of strength for Naoko that even if you no longer have the feelings of a lover toward her, there is still a lot you can do for her. So don't brood over everything in that super serious way of yours. All of us, by which I mean all of us, both normal and not so normal, are imperfect human beings living in an imperfect world. We don't live with the mechanical precision of a bank account, or by measuring all our lines and angles with rulers and protractors. Am I right? My own personal feeling is that Midori sounds like a great girl. I understand just reading your letter why you would be drawn to her. And I understand, too, why you would also be drawn to Naoko. There's nothing the least bit sinful about it. Things like that happen all the time in this great big world of ours. It's like taking a boat out on a beautiful lake on a beautiful day and thinking both the sky and the lake are beautiful. So stop eating yourself up alive. Things will go where they're supposed to go if you just let them take their natural course. Despite your best efforts, people are going to be hurt when it's time for them to be hurt. Life is like that. I know I sound like I'm preaching from a podium, but it's about time for you to learn to live like this. You try too hard to make life fit your way of doing things. If you don't want to spend time in an insane asylum, you have to open up a little more and let yourself go with life's natural flow. I'm just a powerless and imperfect woman, but still, there are times when I think to myself how wonderful life can be. Believe me, it's true. So stop what you're doing this minute and get happy. Work at making yourself happy. Needless to say, I do feel sorry that you and Naoko could not see things through to a happy ending. But who can say what's best? That's why you need to grab whatever chance you have for happiness where you find it, and not worry too much about other people. My experience tells me that we get no more than 2 or 3 such chances in a lifetime, and if we let them go, we regret it for the rest of our lives. I'm playing the guitar every day for no one in particular. It seems kind of pointless. I don't like dark, rainy nights, either. I hope I'll have another chance to play my guitar and eat grapes with you and Naoko in the room with me. Ah, well, until then. Rieko Ishida. Rieko wrote to me several times after Naoko's death. It was not my fault, she said. It was nobody's fault, any more than you could blame someone for the rain. But I never answered her. What could I have said? What good would it have done? Naoko no longer existed in this world. She had become a fistful of ash. They held a quiet funeral for Naoko in Kobe at the end of August, and when it was over, I went back to Tokyo. I told my landlord I would be away for a while and my boss at the Italian restaurant that I wouldn't be coming in to work. To Midori, I wrote a short note. I couldn't say anything just yet, but I hoped she would wait for me a little longer. I spent the next 3 days in movie theaters, and after I had seen every new movie in Tokyo, I packed my knapsack, took all my money out of the bank, went to Shinjuku Station, and took the first express train I could find heading out of town. Where I went in my travels, it's impossible for me to recall. I remember the sights and sounds and smells clearly enough, but the names of the towns are gone, as well as any sense of the order in which I traveled from place to place. I would move from town to town by train or bus or hitching a ride in a truck, spreading my sleeping bag out in empty lots or stations or parks, or on riverbanks or the seashore. I once got them to let me sleep in the corner of a neighborhood police station, and another time slept by the side of a graveyard. I didn't care where I slept, as long as I was out of people's way and could stay in my sack as long as I felt like it. Exhausted from walking, I would crawl into my sleeping bag, gulp down some cheap whiskey, and go right to sleep. In nice towns, people would bring me food and mosquito coils, and in not-so-nice towns, people would call the police and have me chased out of parks. It made no difference to me one way or the other. All I wanted was to put myself to sleep in towns I didn't know. When I ran low on money, I would work as a laborer for a few days until I had what I needed. There was always some work for me to do. I just kept moving from one town to the next, no destination in mind. The world was big and full of weird things and strange people. One time I called Midori because I had to hear her voice. "School started a long time ago, you know," she said. "Some courses are even asking for papers already. What are you going to do? Do you realize you've been out of touch for 3 whole weeks now? Where are you? What are you doing?" "Sorry, but I can't go back to Tokyo yet. Not yet." "And that's all you're going to tell me?" "There's really nothing more I can say at this point. Maybe in October." Midori hung up without a word. I went on with my travels. Every once in a while, I'd stay at a flop house and take a bath and shave. What I saw in the mirror looked terrible. The sun had dried my skin out, my eyes were sunken, and some odd stains and cuts marked my bony cheeks. I looked as if I had just crawled out of a cave somewhere, but it was me after all. It was me. By that time, I was moving down the coast as far from Tokyo as I could get, maybe into Tori or the northern shore of Hyogo. Walking along the seashore was easy. I could always find a comfortable place to sleep in the sand. I'd make a fire from driftwood and roast some dried fish I bought from a local fisherman. Then I'd swallow some whiskey and listen to the waves while I thought about Naoko. It was too strange to think that she was dead and no longer part of this world. I couldn't absorb the truth of it. I couldn't believe it. I had heard the nails being driven into the lid of her coffin, but I still couldn't adjust to the fact that she had returned to nothingness. No, the image of her was still too vivid in my memory. I could still see her enclosing my penis in her mouth, her hair falling across my belly. I could still feel her warmth, her breath against me, and that helpless moment when I could do nothing but come. I could bring all this back as clearly as if it had happened 5 minutes earlier, and I felt sure that Naoko was still beside me, that I could just reach out and touch her. But no, she was not there. Her flesh no longer existed in this world. Nights when it was impossible for me to sleep, the images of Naoko would come back to me. There was no way I could stop them. Too many memories of her were crammed inside me, and as soon as one of them found the slightest opening, the rest would force their way out in an endless stream, an unstoppable flood. Naoko in her yellow rain cape cleaning the birdhouse and carrying the feed bag that rainy morning. The caved-in birthday cake and the feel of Naoko's tears soaking through my shirt. Yes, it had been raining then, too. Naoko walking beside me in winter wearing her camel's hair coat. Naoko touching the barrette she always wore. Naoko peering at me with those incredibly clear eyes of hers. Naoko sitting on the sofa, legs drawn up beneath her blue nightgown, chin resting on her knees. The memories would slam against me like the waves of an incoming tide, sweeping my body along to some strange new place, a place where I lived with the dead. There Naoko lived, and I could speak with her and hold her in my arms. Death in that place was not a decisive element that brought life to an end. There, death was but one of many elements comprising life. There Naoko lived with death inside her. And to me she said, "Don't worry, it's only death. Don't let it bother you." I felt no sadness in that strange place. Death was death, and Naoko was Naoko. What's the problem? she asked me with a bashful smile. I'm here, aren't I? Her familiar little gestures soothed my heart and gave me healing. If this is death, I thought to myself, then death is not so bad. It's true, said Naoko. Death is nothing much. It's just death. Things are so easy for me here. Naoko spoke to me in the spaces between the crashing of the dark waves. Eventually, though, the tide would pull back, and I would be left on the beach alone. Powerless, I could go nowhere. Sorrow itself would envelop me in deep darkness until the tears came. I felt less that I was crying than that the tears were simply oozing out of me like perspiration. I had learned one thing from Kazuki's death, and I believed that I had made it a part of myself in the form of a philosophy. Death is not the opposite of life, but an innate part of life. By living our lives, we nurture death. True as this might be, it was only one of the truths we had to learn. What I learned from Naoko's death was this: no truth can cure the sorrow we feel from losing a loved one. No truth, no sincerity, no strength, no kindness can cure that sorrow. All we can do is see it through to the end and learn something from it. But what we learn will be no help in facing the next sorrow that comes to us without warning. Hearing the waves at night, listening to the sound of the wind, day after day I focused on these thoughts of mine. Knapsack on my back, sand in my hair, I moved farther and farther west, surviving on a diet of whiskey, bread, and water. One windy evening, as I lay wrapped in my sleeping bag, weeping, by the side of an abandoned hulk, a young fisherman happened by and offered me a cigarette. I accepted it and had my first smoke in over a year. He asked why I was crying, and almost by reflex I told him that my mother had died. I couldn't take the sadness, I said, and so I was on the road. He expressed his deep sympathy and brought a big bottle of sake and 2 glasses from his house. The wind tore along the sandy beach as we sat there drinking. He told me that he had lost his mother when he was 16. Never healthy, she had worn herself out working from morning to night. I half listened to him, sipping my sake and grunting in response every now and then. I felt as if I were hearing a story from some far-off world. What the hell was this guy talking about? I wondered, and all of a sudden an intense rage struck me. I wanted to wring his neck. Who gives a damn about your mother? I lost Naoko. Her beautiful flesh has vanished from this world. Why the hell are you telling me about your goddamn mother? But my rage disappeared as quickly as it had flared up. I closed my eyes and went on half listening to the fisherman's endless talk. Eventually, he asked me if I had eaten. No, I said, but in my knapsack I had bread and cheese, a tomato, and a piece of chocolate. What had I eaten for lunch? He asked. Bread and cheese, tomato, and chocolate, I answered. Wait here, he said, and ran off. I tried to stop him, but he disappeared into the darkness without looking back. All I could do was go on drinking my sake. The shore was littered with paper flecks from fireworks that had been exploded on the sand, and waves crashed against the beach with a mad roar. A scrawny dog came along wagging its tail and sniffing around my little campfire for something to eat, but eventually gave up and wandered off. The young fisherman came back a half-hour later with 2 boxes of sushi and a new bottle of sake. I should eat the top box right away because that had fish in it, he said. But the bottom box had only nari rolls and deep-fried tofu skins, so they would last through tomorrow. He filled both our glasses with sake from the new bottle. I thanked him and polished off the whole top box myself, though it had more than enough for 2. After we had drunk as much sake as we could manage, he offered to put me up for the night, but when I said I would rather sleep alone on the beach, he left it at that. As he stood to go, he took a folded 5,000 yen note from his pocket and shoved it into the pocket of my shirt. Here, he said, get yourself some healthy food. You look awful. I said he had done more than enough for me and that I couldn't accept money on top of everything else, but he refused to take it back. It's not money, he said. It's my feelings. Don't think about it too much, just take it. All I could do was thank him and accept the money. When he had gone, I suddenly thought about my old girlfriend, the the one I had first slept with in my 3rd year of high school. Chills ran through me as I realized how badly I had treated her. I had hardly ever thought about her thoughts or feelings or the pain I had caused her. She was such a sweet and gentle thing, but at the time I had taken her sweetness for granted and later hardly gave her a second thought. What was she doing now? I wondered. And had she forgiven me? A wave of nausea came over me, and I vomited by the old ship. My head hurt from too much sake, and I felt bad about having lied to the fisherman and taken his money. It was time for me to get back to Tokyo, I decided. I couldn't keep this up forever. I stuffed my sleeping bag into my knapsack, slipped my arms through the straps, and walked to the local railway station. I told the man at the ticket window that I wanted to go to Tokyo as soon as possible. He checked his schedule and said I could make it as far as Osaka by morning if I transferred from one night train to another. Then I could take the bullet train from there. I thanked him and used the 5,000 yen bill I had gotten from the fisherman to buy a ticket to Tokyo. Waiting for the train, I bought a newspaper and checked the date. October 2, 1970. So I had been traveling for a full month. I knew I had to go back to the real world. The month of traveling neither lifted my spirits nor softened the blow of Naoko's death. I arrived back in Tokyo in pretty much the same state in which I had left. I couldn't even bring myself to phone Midori. What could I say to her? How could I begin? It's all over now. You and I can be happy together. No, that was out of the question. However I might phrase it, though, the facts were the same. Naoko was dead, and Midori was still here. Naoko was a pile of white ash, and Midori was a living, breathing human being. I was overcome with a sense of my own defilement. Though I returned to Tokyo, I did nothing for days but shut myself up in my room. My memory remained fixed on the dead rather than the living. The rooms I had set aside in there for Naoko were shuttered, the furniture draped in white, the windowsills dusty. I spent the better part of each day in those rooms, and I thought about Kazuki. So you finally made Naoko yours, I heard myself telling him. Oh well, she was yours to begin with. Now maybe she's where she belongs. But in this world, in this imperfect world of the living, I did the best I could for Naoko. I tried to establish a new life for the two of us. But forget it, Kazuki. I'm giving her to you. You're the one she chose, after all. In woods as dark as the depths of her own heart, she hanged herself. Once upon a time, you dragged a part of me into the world of the dead, and now Naoko has dragged another part of me into that world. Sometimes I feel like a caretaker of a museum, a huge, empty museum where no one ever comes, and I'm watching over it for no one but myself. The 4th day after my return to Tokyo, I got a letter from Rieko, special delivery. It was a simple note. I haven't been able to get in touch with you for weeks, and I'm worried. Please give me a call. At 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. I will be waiting by the telephone. I called her at 9 o'clock that night. Rieko picked up after one ring. Are you okay? She asked. More or less, I said. Do you mind if I come visit you the day after tomorrow? Visit me? You mean here in Tokyo? That's exactly what I mean. I want to have a good long talk with you. You're leaving the sanatorium. It's the only way I can come see you, isn't it? Anyway, it's about time for me to get out of this place. I've been here 8 years, after all. If they keep me any longer, I'll start to rot. I found it difficult to speak. After a short silence, Rieko went on. I'll be on the 3:20 bullet train the day after tomorrow. Will you meet me at the station? Do you still remember what I look like? Or have you lost interest in me now that Naoko's dead? No way, I said. See you at Tokyo Station the day after tomorrow at 3:20. You won't have any trouble recognizing me. I'm the old lady with the guitar case. There aren't many of those. And in fact, I had no trouble finding Rieko in the crowd. She wore a man's tweed jacket, white slacks, and red sneakers. Her hair was as short as ever, with the usual clumps sticking up. In her right hand she held a brown leather suitcase, and in her left hand a black guitar case. She gave me a big, wrinkly smile the moment she spotted me, and I found myself smiling back. I took her suitcase and walked beside her to the train for the western suburbs. "Hey, Watanabe, how long have you been wearing that awful face? Or is that the look in Tokyo these days?" "I was traveling for a while, ate junk the whole time," I said. "How'd you like the bullet train?" "Awful," she said. "You can't open the windows. I wanted to buy a boxed lunch from one of the platform vendors. They sell them on board, you know." "Yeah, overpriced plastic sandwiches. A starving horse wouldn't touch that stuff. I always used to enjoy the boxed lunches at Gotenba Station." "Once upon a time, before the bullet train." "Well, I'm from once upon a time, before the bullet train." On the way out to Kichijoji, Ryako watched the Musashino landscape, passing the train window with all the curiosity of a tourist. "Has it changed much in 8 years?" I asked. "You don't know what I'm feeling now, do you, Watanabe?" "No, I don't." "I'm scared," she said. "So scared I could go crazy just like that. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, flung out here all by myself." She paused. "But go crazy just like that. Kind of a cool expression, don't you think?" I smiled and took her hand. "Don't worry," I said. "You're gonna be okay. Your own strength got you this far." "It wasn't my own strength that got me out of that place," Ryako said. "It was Naoko and you. I couldn't stand it there without Naoko, and I had to come to Tokyo to talk with you. That's all. If nothing had happened, I probably would have spent the rest of my life there." I nodded. "What are you planning to do from now on?" I asked Ryako. "I'm going to Asahikawa," she said. "Way up in the wilds of Hokkaido. An old college friend of mine runs a music school there, and she's been asking me for 2 or 3 years now to help her out. I told her it was too cold for me. I mean, I finally get my freedom back, and I'm supposed to go to Asahikawa. It's kinda hard to get excited about a place like that some hole in the ground." "It's not so awful," I said, laughing. "I've been there. It's not a bad little town. Got its own special atmosphere." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. It's way better than staying in Tokyo." "Oh, well," she said. "I don't have any place else to go, and I've already sent my stuff there. Hey, Watanabe, promise me you'll come and visit me in Asahikawa." "Sure I will. But do you have to leave right away? Can't you stay in Tokyo a while?" "I'd like to hang around here a few days if I can. Can you put me up? I won't get in your way." "No problem," I said. "I've got a big closet I can sleep in my sleeping bag." "I can't do that to you." "No, really. It's a huge closet." Ryako tapped out a rhythm on the guitar case between her legs. "I'm probably going to have to condition myself a little before I go to Asahikawa. I'm just not used to being in the outside world. There's a lot of stuff I don't get, and I'm nervous. Think you can help me out a little? You're the only one I can ask." "I'll do anything I can to help you," I said. "I hope I'm not getting in your way," she said. "I don't have any way for you to get in," I said. She looked at me and turned up the corners of her mouth in a smile, but said nothing. We hardly talked the rest of the way to Kichijoji Station or on the bus to my place. We traded a few random comments on the changes in Tokyo and Ryako's time at the College of Music and my one trip to Asahikawa, but said nothing about Naoko. 10 months had gone by since I last saw Ryako, but walking by her side, I felt strangely calmed and comforted. This was a familiar feeling, I thought, and then it occurred to me it was the way I used to feel when walking the streets of Tokyo with Naoko. And just as Naoko and I had shared the dead Kazuki, Rieko and I shared the dead Naoko. This thought made it impossible for me to go on talking. Rieko continued speaking for a while, but when she realized that I wasn't saying anything, she also fell silent. Neither of us said a word on the bus. It was one of those early autumn afternoons when the light is sharp and clear, exactly as it had been a year earlier when I visited Naoko in Kyoto. The clouds were white and narrow as bones, the sky wide open and high. The fragrance of the breeze, the tone of the light, the presence of tiny flowers in the grass, the subtle reverberations that accompanied sounds. All these told me that autumn had come again, increasing the distance between me and the dead with each cycle of the seasons. Kizuki was still 17, and Naoko 21, forever. "Oh, what a relief to come to a place like this," Rieko said, looking all around as we stepped off the bus. "'Cause there's nothing here," I said. As I led her through the back gate and the garden to my cottage, Rieko was impressed by everything she saw. "This is terrific," she said. "You made these shelves and the desk." "Sure did," I said, pouring tea. "You're obviously good with your hands, and you keep the place so clean." "Storm Trooper's influence," I said. "He made me clean crazy, not that my landlord's complaining." "Oh, your landlord. I have to go introduce myself to him. That's his place on the other side of the garden, I suppose." "Introduce yourself to him. What for?" "What do you mean, what for? Some weird old lady shows up in your place and starts picking on the guitar. He's going to wonder what's going on. Better to start out on the right foot. I even brought a box of tea sweets for him." "Very clever," I said. "The wisdom that comes with age. I'm going to tell him I'm your aunt on your mother's side, visiting from Kyoto, so don't contradict me. The age difference comes in handy at times like this. Nobody's going to get suspicious." Rieko took the box of sweets from her bag and went off to pay her respects. I sat on the veranda, drinking another cup of tea and playing with the cat. 20 minutes went by, and when Rieko finally came back, she pulled a tin of rice crackers from her bag and said it was a present for me. "What were you talking about so long over there?" I asked, munching on a cracker. "You, of course," said Rieko, cradling the cat and rubbing her cheek against it. "He says you're a very proper young man, a serious student." "Are you sure he was talking about me?" "There is not the slightest doubt in my mind that he was talking about you," she said with a laugh. Then, noticing my guitar, she picked it up, adjusted the tuning, and played Antonio Carlos Jobim's Desafinado. It had been months since I had last heard Rieko's guitar, and it gave me the old, warm feeling. "You practicing the guitar?" she asked. It was kicking around the landlord's storehouse, so I borrowed it and plunk on it once in a while. That's all. "I'll give you a lesson later, absolutely free." Rieko put the guitar down and took off her tweed jacket. Sitting against the veranda post, she smoked a cigarette. She was wearing a Madras short-sleeve shirt. "Nice shirt, don't you think?" she asked. "It is," I said. In fact, it was a good-looking shirt with a handsome pattern. "It's Naoko's," said Rieko. "I bet you didn't know we were the same size, especially when she first came to the sanatorium. She put on a little weight after that, but still we were pretty much the same size. Blouses, slacks, shoes, hats. Bras were about the only thing we couldn't share. I've got practically nothing here, so we were always trading clothes. Actually, it was more like joint ownership." Now that she mentioned it, I saw that Rieko's build was almost identical to Naoko's. Because of the shape of her face and her thin arms and legs, she had always given me the impression of being smaller and slimmer than Naoko, but in fact she was surprisingly solid. "The jacket and pants are hers too," said Rieko. "It's all hers. Does it bother you to see me wearing her stuff?" "Not at all," I said. I'm sure Naoko would be glad to have somebody wearing her clothing, especially you." "It's strange," Ryako said with a little snap of the fingers. "Naoko didn't leave a will or anything except where her clothes were concerned. She scribbled one line on a memo pad on her desk. 'Please give all my clothes to Ryako.' She was a funny one, don't you think? Why would she be concerned about her clothes of all things when she's getting ready to die? Who gives a damn about clothes? She must have had tons of other things she wanted to say." "Maybe not," I said. Puffing on her cigarette, Ryako seemed lost in thought. Then she said, "You want to hear the whole story in order, I suppose?" "I do," I said. "Please tell me everything." Tests at the hospital in Osaka showed that Naoko's condition was improving for the moment, but that she should stay there on a somewhat longer-term basis so that they could continue the intensive therapy for its future benefits. I told you that much in my letter, the one I sent you somewhere around the 10th of August. Right, I read that letter. Well, on the 24th of August, I got a call from Naoko's mother asking if it was okay for Naoko to come visit me at the sanatorium. Naoko wanted to pack up the things she had left with me, and because she wouldn't be able to see me for a while, she wanted to have a nice long talk with me and maybe spend one night in our apartment. I said that would be fine. I wanted to see her something awful and to have a talk with her. So Naoko and her mother showed up the next day, the 25th, in a taxi. The three of us worked together, packing up Naoko's things and chatting away. Late in the afternoon, Naoko said it would be okay for her mother to go home, that she'd be fine, so they called a cab and the mother left. We weren't worried at all because Naoko seemed to be in such great spirits. In fact, until then I had been very worried. I had been expecting her to be depressed and worn out and emaciated. I mean, I knew how much the kind of testing and therapy and stuff they do at those hospitals can take out of you, so I had some real doubts about this visit. But one look at her was all it took to convince me she'd be okay. She looked a lot healthier than I had imagined, and she was smiling and joking around and talking in a much more normal way than when I had last seen her. She had been to the beauty parlor and was showing off her new hairdo. So I figured there would be nothing to worry about even if her mother left the two of us alone. Naoko told me that this time she was going to let those hospital doctors cure her once and for all, and I said that that would probably be the best thing to do. So then the two of us went out for a walk, still talking the whole time, mainly about the future. Naoko told me that what she'd really like was for the two of us to get out of the sanatorium and go live together somewhere. Live together, you and Naoko. That's right, said Ryako with a little shrug. So I told her it sounded good to me, but what about Watanabe? And she said, don't worry, I'll get everything straight with him. That's all. Then she talked about where she and I would live and what we'd do, that kind of thing. After that, we went to the birdhouse and played with the birds. I took a beer from the refrigerator and opened it. Ryako lit another cigarette. The cat was sound asleep in her lap. That girl had everything figured out for herself. I'm sure that's why she was so full of energy and smiling and healthy looking. It must have been such a load off her mind to feel she knew exactly what she was going to do. So then we finished going through her stuff and throwing what she didn't need into the metal drum in the yard and burning it. The notebook she had been using to keep her diary and all the letters she had been getting. Your letters, too. This seemed kind of strange to me, so I asked her why she was burning stuff like that. I mean, she had always been so careful about putting your letters away in a safe place and reading them over and over. She said, I'm getting rid of everything from the past so I can be reborn in the future. I guess I pretty much took her at her word. It had its own kind of logic to it, sort of. I remember thinking how much I wanted for her to get healthy and happy. She was so sweet and lovely that day. I wish you could have seen her. When that was over, we went to the dining hall for supper the way we used to do. Then we bathed, and I opened a bottle of good wine that I had been keeping for a special occasion like this, and we drank, and I played the guitar. The Beatles, as always. Norwegian Wood, Michelle, her favorites. Both of us were feeling pretty good. We turned out the lights, got undressed, and lay in our beds. It was one of those steaming hot nights. We had the windows wide open, but there was hardly a breath of wind. It was black as ink outside. The crickets were screaming, and the smell of the summer grass was so thick in the room it was hard to breathe. All of a sudden, Naoko started talking about you about the night she had sex with you, in incredible detail. How you took her clothes off, how you touched her, how she found herself growing wet, how you went inside her, how wonderful it felt. She told me all of this in vivid detail. So I asked her, "Why are you telling me this now, all of a sudden?" I mean, up to then, she had never spoken openly to me about sex. Of course, we had had some frank talk about sex as a kind of therapy, but she had been too embarrassed to get into anything specific. Now I couldn't stop her. I was shocked. So she says, "I don't know, I just feel like talking about it. I'll stop if you'd rather not hear it." I said, "No, that's okay. If you've got something you need to talk about, you better get it all out. I'll listen to anything you have to say." So she went on with her story. When he went inside me, I couldn't believe how much it hurt. It was my first time, after all. I was so wet, he slipped right in, but still, my brain fogged over it hurt so much. He put it in as far as he could, I thought, but then he lifted my legs and went in even farther. That sent chills all through my body, like I was soaking in ice water. My arms and legs went numb, and a wave of cold went through me. I didn't know what was happening. I thought I might die right then and there, and I didn't care one way or the other. But he realized I was in pain, so he stopped moving, and still deep inside me, he started kissing me all over my hair, my neck, my breasts, for a long, long time. Little by little, the warmth returned to my body, and then very slowly he started to move. Oh, Rieko, it was so wonderful. Now it felt as if my brain was just going to melt away. I wanted to stay like that forever, to stay in his arms for the rest of my life. That's how great it was. So I said to her, "If it was so great, why didn't you just stay with Watanabe and keep doing it every day?" But she said, "No, Rieko, I knew it would never happen again. I knew this was something that would come to me once and leave and never come back. This would be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I had never felt anything like it before, and I've never felt anything like it since. I've never felt that I wanted to do it again, and I've never grown wet like that again." Of course, I explained to her that this was something that often happened to young women, and that, in most cases, it cures itself with age. And after all, it had worked that one time. There was no need to worry it wouldn't happen again. I myself had had all kinds of trouble when I was first married. But she said, "No, that's not it, Rieko. I'm not worried about that at all. I just don't want anybody going inside me again. I just don't want to be violated like that again by anybody." I drank down my beer, and Rieko finished her second cigarette. The cat stretched itself in Rieko's lap, found a new position, and went back to sleep. Rieko seemed at a loss how to go on until she had lit her third cigarette. After that, Naoko began to sob. I sat on the edge of her bed and stroked her hair. "Don't worry," I said. "Everything is going to be all right. A beautiful young girl like you has got to have a man to hold her and make her happy." Naoko was drenched in sweat and tears. I got a bath towel and dried her face and body. Even her panties were soaked, so I helped her out of them. Now wait a minute, don't get any strange ideas. There was nothing funny going on. We always used to bathe together. She was like my little sister." I know," I said. "Well, anyway, Naoko said that she wanted me to hold her. I said it was way too hot for holding, but she said it was the last time we'd be seeing each other, so I held her. Just for a while. With a bath towel between us so our sweaty bodies wouldn't stick to each other. And when she calmed down, I dried her off again, got her nightgown on her, and put her to bed. She fell sound asleep right away, or maybe she was just pretending to sleep. Whatever, she looked so sweet and lovely that night. She had the face of a girl of 13 or 14 who's never had a bit of harm done to her since the day she was born. I saw that look on her face, and I knew I could let myself fall asleep with an easy heart. When I woke at 6 in the morning, she was gone. Her nightgown was there where she had dropped it, but her clothes and sneakers and the flashlight I always kept by my pillow were missing. I knew immediately that something was wrong. I mean, the very fact that she had taken the flashlight meant she had left in the dark. I checked her desk just in case, and there was the note. Please give all my clothes to Rieko. I woke everybody up right away, and we took different areas to look for her. We searched every inch of the place, from the insides of the dorms to the surrounding woods. It took us 5 hours to find her. She had even brought her own piece of rope. Rieko sighed and patted the cat. Want some tea? I asked. Yes, thanks, said Rieko. I boiled water and brought a pot of tea back to the veranda. Sundown was approaching. The daylight had grown weak, and long shadows of trees stretched to our feet. I sipped my tea and looked at the strangely random garden with its funny mix of yellow globe flowers and pink azaleas and tall green nandins. So then the ambulance came and took Naoko away, and the police started questioning me. Not that there was much to question. There was a kind of suicide note, and it had obviously been a suicide, and they took it for granted that suicide was just one of those things that mental patients did. So it was pretty pro forma. As soon as they left, I telegraphed you. What a sad little funeral it was, I said. Her family was obviously kind of bothered that I knew Naoko had died. I'm sure they didn't want people to know it was suicide. I probably shouldn't even have been there, which made me feel even worse. As soon as I got back, I hit the road. Hey, Watanabe, what do you say we take a walk? We can shop for something to make for dinner, maybe. I'm starved. Sure. Is there something you want to eat? Sukiyaki, she said. I haven't had anything like that for years. I used to dream about sukiyaki, just stuffing myself with beef and green onions and noodles and roasted tofu and greens. Sure, we can have that, but I don't have a sukiyaki pan. Just leave it to me. I'll borrow one from your landlord. She ran off to the main house and came back with a good-sized pan and gas cooker and rubber hose. Not bad, huh? Not bad. We bought all the ingredients at the little shops in the neighborhood: beef, eggs, vegetables, tofu. I picked out a fairly decent white wine. I tried to pay, but Rieko insisted on paying for everything. Think how the family would laugh at me if they heard I let my nephew pay for the food, Rieko said. Besides, I'm carrying a fair amount of cash, so don't worry. I wasn't about to leave the sanatorium broke. Rieko washed the rice and put it on to boil while I set up for cooking on the veranda. When everything was ready to go, Rieko took out her guitar and seemed to be testing it with a slow Bach fugue. On the hard parts, she would purposely slow down or speed up or make it detached or sentimental, listening with obvious pleasure to the variety of sounds she could draw from the instrument. When she played the guitar, Rieko looked like a 17-year-old girl enjoying the sight of a new dress. Her eyes sparkled, and she pursed her lips with the hint of a smile. When she had finished the piece, she leaned back against a pillar and looked up at the sky as if deep in thought. Do you mind if I talk to you? I asked. Not at all, she said. I was just thinking about how hungry I am. Aren't you planning to see your husband or your daughter while you're here? They must be in Tokyo somewhere. Close enough. Yokohama. But no, I don't plan to see them. I'm sure I told you before, it's better for them if they don't have anything to do with me. They've started a new life of their own. and I just feel terrible if I did see them. No, the best thing is to keep away." She crumpled up her empty box of 7 stars and got a new box of cigarettes from her suitcase. She cut the seal and put one in her mouth, but she didn't light up. "I'm all through as a human being," she said. "All you're looking at is the lingering memory of what I used to be. The most important part of me, what used to be inside, died years ago, and I'm just functioning by rote memory. But I like you now, Rieko, the way you are, lingering memory or whatever. And what I have to say about it may not make any difference, but I'm really glad that you're wearing Naoko's clothes." Rieko smiled and lit a cigarette with a lighter. "For such a young guy, you really know how to make a woman happy." I felt myself reddening. "I'm just saying what I really think." "Sure, I know," said Rieko, smiling. When the rice was done soon after that, I greased the pan and arranged the ingredients for sukiyaki. "Tell me this isn't a dream," said Rieko, sniffing the air. "No, this is 100% realistic sukiyaki," I said. "Empirically speaking, of course." Instead of talking, we attacked the sukiyaki with our chopsticks, downed lots of beer, and finished up with rice. Seagull came around, attracted by the smell, so we shared our meat with her. When we had eaten our fill, we sat leaning against the porch pillars and looking at the moon. "Satisfied?" I asked. "Totally," she groaned. "I've never eaten so much in my life." "What do you want to do now?" "Have a smoke and go to a public bath. My hair's a mess. I need to wash it." "No problem. There's one down the street." "Tell me, Watanabe, if you don't mind, have you slept with that girl Midori?" "You mean have we had sex?" "Not yet. We decided not to until things get straightened out." "Well, now they're straightened out, wouldn't you say?" I shook my head. "Now that Naoko's dead, you mean?" "No, not that. You made your decision long before Naoko died that you could never leave Midori. Whether Naoko is alive or dead, it has nothing to do with your decision. You chose Midori. Naoko chose to die. You're all grown up now, so you have to take responsibility for your choices. Otherwise, you ruin everything." "But I can't forget her," I said. "I told Naoko I would go on waiting for her, but I couldn't do it. I turned my back on her in the end. I'm not saying anyone's to blame. It's a problem for me myself. I do think that things would have worked out the same way even if I hadn't turned my back on her. Naoko was choosing death all along, but that's beside the point. I can't forgive myself. You tell me there's nothing I can do about a natural change in feelings, but my relationship with Naoko was not that simple. If you stop and think about it, she and I were bound together at the border between life and death. It was like that for us from the start. If you feel some kind of pain with regard to Naoko's death, I would advise you to keep on feeling that pain for the rest of your life. And if there's something you can learn from it, you should do that too. But quite aside from that, you should be happy with Midori. Your pain has nothing to do with your relationship with her. If you hurt her any more than you already have, the wound could be too deep to fix. So, hard as it may be, you have to be strong. You have to grow up more, be more of an adult. I left the sanatorium and came all the way up here to Tokyo to tell you that, all the way on that coffin of a train. "I understand what you're telling me," I said to Rieko, "but I'm still not prepared to follow through on it. I mean, that was such a sad little funeral. No one should have to die like that." Rieko stretched her hand out and stroked my head. "We all have to die like that sometime. I will, and so will you." We took the 5-minute walk along the riverbank to the local public bath and came home feeling somewhat refreshed. I opened the bottle of wine and we sat on the veranda drinking it. "Say, Watanabe, could you bring out another glass?" "Sure," I said, "but what for?" We're going to have our own funeral for Naoko, just the two of us. One that's not so sad." When I handed her the glass, Rieko filled it to the brim and set it on the stone lantern in the garden. Then she sat on the veranda, leaning against a pillar, guitar in her arms, and smoked a cigarette. "And now could you bring out a box of matches? Make it the biggest one you can find." I brought out an economy-size box of kitchen matches and sat down next to her. "Now what I want you to do is lay down a match every time I play a song. Just set them in a row. I'm going to play every song I can think of." First, she played a soft, lovely rendition of Henry Mancini's Dear Heart. "You gave a recording of this to Naoko, didn't you?" Rieko asked. "I did, for Christmas the year before last. She really liked that song." "I like it too," said Rieko. "So soft and beautiful." She ran through a few bars of the melody one more time before taking another sip of wine. "I wonder how many songs I can play before I get completely drunk. This'll be a nice funeral, don't you think? Not so sad." Rieko moved on to the Beatles, playing Norwegian Wood, Yesterday, Michelle, and Something. She sang and played Here Comes the Sun, then played The Fool on the Hill. I laid 7 matches in a row. "7 songs," said Rieko, sipping more wine and smoking another cigarette. "Those guys sure knew something about the sadness of life and gentleness." By those guys, Rieko of course meant John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and George Harrison. After a short breather, Rieko crushed her cigarette out and picked her guitar up again. She played Penny Lane, Blackbird, Julia, When I'm 64, Nowhere Man, and I Love Her, and Hey Jude. "How many songs is that?" 14, I said. She sighed and asked me, "How about you? Can you play something, maybe one song?" "No way, I'm terrible." "So play it terribly." I brought out my guitar and stumbled my way through up on the roof. Rieko took a rest, smoking and drinking. When I was through, she applauded. Next, she played a guitar transcription of Ravel's Pavane for a Dying Queen and a beautifully clean rendition of Debussy's Clair de Lune. "I mastered both of these after Naoko died," said Rieko. To the end, her taste in music never rose above the horizon of sentimentalism. She performed a few Bacharach songs next. "Close to You," "Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head," "Walk On By," plus Laura Nyro's Wedding Bell Blues. 20, I said. "I'm like a human jukebox," Rieko exclaimed. "My professors would faint if they could see me now." She went on sipping and puffing and playing. Several bossa novas, Rogers and Hart, Gershwin, Bob Dylan, Ray Charles, Carole King, The Beach Boys, Stevie Wonder, Kyu Sakamoto's Sukiyaki Song, Blue Velvet, Green Fields. Sometimes she would close her eyes and nod or hum to the melody. When the wine was gone, we turned to whiskey. The wine in the glass in the garden I poured over the stone lantern and replaced it with whiskey. "How's our count going?" Rieko asked. 48, I said. For our 49th song, Rieko played Elena Rigby, and the 50th was another performance of Norwegian Wood. After that, she rested her hands and drank some whiskey. "Maybe that's enough," she said. "It is," I answered. "Amazing." Rieko looked me in the eye and said, "Now listen to me, Watanabe. I want you to forget all about that sad little funeral you saw. Just remember this marvelous one of ours." I nodded. "Here's one more for good measure," she said, and for her 51st piece she played her favorite Bach fugue. When she was through, she said in a voice just above a whisper, "How about doing it with me, Watanabe?" "Strange," I said. "I was thinking the same thing." We went inside and closed the curtains. Then, in the darkened room, Rieko and I sought out each other's bodies as if it were the most natural thing in the world for us to do. I removed her blouse and slacks, and then her underwear. "I've lived a strange life," said Rieko, "but I never thought I'd have my panties removed for me by a man 19 years my junior. Would you rather take them off yourself?" "No, go ahead, but don't be too shocked at all my wrinkles." "I like your wrinkles." "You're gonna make me cry," she whispered. I kissed her all over, taking special care to follow the wrinkled places with my tongue. She had the breasts of a little girl. I caressed them and took her nipples in my teeth, then slid a finger inside her warm, moist vagina and began to move it. "Wrong spot, Watanabe," Rieko whispered in my ear. "That's just a wrinkle." "I can't believe you're telling jokes at a time like this." "Sorry," she said. "I'm scared. I haven't done this for years. I feel like a 17-year-old girl. I just went to visit a guy in his room, and all of a sudden I'm naked. To tell you the truth, I feel as if I'm violating a 17-year-old girl." With my finger in her wrinkle, I moved my lips up her neck to her ear and took a nipple with the fingers of my other hand. As her breathing intensified and her throat began to tremble, I parted her long, slim legs and eased myself inside her. "You're not going to get me pregnant now, are you? You're taking care of that, right?" Rieko murmured in my ear. "I'd be so embarrassed if I got pregnant at this age." "Don't worry," I said. "Just relax." When I was all the way in, she trembled and released a sigh. Caressing her back, I moved inside her, and then, without warning, I came. It was an intense, unstoppable ejaculation. I clutched at her as my semen pulsed into her warmth again and again. "I'm sorry," I said. "I couldn't stop myself." "Don't be silly," Rieko said, giving me a little slap on the rump. "You don't have to worry about that. Do you always have that on your mind when you're doing it with girls?" "Yeah, pretty much." "Well, you don't have to think about it with me. Forget it. Just let yourself go as much as you like. Did it feel good?" "Just great. That's why I couldn't control myself." "This is no time for controlling yourself. This is fine. It was great for me, too." "You know, Rieko," I said. "What's that?" "You ought to take a lover again. You're terrific. It's such a waste." "Well, I'll think about it," she said. "But I wonder if people take lovers and things in Asahikawa." Growing hard a few minutes later, I went inside her again. Rieko held her breath and twisted beneath me. I moved slowly and quietly with my arms around her, and we talked. It felt wonderful to talk that way. If I said something funny and made her laugh, the tremors came into me through my penis. We held each other like that for a very long time. "Oh, this feels marvelous," Rieko said. "Moving's not bad either," I said. "Go ahead, give it a try." I lifted her hips and went in as far as I could go, then savored the sensation of moving in a circular pattern until, having enjoyed it to the full, I let myself come. Altogether, we joined our bodies 4 times that night. At the end each time, Rieko would lie in my arms trembling slightly, eyes closed, and release a long sigh. "I never have to do this again," said Rieko, "for the rest of my life. Oh, please, Watanabe, tell me it's true. Tell me I can relax now because I've done enough to last a lifetime." "Nobody can tell you that," I said. "There's no way to know." I tried to convince Rieko that taking a plane would be faster and easier, but she insisted on going to Asahikawa by train. "I like the ferry to Hokkaido, and I have no desire to fly through the air," she said. I accompanied her to Ueno Station. She carried her guitar, and I carried her suitcase. We sat on a platform bench waiting for the train to pull in. Rieko wore the same tweed jacket and white pants she'd had on when she arrived in Tokyo. "Do you really think Asahikawa's not such a bad place?" she asked. "It's a nice town. I'll visit you there soon." "Really?" I nodded, "and I'll write to you." "I love your letters. Naoko burned all the ones you sent her, and they were such great letters, too." "Letters are just pieces of paper," I said. "Burn them, and what stays in your heart will stay. Keep them, and what vanishes will vanish." "You know, Watanabe, truth is I'm scared going to Asahikawa by myself, so be sure to write to me. Whenever I read your letters, I feel you're right there next to me." "If that's what you want, I'll write all the time. But don't worry, I know you. You'll do fine wherever you go. And another thing, I kinda feel like there's something stuck inside me. Could it be my imagination?" "Just a lingering memory," I said and smiled. Rieko smiled too. "Don't forget about me," she said. "I won't forget you," I said. "Ever. We may never meet again, but no matter where I go, I'll always remember you and Naoko." I saw that she was crying. Before I knew it, I was kissing her. Others on the platform were staring at us, but I didn't care about such things anymore. We were alive, she and I, and all we had to think about was continuing to live. "Be happy," Rieko said to me as she boarded the train. "I've given you all the advice I have to give. There's nothing left for me to say. Just be happy. Take my share and Naoko's and combine them for yourself." We held hands for a moment, and then we parted. I telephoned Midori. "I have to talk to you," I said. "I have a million things to talk to you about. A million things we have to talk about. All I want in this world is you. I want to see you and talk. I want the two of us to begin everything from the beginning." Midori responded with a long, long silence. The silence of all the misty rain in the world falling on all the new-mown lawns of the world. Forehead pressed against the glass, I shut my eyes and waited. At last, Midori's quiet voice broke the silence. "Where are you now?" Where was I now? Gripping the receiver, I raised my head and turned to see what lay beyond the telephone booth. Where was I now? I had no idea. No idea at all. Where was this place? All that flashed into my eyes were the countless shapes of people walking by to nowhere. Again and again, I called out for Midori from the dead center of this place that was no place. Reader's Guide. 1. When Watanabe arrives in Hamburg and hears the song Norwegian Wood, memories of a scene with Naoko from 18 years before come back to him. He feels these memories as kicks and says they were longer and harder than usual, which is why I am writing this book. To think, to understand. I have to write things down to feel I fully understand them. 5. Why does this particular song have such a powerful effect on Watanabe? What does he understand, or fail to understand about it by the end of the novel? In what ways does the process of writing help in understanding? 2. Many readers and critics have observed that Norwegian Wood is Murakami's most autobiographical book. While we can never know exactly to what degree a work of fiction reflects the lived experience of its author, what qualities of the novel feel autobiographical rather than purely fictional? Do these qualities enhance your enjoyment of the book? 3. After Watanabe sleeps with Naoko, he says that her cry was the saddest sound of orgasm I had ever heard. 40. Just before she commits suicide, Naoko tells Rieko, "I just don't want anybody going inside me again. I just don't want to be violated like that again by anybody." 284. In what sense did Watanabe violate her? Do you feel this experience directly relates to her suicide? Was it, as Watanabe still asks himself nearly 20 years later, the right thing to do? 4. Throughout the novel, Watanabe is powerfully drawn to both Naoko and Midori. How are these women different from one another? How would you describe the different kinds of love they offer Watanabe? Why do you think he finally chooses Midori? Has he made the right choice? 5. The events Norwegian Wood relates take place in the late 60s, a period of widespread student unrest. The university Watanabe attends is frequently beset with protests and strikes, and in Watanabe's view, pompous, revolutionary speeches filled with meaningless cliches. The true enemy of this bunch, Watanabe thinks, was not state power but lack of imagination. P. 57. At first, he identifies with the student protesters, but then grows cynical. What qualities of Watanabe's character make this cynicism inevitable? What is Midori's reaction to student activism? 6. How would you describe Watanabe's friend Nagasawa? What is his view of life, of the right way to live? Why is Watanabe drawn to him? In what important ways, particularly in their treatment of women, are they different? How does Murakami use the character of Nagasawa to define Watanabe more sharply? 7. The Great Gatsby is Watanabe's favorite book, one that he rereads often. Why do you think he identifies so strongly with Fitzgerald's novel? What does this identification reveal about his character and his worldview? 8. In many ways, Norwegian Wood is a novel about young people struggling to find themselves and survive their various troubles. Kizuki, Hatsumi, Naoko's sister, and Naoko herself fail in this struggle and commit suicide. How do their deaths affect those they leave behind? In what ways does Kizuki's suicide both deepen and tragically limit Watanabe's relationship with Naoko? 9. Murakami's prose rises at times to an incandescent lyricism. The description of Watanabe embracing Naoko is one such instance. From shoulder to back to hips, I slid my hand again and again, driving the line and the softness of her body into my brain. After we had been in this gentle embrace for a while, Naoko touched her lips to my forehead and slipped out of bed. I could see her pale blue gown flash in the darkness like a fish. P. 163. Where else do you find this poetic richness in Norwegian Wood? What does such writing add to the novel? What does it tell us about Watanabe's sensibility? 10. At the center of the novel, Ryoko tells the long and painful story of how her life was ruined by a sexual relationship with a young and pathologically dishonest female student. How does this story within the story illuminate other relationships in the novel? 11. What is unusual about the asylum where Ryoko and Naoko are staying? What methods of healing are employed there? How do the asylum and the principles on which it is run illuminate the concerns about being normal that nearly all the characters in the novel express? 12. Naoko attributes Kazuki's suicide and her own depression to the fact that they shared such an idyllic childhood together and eventually, as adults, had to pay the price for that early happiness. We didn't pay when we should have, so now the bills are due. P. 128. Do you think this is an accurate way of understanding what's happened to them? What alternative explanations would you propose? 13. After Kazuki and Naoko have both committed suicide, Watanabe writes, I had learned one thing from Kazuki's death, and I believed that I had made it part of myself in the form of a philosophy. Death is not the opposite of life, but an innate part of life. P. 273. What do you think he means? Is this view of life and death resigned or affirmative? How would such a philosophy change one's approach to life? 14. What makes Midori such an engaging and forceful character? How is she different from everyone else in the novel? What kind of love does she demand from Watanabe? Is she being selfish in her demands or simply asking for what everyone wants but is afraid to pursue? 15. Norwegian Wood appears to end on a happy note, with Watanabe calling Midori and telling her, All I want in the world is you. I want the two of us to begin everything from the beginning. P. 293. But when Midori asks where he is, Watanabe is plunged into a kind of existential confusion. How do you interpret the novel's final mysterious sentence? Again and again, I called out for Midori from the dead center of this place that was no place. Is there anything positive in Watanabe's not knowing where he is? What is the significance of his being at the dead center of no place, wishing for a new beginning? 16. The events of the novel take place in the fictional past. What can you infer about Watanabe's present condition from the way he tells this story? Do you imagine that he and Midori have remained together? Haruki Murakami was born in Kyoto in 1949 and now lives near Tokyo. His work has been translated into more than 50 languages, and the most recent of his many international honors is the Jerusalem Prize, whose previous recipients include J.M. Coetzee, Milan Kundera, and V.S. Napol. www. Haruki Murakami, com. Books by Haruki Murakami. Fiction. 1Q84. After Dark. After the Quake. Blind Willow, Sleeping Woman. Colorless Tsukuru Tazaki and his years of pilgrimage. Dance, Dance, Dance. The Elephant Vanishes. Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World. Kafka on the Shore. Norwegian Wood. South of the Border, West of the Sun. Sputnik Sweetheart. The Strange Library. A Wild Sheep Chase. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. Non-fiction. Underground, the Tokyo gas attack, and the Japanese psyche. What I talk about when I talk about running, a memoir. Also by Haruki Murakami. After Dark. Murakami's trademark humor and psychological insight are here distilled with an extraordinary, harmonious mastery, combining the pyrotechnical genius that made Kafka on the Shore and the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle international bestsellers. With a moving infusion of heart, Murakami has produced one of his most enchanting fictions yet. Fiction 9, 78030 7278739. After the Quake. Set at the time of the 1995 Kobe earthquake, Murakami's characters emanate from a place where the human meets in the inhuman. An electronics salesman who has been abruptly deserted by his wife agrees to deliver an enigmatic package and is rewarded with a glimpse of his true nature. A man who has been raised to view himself as the son of God pursues a stranger who may or not be his human father. A collection agent receives a visit from a giant talking frog who enlists his help in saving Tokyo from destruction. Fiction Literature 9, 7803757 Blind Willow, Sleeping Woman. This superb collection of stories generously express Murakami's mastery of the form. Here are animated crows, a criminal monkey, and an ice man, as well as the dreams that shape us and the things we might wish for. Whether during a chance reunion in Italy, a romantic exile in Greece, or in the grip of everyday life, Murakami's characters confront grievous loss, or sexuality, or the glow of a firefly, or the impossible distances between those who ought to be closest of all. Fiction Short Stories 9, 7814000096084. Dance, Dance, Dance. As he searches for a mysteriously vanished girlfriend, Murakami's protagonist plunges into a wind tunnel of sexual violence and metaphysical dread, in which he collides with call girls, plays chaperone to a lovely teenage psychic, and receives cryptic instructions from a shabby but oracular sheep man. Fiction Literature 9, 7806797 753 The Elephant Vanishes. With his genius for dislocation, Murakami makes this collection of stories a determined assault on the normal. A man sees his favorite elephant vanish into thin air, A newlywed couple suffers attacks of hunger that drive them to hold up a McDonald's in the middle of the night. A young woman discovers that she has become irresistible to a little green monster who burrows up through her backyard. Fiction Literature 9 780679 750536. Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World. Japan's most popular fiction writer hurtles into the consciousness of the West. Murakami draws readers into a narrative particle accelerator in which a split-brained data processor, a deranged scientist, his undemure granddaughter, Bob Dylan, and various thugs, librarians, and subterranean monsters collide to dazzling effect. Fiction Literature 9 780679 743460. Kafka on the Shore. This book is powered by two remarkable characters. A teenage boy, Kafka Tamura, who runs away from home either to escape a gruesome Oedipal prophecy or to search for his long-missing mother and sister, and an aging simpleton called Nakata, who never recovered from a wartime affliction and now is drawn toward Kafka for reasons that he cannot fathom. As their paths converge, Murakami enfolds readers in a world where cats talk, fish fall from the sky, and spirits slip out of their bodies to make love or commit murder. Fiction Literature 9 781400 79278. Norwegian Wood. Toru, a college student in Tokyo, is devoted to Naoko, a beautiful and introspective young woman. But their relationship is colored by the tragic death of their mutual best friend years before. As she retreats further into her own world, Toru finds himself drawn to a fiercely independent and sexually liberated young woman. Fiction Literature 9 7803 7570 4024. South of the border, west of the sun. Born into an affluent family, Hajime has arrived at middle age wanting for almost nothing. The post-war years have brought him a fine marriage, 2 daughters, and an enviable career. Yet a sense of inauthenticity about his success threatens his happiness, and a boyhood memory of a wise, lonely girl named Shimamoto clouds his heart. Fiction Literature 9 780679 767398. Sputnik Sweetheart. A college student, identified only as K, falls in love with his classmate, Suma. But devotion to the writerly life precludes her from any personal commitments until she meets Miu, an older and more sophisticated businesswoman. When Suma disappears from an island off the coast of Greece, K is solicited to join the search party and finds himself beset by ominous, haunting visions. Fiction Literature 9 7803 7572657. Underground. It was a clear spring day, Monday, March 20, 1995, when 5 members of the religious cult Aum Shinrikyo conducted chemical warfare on the Tokyo subway system using sarin, a poison gas 26 times as deadly as cyanide. The unthinkable had happened. A major urban transit system had become the target of a terrorist attack. In an attempt to discover why, Murakami talked to the people who lived through the catastrophe, from a subway authority employee with survivor guilt to a fashion salesman with more venom for the media than for the perpetrators, to a young cult member who vehemently condemns the attack though he has not quit Aum. Through these and many other voices, Murakami exposes intriguing aspects of the Japanese psyche. Fiction 9 7803 75725 807. What I talk about when I talk about running. While training for the New York City Marathon, Haruki Murakami decided to keep a journal of his progress. The result is a beautiful memoir about his intertwined obsessions with running and writing, full of vivid memories and insights, including the eureka moment when he decided to become a writer. By turns funny and sobering, playful and philosophical, what I talk about when I talk about running is rich and revelatory, both for fans of this masterful yet guardedly private writer, and for the expanding population who find similar satisfaction in athletic pursuit. Memoir Running 9, 7803 07389 831. A wild sheep chase. A 20-something advertising executive receives a postcard and appropriates its image for an insurance company's advertisement. What he doesn't realize is that included in the pastoral scene is a mutant sheep with a star on its back, and in using this photo, he has unwittingly captured the attention of a man in black who offers a menacing ultimatum: find the sheep or face dire consequences. Fiction Literature 9, 780375718946. The Windup Bird Chronicle. The Windup Bird Chronicle is at once a detective story, an account of a disintegrating marriage, and an excavation of the buried secrets of World War II. In a Tokyo suburb, a young man named Toru Okada searches for his wife's missing cat. Soon, he finds himself looking for his wife as well in a netherworld that lies beneath the placid surface of Tokyo. Fiction Literature 9, 780679 775430. Vintage International. Available at your local bookstore or visit www.randomhouse.com. A Vintage International Original, September 2000. Copyright C. 2000 by Haruki Murakami. All rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions. Published in the United States by Vintage Books, a division of Random House, Inc., New York, and simultaneously in Canada by Random House of Canada Limited, Toronto. Originally published in Japan in 2 volumes as Norway no Mori by Kodansha Limited. In 1987. Copyright C. 1987 by Haruki Murakami. Vintage is a registered trademark, and Vintage International and Colophon are trademarks of Random House, Inc. Library of Congress, Cataloging and Publication, Data. Murakami, Haruki, 1949. Norway no Mori, English. Norwegian Wood / Haruki Murakami. Translated from the Japanese by J. Rubin. PCM. Iceburn, 97803 077 62719. I. Rubin, J. 1941 Roman 2. Title: PL 856. U 673 N 6 713 2000. 895. 630 5 DC 21. 990 53821. Author photograph C. Marian Ettlinger. www.vintagebooks.com. V30R11. Facebook.com/Haruki Murakami author. What's next on your reading list? Discover your next great read. Get personalized book picks and up-to-date news about this author. Sign up now